July 31, 2019. The first order of business is to say goodbye and thank and wish well to Andrea Bilic. And I'm going to read the proclamation from staff that I helped work on, and it'll take a little while, so settle in. I know the proclamation isn't scaled to the length of your. Whereas Andrea Bilic has been a member of the Open Space Board of Trustees for the past 2+ years, and whereas Andrea Bilic has shown a passion and commitment for open space and mountain parks through not only her service on the board, but through her inspiring interest in family and youth engagement, and echoed through the joy and fun she shares with her family, exploring the trails and natural landscapes of OSMP. Andrea has devoted countless hours meeting with community members, staff, and elected and appointed officials to listen to perspectives on important policy decisions. Andrea can be counted on to thoroughly read and evaluate materials shared with the Open Space Board of Trustees and offer community-oriented, insightful, and well-reasoned perspectives honed through her knowledge of open space and mountain parks and her previous service on the city's Transportation Advisory Board. Andrea's contributions to discussions enriched the thoroughness of deliberations and conscientiously looked at issues from all sides. Andrea was a strong voice for equitable access to open space lands for a wide variety of users. When board deliberations delved deep into the details and were vexed by complexity, Andrea was adroit at sharing a thought or perspective to help lift and focus conversation. Andrea has shepherded the development of the department's first master plan, which will leave a legacy for the department for many years to come. In supporting the OSMP master plan, Andrea has championed many aspects of the guiding policy, including, but not limited to, she brought awareness and emphasis to the importance of addressing the climate crisis with and for the benefit of future generations. She vocalized a strong commitment to youth and family engagement. She paid robust attention to ensure the plan reflects inclusion, equity, and fairness, and she coined the phrase responsible recreation, which speaks to the heart of who we are as a community and staff, and is central to the master plan and staff work for the next decade. During Andrea's tenure, the Open Space and Mountain Parks Department has acquired nearly 1,250 acres of land, including Boulder Valley Farm, a trail easement area over the North Foothills Business Park, the Lippincott Ranch, and the Snyder's Suits Trust, Fort Chambers Poor Farm, and Rosenblatt Ryan properties. Over the last 2+ years, the Open Space Board of Trustees and Open Space and Mountain Parks Department have increased their investment in system stewardship, including trail stewardship projects, largely completed all trail repairs related to the 2013 flood, completed the Agricultural Resources Management Plan, recommended changes and guiding principles for the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan update, completed the Eldo Canyon to Walker Ranch Trail Connection Study, and reviewed and made recommendations regarding the Prairie Dog Working Group report, and Andrea served as the OSBT representative for the Greenways Advisory Committee. Now, therefore, I, Tom Isaacson, Chair of the Open Space Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim that the leadership exhibited by Andrea Bilic over these past 2+ years has been instrumental to the success of this board and the Open Space Program, proclaim this 31st day of July in the year 2019 on behalf of the Open Space Board of Trustees and the Open Space and Mountain Parks Department. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you all for the really kind words, and I'm really bummed to be leaving halfway through my term because I've learned so much from everyone in this room, and would have been fantastic to continue that service, but life marches on, so thank you all for everything.
And thank you for sticking with it through the master plan.
Word up.
Here, here.
And good luck to you
Yes.
as
Thank
well.
you.
Thanks.
Boulder got Tom Carr and Seattle's getting you. I think they're getting a good deal.
Yes, and as to amplify one of the things that's in the proclamation, one of the things I particularly appreciated was your ability to cut through the fog and when we're sometimes a little too far down in the weeds, to ask the one question or to get to the point that sort of shined a light, brought some clarity, lifted some of the fog, and helped redirect us, and please keep that skill in mind as this evening progresses. It may come in handy. And we'll also, I would say, we'll miss your big heart. You have shown, genuinely a strong interest in having children in natural places, in both sense of that, of preserving the natural places so they have a great place to go, but also making sure that the system is set up to, facilitate, encourage, and welcome that. And, there's an enormous amount of positive energy that comes from devoting yourself to that. And it's greatly appreciated. Sad to see you go, but, wish you well.
Hear, hear.
We had one member of the public who wanted to speak to this item, and so why don't we go ahead and do that now so we can wrap up the thank yous and get on to other business.
Mike Barrow, 1103 Alexandria in Lafayette. 18 years?
Yes, sir.
I have the dubious honor of being I think I'm the first person to rope Andrea and Jason into civic engagement, into Boulder Off-Road Alliance at the time. And I have to say that when I met Jason, I said, man, that guy's smart. And then I met you, and I said, oh, damn, that girl, she is. Yeah, you are truly an amazing person, and your ability to strike right to the point is a gift you definitely have. And having been the recipient of your stink eye more than once, I know that I need to behave a lot better around you than I do others. And I think it's been, as I said at the beginning, it's been 18 years. I knew about 6 months in that both you and Jason are on a trajectory that is going to do great things. They were both in their postdoc work, right? And
Graduate school.
yeah, and it was, I remember vividly saying to myself, these people are going to be here a while, and they're going to go on and do some very great things. And sure enough, here we are. And so go out and do great things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Before we go to the next item, Dan, I just wanted to, don't want to either burden you, but give you a chance if you wish to say something.
Well, I was going to save it for just a little bit later on, but I'll add a staff perspective and just echo all the great comments that were made. Is from a staff perspective, we so much enjoyed the partnership. It's a really unique relationship we have with trustees and staff, and how that partnership forms and how it ebbs and flows throughout. And we, as a staff, just really have enjoyed your presence and your enthusiasm and your you shine. And it's really just been an honor from a staff perspective to partner with you as a trustee and as a person. And we're going to miss you.
Thank you. I miss you guys too.
All right, on to more mundane matters. Approval of the minutes from July 10th meeting.
Moving right along.
Did anyone have any edits?
I thought it might be important to add at the very bottom of the first page to note that the board and staff discussed cost allocation, since that was a really substantive discussion, in addition to the budget.
I'm fine with that, sure.
Yeah.
All right, any other edits? Do we have a motion?
I'll move we adopt the minutes of July 10, 2019 meeting as amended.
I will second.
All right, all in favor? All right, that's unanimous. All right, now we move to public comment for items not identified for public hearing. The only item for public hearing is the master plan. I understand from Leah, no one has signed up for any item other than the master plan, so unless someone comes forward in the next couple seconds, we'll close general public comment and hear from the public on the master plan when we get there. All right, we'll close that and turn to matters from the department.
Yeah, just a couple of verbal updates, just in relationship to some council actions since we last met and how that might influence future discussions at OSBT meetings, and just to give you a preview of what's on our mind. And of course, more details will be fleshed out. As most of you know, there's a new ordinance, 8346, that is going to be working its way through council. It has to do with a potential ballot initiative in November, which could impact open space sales tax. On August 6th, there's going to be a first reading of ordinance 8346. A second reading with a public hearing, and likely a vote will be held on August 20th. And so just wanted to give you a heads up on that. The August 6th is on consent agenda on council, whereas the August 20th is scheduled right now as a public hearing. And
Right, so picking up on that, I just want to raise for the board, the question is, do we wish to make some statement on that subject? I think we are certainly free not to and just let it be, and whatever communications may have occurred, they happen. But the last time that open space tax was on the ballot, the board did make a formal motion, a formal statement reflecting our views on that. So there's precedent on that. My suggestion would be, to find out first, do people wish to make a statement? And if we do, to take that up at the August 14th meeting when it can be on the agenda and we can have a more robust discussion. And there may also be public comment on that we ought to receive. And I
would agree. Would we know the language by that point?
it's unknown. Right now, the first reading is going to have about 8 different variations.
Oh, okay.
My expectation is by the time after August 20th, it would be narrowed down to 1.
Right.
Not quite sure at all how from August 6th to August 20th it could be narrowed. So it's really unknown.
So, but there is a window there where, we could speak to one or more of the options that, we support. All right, I'm seeing a fair number of affirmative nods, so why don't we put that on the agenda for August 14th and put that down for a public hearing. We'll make some sort of statement on that issue.
Okay, we will do that. The second council item that came up that is in relationship to open space is the South Boulder Creek Flood Mitigation Project. And I've been talking in concept with Tom about how to set up future discussions with the Board of Trustees. And right now, preliminarily, what we're thinking of is to have sort of an informal discussion at the August 14th meeting, which will help set the stage for perhaps more detailed discussion, which could result in some sort of statement to council at the September board meeting. So right now, the thought is, and I'll continue to work with Tom on how we could put the agenda together on this, is to have actually a study session for about an hour on the 14th, which will be just an opportunity for us to have informal discussions to help give staff a sense of how we could support a September discussion. What type of information would you like from us? What would you like us to pull together? Give us an idea of where you might want to be heading with this, so staff could be supportive through a memo. Because right now, we really wouldn't know exactly how to support your discussion. So a August 14th meeting in a more informal session will help us to, from a staff perspective, to help support a discussion that you would like to have that would be a little bit more robust and detailed in September, in which you may or may not at that time come up with some sort of statement that you would like to make to council. We also would plan to have utility staff present at the 14th. And so if there's just discussions about the project, where it's at, if you have particular questions that perhaps is not best for an open space staff hat to wear, but more of a utilities hat, we have got confirmation that we could have utility staff present there. So right now, what we're thinking of is an informal type of discussion, possibly a study session type format for, and to maybe even have that ahead of the regular board meeting, so from like 6 to 7 on the 14th, and then convene into our regular meeting after that. So that's our initial thought, and I don't know, Tom, if you want to have anything to add to that.
Yeah, so I think there's a few concepts that we'd hope to cover. One would be just educating us on any updated information, the current state of play, to make sure we're all on the same page as of August 14th. The second is, if there's information that people want utilities or open space staff to gather, this gives them almost a month for us to provide that direction at that time and for them to gather it. And the third would be for us to, sort of decide. We're not going to decide substantively what the outcome of the September meeting will be, but to at least identify kind of how we want to wrap our arms around this. And, therefore, kind of how we want, that meeting to be structured on, kind of what are the topics on which we would be making a statement. I think there are some complicated nuances to what exactly, how we would attempt to structure that. So that's the vision, but this would certainly be the time if people, have a particular reaction to that or want to give staff some direction that would be helpful in advance of our study session 2 weeks from now.
The two things that I keep wanting more information about, and I don't know whether it's more or
Better?
consolidate the perspectives that we've heard, are the status of the underground flow monitoring and the question of what CDOT really said in that meeting, and whether there's any option for going back to CDOT and engaging that discussion more or not. And I don't know who has the correct perspective on that, but I've heard about both of those things.
Yeah.
But whether it's...
Were you asking them to answer those questions
No,
now, or just
not
identifying
asking
them for, okay, yeah.
Because I want a real robust discussion with
Okay, yeah.
Sure, I
substantive
understand.
input on the 14th.
And we can make sure the right staff are there
Yeah.
to address that.
Yeah,
Good.
yep.
Tom, the other thing that drives this, of course, is council's process for decision-making. And I know they had a meeting scheduled, study session-like meeting with CU, which they put back. I don't know if that's been rescheduled. I guess so. I guess all I'm saying is one thing that would be really helpful at that meeting would be to know what the schedule looks like, at least for the next 6 months.
Yeah, and we'll have Phil Kleisler from Planning Department. We're also hoping, and I think it's confirmed that he can attend as well on the 14th. So if there's process questions and timing questions of when certain things might be held, I think we can get Phil's perspective on that too, from a whole project, including annexation and the flood project. And
The obvious question is, when is council going to look for our input? And, is it going to be informal input? Is it going to be a disposal question? All those things play into our discussion, so.
Yeah. As far as timing, I think that if we came out with some sort of statement at September, that would work out well. I believe that what we heard pretty clearly at the council deliberations is they would like to hear back from the board. But we can get more detailed on exactly how you might want to tackle that and in what format in August, and so that could help tee up that September conversation. And September probably and likely will not be the last time that the board would continue to deliberate on
No, this wouldn't be the September would not be the vote on any final action, but it would be a statement that hopefully would give council some good guidance on where we are on at least.
Which is great. I always worry that all of a sudden we're going to be asked for a disposal motion.
No, and that's why I think it works out well that we're going to have an opportunity, this board will have an opportunity to say something a little bit more in a formal matter at this point, and then come back with something, probably need to be a more formal reaction later.
I think the disposal issue is certainly a high priority, and I'm hoping that during that study session, we can certainly have some conversation about, kind of how we perceive that particular issue.
Good.
And for the public's benefit, I think the expectation would be, given that there's quite a number of other staff who were asking to attend our study session, that the study session would be on the front end, just shortly after 6 o'clock. And then, obviously, if any member of the public wishes to speak to the CU South flood mitigation issue, we don't take public comment during the study session, but there will be general public comment sometime soon thereafter, which you'd be obviously welcome to speak to that if you wish.
The only other thing I can think of, Dan, is the mayor made it perfectly clear that she wanted you to bring back other options next time you came. And so I assume you're fully staffed up with engineers and that they'll be here.
We were envisioning that the board may want a little bit of time to talk about other options. So right now, that is in our vision of how we would structure discussion.
Good.
Right, I think it's partly on us to provide guidance on what, if we want another approach, well, what is that?
Yeah.
And you realize a month isn't a lot of time, but at least,
And we're not engineers either.
we're not, but for us to define, well, what is it that we have in mind that we would like engineering input on, and then hopefully we can hear back a month later on what that input is.
No? All right, great. And then my final statement is just today, for those of you who don't know, it's World Ranger Day. And Steve Armstead and I had the opportunity, and Mark, to go up to the top of Flagstaff and celebrate World Ranger Day with our ranger crew, as well as folks from Rangers from Boulder County, Louisville, CPW, and it was just, we had a really wonderful turnout and celebrated the work that rangers do worldwide, and in some countries putting their lives at stake. And of course, we've learned the hard way on our system this year several times of the immense importance of their work here on our system. So it was an honor for the three of us to attend that celebration, and I just want to say that publicly, that we really honor the work of the Rangers, and just welcome them in celebrating World Ranger Day today. And with that, that's matters from the department.
All right. So then we'll move on to item 5, the Open Space Mountain Parks Master Plan. I think we'll have Darren, you're doing a presentation before we go to public comment. Yeah.
That's right.
Mark, nice.
Well, I'm going to just kick off with just a minute, and for those of you who are at home, there's a quote from Theodore Roosevelt on the screen. Be practical as well as generous in your ideals. Keep your eyes on the stars, but remember to keep your feet on the ground. And I just want to say that anytime that I can be associated with Theodore Roosevelt, I'll take that opportunity. He was, being in the conservation field, of course, he was somebody in a historical perspective, even as a young lad, that I always very much looked up to. So I appreciate the quote that Theodore Roosevelt is on the screen. Just want to we've talked a lot about, and we've thanked you all and thank the staff and thank the community along the way, and we're going to continue to do that because the road is still ahead of us, although the finish line is in sight. But I just want to give you a personal perspective of just what this 18-month process, and particularly the last 14 months, have meant to me personally. Because as you know, my journey as interim director is very much tied and associated with the master planning process. And just what an experience it's been, not only to be in this chair, but to have the master plan sort of be that driving project that I've been asked to help shepherd through. And it's just truly been a gift to me to be able to be the big first focus that I got to wrestle with, is taking a project that is asked to take all the pieces that make up the open space system. And to think about it holistically, and to think about what it means to us, from what our aspirations are for this system, looking back at the past and how we got to this point, and looking ahead to the future. and looking at where we're going to put our priorities, where we're going to, what we're going to emphasize, but more importantly, what this all means to us personally. And it just truly has been a gift to be part of this process, to be part of this partnership that's represented in this room, from community members to our council and to, of course, our Board of Trustees, and a big part to our staff. And it's just, I just want to just think of this process as a gift, because it truly has been to me personally, and I also know it's been a gift to the staff. One of the things you could always hope as an organization is you have deep collaboration and deep respect for one another, and sometimes you can't, well, in all organizations, you can never take that for granted. And sometimes you're in a period where you actually got to go to work on that. And other times you have this coalescing type of experience. And the master plan, beyond the strategies and the actions and the prioritizations, what it's meant from us as a staff is a coming together like we've never come together before. Is all of us working together, from finance to resources to trails to education, and it's really been a unifying experience for us. So I know that some of that is not going to be reflected in a final document, but just please know that the other gift that we've been given from the master plan is just a collaboration experience that we haven't had, and quite like this, and that's also been a gift that may not show up in the actual wording. But so with that, I just want to turn things over to our champion of the master plan, and to Darren and Mark.
Thank you, Dan. And before we move on from thanks, I also want to thank our consultant team from Design Workshop. We have Anna Layborn, principal from Design Workshop, as well as Hadley Peterson in the audience. And they really have brought a lot of expertise to the project, from working on open space master plans in the Denver metro region, as well as up in, say, Vancouver, British Columbia, where the system and the politics are very similar. So it's been really helpful to have them on the team. So thank you too as well. So in case you had forgotten why we're here tonight, we are here to build off an inclusive engagement process that we've really worked on together with the community, with board, and with council. It's the culmination of a lot of work, and as I think you well know, for example, with public comments, we've received over 10,000, and we actually tallied up the number of hours that the board has collectively spent deliberating on this, and it's more than 300 hours, and that does not include any outside review time, phone calls, et cetera. So it really is the result of a lot of great minds and hearts working on it. And so we are hoping that by the time we leave tonight, we have your recommendation for city council acceptance. So the outline of how we'll move through this, we are going to, as Tom said, continue giving a staff presentation, and we're really going to take sort of a look back to say where we started, want to talk about where we are tonight in terms of the final draft and some adjustments that were made since the first draft, and then remind us where we're headed. What does this all mean? What is our vision? What does that really entail? And then pause for clarifying questions from the board, make sure there aren't any things that we could answer that would support deliberation. And then hold a public hearing, and then go through deliberation and ask for board action. We'll explain the process for the deliberative process a little bit more in detail when we get there, but just so you understand, we are hoping to move from front to back for the document. So move through each section in an organized way to make sure that we capture the changes that we might need to make tonight. So where we were, if you think back to before we had this master plan, we didn't have a master plan. But long before that, we also have inherited the legacy of a lot of forethought on the part of many generations ago to have preserved this incredible landscape that you can now see is bordered by interacting with a growing urban landscape. And so it really did take a tremendous amount of forethought and collaboration and shared values to make this system possible in the first place. The master plan itself has been our chance to do that same thing and to think forward about what do we see coming in the future that we can do something about today. And again, thinking back to when we started this process and we were going through the project management planning process and got actually council approval as well as board recommendation on that process, the very first question we asked ourselves was, what does the future of open space look like? That was one of our chief tasks. We also asked ourselves, what should we focus on to best fulfill charter purposes? And how can we connect past plans and create a unified set of strategies for the system? So it's always really good to go back and look at what our original charge was and to sort of check the boxes and see whether we've done a good enough job. And I want to also, as it relates to the third bullet, give a lot of credit to the board and council for having reminded us that while we had done work in the system overview, for example, in pulling together past plans and related policies, that we perhaps needed to do a better job in the actual plan itself in pulling that together to really create that unified whole. So it's really, to Dan's point, been such a collaborative process to make us achieve our original mission. So again, thank you. And also deep appreciation to the process committee. Tom and Kurt, that was above and beyond the board commitment. Monthly meetings with a lot of deliberation, and we started the process with the conversation of piloting, if you remember, recommendations that came out of the Public Participation Working Group, which then became the Engagement Strategic Framework. That set us on a course of making sure that we ran a process that was in alignment with citywide expectations for that. That helped us develop that project management plan that council approved. And part of all those recommendations really, again, with the process committee's guidance, really emphasized the need to start with a foundation of information. And so we put together, as you well know, a 200-page document that really put together a lot of data and information in a way that we hadn't done in the past. And it really facilitated a lot of informed conversations moving forward. And then the process committee also, as we got going on the process, really helped us at each engagement window, which was, a strategic way of letting the public know through a transparent way when we were ready to hear comments and when we were ready to close. We would work with worksheets like this with the process committee to make sure that we had the objectives and the approach right for that particular window. And so it really has been a very disciplined and thoughtful process, and I really, again, want to thank the process committee for making that happen. So we continued to pull that foundation of information through. We pulled together in both Spanish and English materials throughout the process. As an example of a little leaflet that we developed and shared at the beginning in our first engagement window about basic facts of OSMP, and asked a lot of important questions about what is important to you about OSMP. Why is it important for us to be here? What are your hopes for the future? What are your concerns about the future? And that really set the tone for the rest of the process. And you might remember in bottom right, we had an event downtown at the Boulder Library where over 400 children and families came. And we got a lot of important input in terms of making sure that we were really establishing a set of shared values that we could really build and enhance our foundation off of. And again, we continued to pull that process and the information through. So when we started talking about outcomes and strategies in the fall of 2018, we put together a series of posters at the community workshops where we were pulling maps and information like this together, where we were looking at the relationships between conservation and restoration opportunities. We talked about climate change. We pulled together community trends as it relates to volunteer participation, lots of other data and information to inform the discussion of how should that information inform our future? What are our aspirations and needs in relation to this data? And that became our outcomes. And then from there, the development of strategies, which again was a thoughtful process with the board to develop and refine those. And then in the next engagement window, continue to pull information forward. In this case, this is a poster from our community workshop where we were trying to summarize where we were from a financial standpoint moving forward in terms of changes in revenue structures and climate change and other factors that were going to affect our future. Put together, as you well know, a statistically valid survey, again, in both English and Spanish. And as part of that, met the original commitments of that project management plan, where we were asked by both board and council to make sure that we asked those hard questions about which things we needed to emphasize over other things. And we were using the term at the time of trade-offs. And so we really were trying to follow through on the commitments we made. So that's just a little kind of a review of where we were. And then in terms of where we are now, we, as you well know, have a final draft of this plan. And it's a pretty big moment, if you ask me. And we're really grateful and happy to be here tonight. I wanted to summarize what refinements we've made as a result of the input that we've gotten throughout the process, as well as the very last engagement window. So we enhanced the data story, and that was a big theme from both board and council. And we now estimate that we have a little over 40 data tables, graphics, or maps in the document, and over half of those are new that we've added. We have also made more clear the relationships to past plans. And we've clarified strategy language and supporting text. We heard a theme, for example, to decode what we were trying to say and make it more palatable or understandable. We added order of magnitude cost. That was another request to help both board, council, and the public understand our funding needs to achieve the vision of the master plan. And we highlighted example implementation actions and tried to explain better what the future might really look like as a result of having this guidance where we didn't have it before. So we also wanted to summarize what we've heard from the board in the most recent engagement, and so wanted to share that we thank you, board, for offering email comments to us. And I just wanted to also point out that part of those really were gratitude, and I can't tell you how much that means, like Dan said, to staff to hear that from board. It really goes straight to our hearts, and it means a lot, so thank you. The suggestions from an editorial standpoint that we heard that we as staff will address and do not think we need to talk about tonight are things such as acronyms, punctuation, typos, improving graphics, for example, in legends and readability. And in some cases, word choice. So it really, in the cases where it's not changing the content or intent, those are things that we feel like as staff we can address. From what we heard in other comments from the board, we do feel like we do need to set up discussion for some of these tonight. So by way of summarizing now, from the executive summary standpoint, we see the need from some of the comments to perhaps clarify what the global climate crisis means for us and what we can do about it, and perhaps the executive summary is one place we can do that. We didn't hear any comments that we need to discuss in section 1. So in section 2, which is really the heart of the master plan, where we're really talking about our outcomes and strategies, we heard needs to make final refinements to the strategy handles and descriptions, and so we'll walk through those again in the deliberative process later on. Strengthening interrelationships among strategies as it relates to the climate crisis and making sure that that story is understood as a whole, and clarifying our approach to visitor use management. In section 3, we, as staff in the memo, provided one suggestion that the board may want to deliberate on in terms of whether or not the strategy under ecosystem health and resilience about the learning lab to conservation needs to be elevated to a different tier. So we'll set up the from tier 3 to tier 2. So that was, again, in the board memo. So we'd like to ask the board's feedback on that tonight. And then in section 4, again, might be another place where we could integrate talk of the climate crisis in relation to the adaptive management cycle and how that would inform and relate to implementation. There were some comments on what future planning might look like, and so I wanted to give the board a chance to have a discussion about that tonight, as well as one suggestion to improve the way we talk about adaptive management and perhaps consider a different diagram to clarify the process. So this is a high-level summary of what we think that we need to walk away with clarity on tonight. And again, when we get to the deliberative part of the process, we will kind of be able to highlight in more specific ways what that is that the board may need to talk through. So what does this all mean? Just to remind us, where are we? What are we doing here? Once again, this has been our chance to look into the future. And so what we've done through the process is think about what are those things that we need to focus on. And so we've overlaid our system with 5 integrated focus areas that integrate the charter purpose and pull us through into very clear themes, management themes that we will focus on over the next decade. And honestly, even if the master plan had stopped there, that in of itself is truly a very valuable thing for staff and for the community to align around what are our priorities, what is it that we're going to be working on over the next decade. We know that council approved those focus areas last summer. And we are, again, tonight really talking about making sure that the content around all that is appropriate. We also know that we've heard through the process, as we've said before, about what that climate crisis really means. And we know that City Council recently passed a resolution to declare that it is an emergency, that it is a crisis that we need to address. And by doing so, we're joining other communities, other leaders around the state, the country, the world, in terms of recognizing the urgent action that we all need to take. And so we have, through the process and in the most recent revision of the draft, also made sure to integrate this as, since we are part of one city and one planet. We also know that by developing these outcomes and strategies, we've set ourselves up in a thoughtful way of being able to move through implementation in a structured fashion. And what I mean by that is, a lot of the strategies that we developed talk about some of the steps we may need to take in the future, say, for example, around desired conditions and indicators, or around updating management guidance, say for the Forest Ecosystem Management Plan or the Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan. But we also have a mix of outcomes and strategies in particular that then talk to pilots and implementation actions that we will take in the future as well. And so we've sort of set up and also strategies around, for example, the learning laboratory approach, where the strategy itself is to make sure that data continues to be an important part of the conversation moving forward. So we've sort of touched on almost every aspect of this adaptive management cycle in developing these, and have done the same as it relates to visitor use management and many, many other topics. And so we've really created ourselves a thoughtful process to walk through over the next decade. We also know that implementing the entirety of the vision takes a certain amount of funding, and we may or may not reach that desired level. And so we have set up and had many conversations about over the last number of months about how we make this plan reasonable and achievable. And so we went through a community process as well as with board and council to prioritize our strategies, and have developed through that process 3 tiers. Tier 1 being the most important, so to speak, to emphasize in the near term as part of implementation. We know that if you sort of see this diagram as a conceptual way of imagining that if we had all the funding to implement the master plan over the next 10 years, that would take us all the way to the right side of that. Even those strategies that are in the tier 1 that are the most important to emphasize may or may not see full funding achieved over the next decade, depending on what our priorities and needs are, and with additional guidance from board and council as we then move into the typical budget approval cycle, where we continue to get guidance on how to implement the master plan through that. We've set ourselves up with checks and balances, which is also a huge achievement, where we've said that we have these general funding targets that align with our focus areas and align with the feedback we got from the community in the statistically valid survey and through other mechanisms. And so, for example, through that process, we heard the primary importance of ecosystem health and resilience, and the criticality also of responsible recreation, and all these focus areas. And we aligned these general budget targets to sort of help us refine and manage our funding and our time with respect to community priorities, to make sure that those stay aligned. And again, what does this all mean? So we, in revising this draft, we separated out a separate implementation section where we tried to be more clear about what does this mean. So this is a diagram pulled exactly from the last section of the plan. We've just highlighted in a couple places what those mean. So we've talked about projects that we want to get to work on, and some of those, for example, involve restoring sections of Lower Boulder Creek. We talk about ongoing programs for maintenance of our trails, our water, and our agricultural infrastructure. We talk about other ongoing programs like youth engagement, which involve junior ranger programs that, although they're in tier 2, we continue to make progress towards. We also talk about future plans that we do need to undertake, where we have more complexity, where we haven't been able, for many reasons, at the master plan level to achieve specificity, where that is more appropriate in further conversations with the community to establish more on-the-ground guidance. And so it really has, we hope, felt like a broad process that has also brought us down to this point of focus, where we now have alignment about what we're going to be doing and what that looks like and how we're going to move through that process. So that's just a short encapsulation. Mark's going to take us into the next phase, and then we'll set you up for questions.
Thank you, Darren. Great summary. You'll notice that Darren and I will tag team a little bit tonight, and as we go into this next phase, we'll be working with Tom, obviously, as board chair, as you do your deliberations, get the public hearing, get some clarifying questions before that, and we're simply here to help facilitate that conversation with Tom and you guys deliberating. My job at this point is just to sum up the staff presentation, and you heard from Dan mention this unified approach, and I think one thing personally for myself was, I think it was in the second engagement window, and we had about 200 people turn up for a public meeting to discuss the focus areas before they got approved by council. And we spent a lot of time discussing values, and the city mayor was at that meeting, and personally it spoke to me about the sense of collaboration that was going on within the meeting. And there was a sort of pulse at that point that the community was coming together around the master plan. And that feeling, which felt really good at the time to see that collaboration emerging, seems to have been able to carry throughout the plan. So one thing up on the slide here, you simply see the two words, our plan. And what we mean by that is the sense that we feel like there is an integrated plan, master plan. It's been very collaborative, it's shared values, and that there is a realistic vision at the end of it. And tonight we're hoping that we can fine tune that to take it forward to council. I think one of the most important things is we have, through the sort of city working on a larger engagement process, which we've been a pilot for, it led us to really reach out above and beyond what we've done before. But what we understood from that was really, through prompting from board members, process committee, was to really share a foundation of knowledge. And we feel like the community and ourselves have all learned through this process more about the open space system. I remember one of our rangers coming up to me at the ecosystem focus area discussion saying, I've been in open space for 15 years, and tonight I've learned more about the system than I ever knew possible. And that sort of started to resonate with the community as well. Please get more of this information out. And I think that shared foundation of knowledge has led both the community, the staff, the board, the council, to really have informed decision-making, and that probably has made the biggest difference from a staff perspective on how this plan has come together. So that, for us, as Dan pointed out, the unifying element and that sense of achievement, it isn't only just for staff. We feel like it really has come through in the community and in the board, and we really appreciate that. Just to point out, remind us of, it's quite funny, if you remember, Darren had the mountain diagram, and we started off at the very bottom of the mountain, and we're kind of at the peak, looking now across the horizon, and these are like the final steps in the master plan process, and it's tonight we're here to consider the final draft. Tomorrow night it goes to the planning board, and I believe a few board members will be coming to that meeting. And then it will go to council on September 3rd. And after that, it's kind of where the master plan comes to life, in truth. You know, it's this living, breathing thing. It's not just a document. And so we'll work on the illustrative aspects of the plan at that point. And we'll also be starting to work as staff on the plan integration, because obviously in 2020, when we come back to the board with Lauren, with the budget and the work plan combined, that's when you'll be using the master plan to inform the decision-making and the priorities and how the budget gets aligned to all the different projects we'll be working on based upon Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 strategies. So we're at the point where we can take clarifying questions from the board. We have, after that, we'll do the public hearing, and then we'll move into the deliberation. At the deliberation point, Darren and I will introduce sort of the format with Tom for how we'll move through the deliberation, you know, going one section at a time, as Darren mentioned. In terms of clarifying questions, obviously Darren and I and Dan are here to answer general questions. We also have all our subject matter experts, the core team staff in the audience to also answer questions, and our consultants. So with that, I'll pass it over to Tom for clarifying questions.
Yeah, so I think at this point, the clarifying questions should just be more at the sort of top level. I think any questions that are specific to a particular section, we ought to just take those up as we run through the document. Does anyone have anything they would want to ask just at the sort of high level? All right. So thank you. Why don't we then go to public comment on this? We have 4 people signed up. Gary Sprung, then Mike Barrow, Steve Watts, and Alan Delamere. So just come on down. You'll each get, as always, I think you've all spoken a lot, so I won't go through the rules. So.
Howdy. Gary Sprung, I live in North Boulder near Linden and Broadway. There's a lot of good stuff in this plan. I don't disagree with any of the goals and strategies. I do disagree with the prioritization of strategy RRSE 7, build new trails as guided by past and future plans. The plan puts that into tier 3, lowest priority. To me, this means the North Sky Trail, planned by the North TSA process, will not happen for a very long time. The plan puts RRSE, reduced trail maintenance backlog, into tier 1. Taking care of what you've got is, of course, a prudent strategy in life. And in at least one realm, roads and highways, I think we should build nothing new. The backlog of maintenance for roads and bridges in America greatly exceeds available funding, and roads with their consequent development are a primary cause of habitat destruction. OSMP's trails also have a big maintenance backlog. The document puts $5 signs to this strategy. Most of the old trails have unsustainable design, which causes significant erosion. I agree that maintenance of existing trails is very important. But there is also a big need for the North Sky Trail. This community went through an emotional political process about that. The city council decided the trail should be built. I thought the city had made a commitment to build it in the near future. I would point out that the Build New Trail strategy has only $3 signs. And when it comes to building North Sky, you would likely find there an enormous resource of volunteers. A contractor or a city staff manager who focus primarily on good use of volunteer labor might get it built for a lot less money than normal. Your survey indicated that people support maintenance over new trail construction by 3 to 1. But I wonder how many people would take that stance if they knew that prioritization means we don't get our connector trail to the north. I hope I am incorrect in this deduction from the words of the plan. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Gary. Mike Barrow?
Mike Barrow, 1103 Alexandria in Lafayette. I'm speaking as just me and not representing BMA tonight. With regard to the process, I thought the master planning process went pretty darn well. The final draft took but this final draft of the plan took us off the rails and into the weeds. 100 extra pages dropped on us less than, well, just about 2 weeks before this meeting is, well, by design, that dropped a whole lot of people off the engagement, in my opinion. I don't think that was a very good idea. I think the content that was included in that 100 pages was relevant, but to almost double the size of the document and give interested parties 2 weeks to read and process it simply just excluded a lot of people from engagement. You were at a strong B, but I think this drowning in data took the overall grade for this process to a C- or maybe a D, in my opinion. That's about process. Now for the content. I found most of the plan reasonable. We have a very complex system. We got a lot of things addressed, and I have to share Gary's comments about the significant issue of RRSE 7, build new trails as guided by past and future plans. I can understand the need to take care of what we have, but I also recall how much time and resources was spent on the North TSA by this board, staff, and the public at large. It was a lot of work. I can hear the drum beats in the document, driving the focus away from creating the North Sky Trail and revamping Boulder Valley Ranch trails to the shelf, basically. Please don't let this trail study plan sit on the shelves and become so stale that we have to do it all over again in a decade. The plan was approved 3 years ago, and we barely have started to scratch implementation at this point. Yes, absolutely, positively, take care of what we have, but honor the commitments that have been made. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Steve Watts?
Hi, I'm Steve Watts, 600 block of Tantra Drive. This evening I speak as community organizer for the Boulder Public Lands Coalition, which consists of the Boulder Area Trails Coalition, Boulder Mountain Bike Alliance, Boulder Trail Runners, Colorado Mountain Club, Community Cycles, Friends Interested in Dogs in Open Space, Open Boulder Foundation, and WellWise LLC. We voice our collective support for the 2019 Open Space and Mountain Parks Master Plan. OSMP staff have led a commendable process in engaging the community and using those ideas to create focus areas that define broad management themes for OSMP that we agree with. Overall, this is a solid master plan, but it will impact our community's interests, our constituency interests. And thus we advocate for supporting staff decision-making that's based on sound science and best practices, new acquisitions that are strategically important to fulfill OSMP charter provisions, including the potential for new trail connections, allowing additional passive recreation access to public lands currently closed under OSMP's purview, and spreading use out among low-use areas, and importantly, encouraging passive recreation for the health and well-being of our community. But personally, I'd like to share just a couple of takeaways from this process that I see as important. Simply, planning is good, process is quite important, but too much or really too little public process disenfranchises our community, especially the silent majority that is busy making a living, raising kids, and trying to stay healthy. The Boulder Public Lands Coalition is prepared to partner with OSMP to find ways to improve process while honoring Boulder's long history of civic engagement. And we have already begun that process with OSMP Community Relations, Partnerships, and the City of Boulder engagement staff. Thank you very much for your service, and thank you, Andrea, and best of luck.
Thanks, Steve. Alan Delamere?
I've got 8 slides, but I'm going to have to change it because I met with Open Space this afternoon a little bit. So the first slide.
Wait 1 second, sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Trail backlog is the theme, and I've been sharing my views on this with Dan and Tom over the last few weeks. Basically, it's the elephant in the room, and I'll show why later. So even if we get full funding, the backlog has grown to unmanageable levels. Reduced funding that's been suggested by council recently will make the situation worse, and we need a major change in management philosophy to start reducing the backlog. Asking for more money will not be well received, and we need to be creative of using existing resources. This is the $100 million proposal. I'm not going to spend any time on it, but this is what is in the master plan at the moment. $100 million to $200 million is to be spread over a number of years. Now, there's a big discrepancy because Dan showed numbers of 36 to 46 million, and the open space master plan, the current one, is only showing 10 to 20. I'll go into that in a little bit more detail. This is the Tier 1, and the first item on the list, I don't know, I haven't studied it, I hope somebody is, because I don't know what it's all about. The numbers are basically numbers pulled out of fresh air at times. They then go to a ROM, and having good numbers like I saw today with the blue, with the red, yellow, and green, that's certainly the right direction. But we'll only really know what the real cost is when the work is complete. So our poor maintenance has increased the backlog over the years, and right now, my guess is that it's going to cost between $20 and $80 million to fix the backlog. and we've only got the 10 to 20 shown. Now, Dan's numbers may be extended over more than 10 years, so that could account for a little bit, but I think having the backlog last longer is not appropriate. So how did it increase? I won't go into much detail. There's probably more reasons than I'm showing on this slide of why the backlog's increased. Now, how can we stop it growing? Well, we need to make it a very high priority. I think that all Dan's staff every morning, they should ask themselves, what can I do today to reduce the backlog? It's only when we start addressing it seriously will they get a place. And of course, we could restrict visitation. We should stop publishing our open space in the Denver Post. We could close the parking lots. We could have a bus system for people using it. We could have a tag system where people put it on and to be able to use the thing. So I don't know what the real solution is, but basically the open space master plan as written, I can't support. If you change the title to Open Space Master Vision, then I can support that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Leah, is there one more?
Yeah.
Is it L?
L.
Okay, L.
Hi, good evening. I signed up as Leslie Hitchcock Cushman tonight because I used to be Leslie Whiteside here in Boulder, and that's where my roots are. I was a community builder. This is my hometown. This is where we had our kids, where we raised them. This is the community that I have poured my heart and soul into. As far as like the rancher's wife hat, when I gave a nod to the ag plan to city council, my rancher buddies, my cowboys told me there is no way we can support that ag plan. It has no prairie dog plan in it. It was the day of the talk to city council. I was supposed to go say it, and I called Jane. I have never been the more popular. I got 15 phone calls a day. I was already on the prairie dog working group. I wasn't allowed to talk to her or any of you about prairie dogs. That was the protocol that we agreed to in that group. This master plan without something in place for these prairie dogs would be a bad plan. But I'm going to climb up on my soapbox for a minute. I worked at Rocky Flats. I own the copyright to some of those documents in those missing boxes. And I can't say what's in those drums, but I own the copyright to the drawings that were drawn as an artist out along that fence line on the east-north side of that property. I met with Matt Jones yesterday, the commissioner of this county and a stewardship committee member of Rocky Flats. He found out about it in the paper. I am disgusted and embarrassed. I know you guys have worked so hard on everything, and you always do, but this is a big mark. That's all I have.
Thanks, Leslie.
You didn't even have to buzz me.
All right, okay, then we will close public comment and move on to actually working through various proposed changes. So I think the plan is to move through the document sequentially. I should say,
I'm sorry, maybe I should have brought this up. Could, maybe we just talk for a minute about what's going to happen to the document between now and when it's given to council and what that time frame is. And obviously, you're not going to make changes between tonight and tomorrow night for planning. So maybe you just walk us through what your expectations are for that.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll walk through a little bit of the deliberation today, and then Darren will follow up on how the next iteration of the master plan will be produced. So as you can see here for OSB deliberation tonight, you have basically executive summary in section 1. Tom will lead the board deliberation. I'll introduce some of the major comments we've heard from the board. And then at the end of that deliberation, when you've reached consensus, Darren, who's been taking notes, will confirm what staff heard from the board and said, is this correct? We'll basically work our way through each section. In section 2, because of the level of detail, we'll go through each focus area, then stop, see if did we hear this correct. At the end of that hopefully, once we get consensus tonight, would allow us to move to the motion. What Darren has heard from the board tonight, we'll be able to compile into an updated version of the master plan that would be a red line version that would incorporate board comments and the planning board comments tomorrow night.
So what Mark means by that is the version that you see and you've had in front of you shows the highlighted in gray areas, the major places changes were made. And so we will do the similar thing in this next version. In other words, the gray boxes will go away. Then we will add them back where OSBT and Planning Board has recommended changes. So we as staff need to walk away with clarity tonight, what changes the board needs to make. In many cases, we may not need to wordsmith as long as we can agree from a head nod perspective of what the content needs to be, then we will make sure that we capture that. Those comments then at a high level will be summarized for the planning board tomorrow night so that they can understand where the board was. Depending on the number of comments or the number of sort of major changes, we'll have to be judicious on how we summarize that for the planning board. We want to make sure that the intent of the conversation is captured for them.
I've assumed that the planning board's purview is how this matches with planning documents like the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. And so I've sort of assumed that if we don't tell you to take out everything about the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, Planning Board probably won't care that much about other changes we make that aren't within their purview. Is that right? I'm just trying to figure out
Sure.
what they would need to know.
Yep, you bet. So their specific jurisdiction is sort of twofold. So they are also part of the CIP, the Capital Improvements Plan approval process. So they want to make sure that what we're recommending is in general alignment with the citywide CIP. They also then do have jurisdiction over how this aligns with the comp plan as a whole. So there's a bit of a housekeeping procedure. They'll make a second motion, hopefully tomorrow night, where they say they will recommend that a summary of our master plan get included in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. Right. And that is the same jurisdiction then that council will have. So essentially, Planning Board makes two recommendations to council, and council makes those changes. Now, the caveat, though, that we understand is that because the planning board sort of sees all master plans, that they may also have a lens around looking at it from that perspective.
Okay. Thanks.
And have they all received this same document that
They sure have. Yep. Yep.
And so the window for any changes closes when for council? When is your submission day for council?
So the memo to support the council meeting on the 3rd is due August 22nd. So that is when we anticipate producing the next draft for their review.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, with that, we can move into the deliberation, and we'll start with the executive summary in section 1. The executive summary is page 1. The section 1, for anyone following the master plan, is page 29. The main comment we heard from the board was clarifying what global climate crisis means for OSMP, and it was this idea that we've introduced climate crisis, and how do we explain that in the executive summary, not just from a global perspective, but what actions we can take. I would say that if, in the executive summary, if we can hold off from discussing the individual strategy handles and changes, we'll get to that in section 2. And then just a final point, I forgot to mention, staff were hoping we might take a break around about 8:30 tonight, a short break if that's possible. Thank you. Okay, over to Tom.
So we all have probably comments maybe on every page in the document. Are we planning to go through page by page? What's your thinking?
My suggestion would be anything that's in the nature of a copy edit, wordsmithing that, fairly is not substantive and doesn't warrant a board discussion, that kind of stuff. I would not propose to go over any of that. if someone sees something that someone else has flagged, because I think this document contains all of our such edits, I guess they can raise it, but my suggestion would be, let's not go through those. And if staff, if you've seen something that someone may have thought was a copy edit, but you actually raises a substantive point, let's make sure that you flag that as we go through. But otherwise, I wouldn't do that, and would just propose to take this section by section and then just have each person identify what changes they would propose, and to just use a simple format of, rather than, I don't want to vote on each one of these things, we're certainly not going to have motions on each such change, but rather if someone doesn't like, someone says, here's what I propose, we'll just do a quick look around, and if someone objects, kind of raise your hand and say, no, I need to talk about that. And if you're good with it, you don't need to explain why you're good with it. We don't need to amplify things. Just let's focus on things where the change actually requires some further discussion. Would be my suggestion on how to proceed. And maybe we can just alternate the order in which we go down the line. So if that's...
And all the yellow highlights, I don't quite understand.
Sure, I was just going to offer just a little bit clarity of process. So just for members of the public too, we've summarized in a document that looks a bit like this, the comments that we've received via email from board members in the last few days. We've had a chance to go through most, but not all of them, because some of them came in later this afternoon. And those are the ones in yellow. So that's all that means, is that we as staff have not had the opportunity to review those, to flag anything in particular that we think we need to talk about tonight. Everything that is not highlighted means that we have had that chance, and that we have gone through, and by way of the previous summary that I offered, called out those things that we as staff need clarity on. If there is in each section something that we might have missed that you think we need to talk about, then that will be something that members of the board can bring up.
And how do we know if you agree or disagree with what we've said?
So we haven't made a determination in terms of as staff what we agree or disagree with. It was more a scan and analysis that we did to understand which are editorial that we know staff can take care of without compromising any of the public process, and flag those things that we felt like we needed to hear deliberation from the full board on for everything except those highlighted.
And I'm sorry, how did you flag those when we're...
In the summary, and then for each section, you'll see it pulled out here.
Oh, okay.
So for example,
Okay.
in the executive summary in section 1, this is really the only thing that we saw that we feel like we need to talk about, absent the strategy language, because we're going to do that in section 2.
And just to clarify, this was and if board sees something that's missing here that feels like that needs deliberation, we'll, through Tom's guidance, we can pick up on.
So, yeah, and I should also explain, what I sent, which is actually consistent with my email, what I sent, I only sent copy edits. I only have a handful of substantive edits and suggestions, and I'll raise those as we go through the document. So what I propose then is, starting with the executive summary, maybe start with Kurt and just go this way, whether anyone has a suggestion on the executive summary that you think rises to the level of warranting running it by the board. And I'd also recognize that there may be things in the executive summary that are just a quotation from something that appears in a later section. In that case, my proposal would be discuss it in the substantive section where it appears, recognizing that may, will carry over to the executive summary, but let's, avoid discussing those things twice, just discuss them in the section in which they appear.
So does it sound like we can work from this, and that way we've covered everything? Is that, there's this, and then...
I'm a little concerned
And the other thing that would help, I think, is your stating page numbers of what we're looking at as opposed to titles of sections. Because everything is organized by page number, and I'm not sure what page numbers we're talking about right now.
Sure. So I think what you're referring to, so the executive summary starts on page 1, and then section...
Okay, so we're not in the IIs.
No.
Okay.
So what I would hope is that if the comment someone is making is something that has already appears in writing in this, it may be helpful to just say, well, where is it? So we have the specific wording, but otherwise, my suggestion is to have each person on each section identify what they want to raise with the board, rather than, I'm really struggling to use this document as the principal organizing tool, but rather use it to help illuminate a comment where, so, Kurt, I was just going to go from right to left, but I can start in the other order, but
No, that's fine, I'm just.
we've got to start somewhere. And so, on the executive summary, is there something you want to bring?
Sure, so we're covering everything in the executive summary, even though some of it may be in other sections too, but we're going to cover it now, okay? So I'm only going to raise things that I think are worthy of board discussion.
Yes.
I agree with you completely. And so the first one on my list, and it sounds like it's on others, is climate change. I think we need a sidebar in the executive summary that calls attention to all the things we're doing on climate change, because I think they're remarkable in scope. So I'm voting for that. And
We as a department, we as a city, can you clarify the scope of this particular sidebar you're proposing?
the department.
Okay.
We've got probably 10 strategies that all contribute to addressing, mitigating, adapting to climate change. And I think it's worthy of having a sidebar in the executive summary because, as you showed, council has just declared an emergency. Our mayor's going to be testifying before Congress pretty soon. So I think the way it is, the reader wouldn't get that strong impression, and I think we should do that.
So, any objection to that?
No.
Okay, and so I'll rely on you to say if you need more clarity on the exact wording or content, that you'll say so.
Yep.
Well, assuming you get it, we'll.
And at the end of each section, just to reiterate, I will summarize at a high level. I also want to remind you that Juliet is in the back of the room taking very detailed notes. So we have a lot of ways of making sure we get things right.
May I add something about that before is that the way you want to do it, or you want me to?
That's fine. If it relates to the specific comment, let's cover it all at once.
I think just to focus this on OSMP as a department, it would be very helpful if somebody like Brian, who has all the numbers at his fingertips, could say something about what OSMP offers and does for the city. Because we have 46,000 acres of land, we have X acres of forested land which sequester how many gazillion whatever units of carbon, and X gazillion acres of grasslands which sequester X gazillion units of carbon. When they're in high quality status, which they're not, and that part of the role of the master plan is strategies like controlling invasive species so that they get into a better status and therefore can sequester more carbon. And I think that level of detail is important because I don't think either the council or the general public has a clue about that role of OSMP. And it's currently not in the plan anywhere.
So I would echo both what Kurt and Karen said. The concern I have, and it's somewhat reflected in the executive summary, but it's more substantively dealt with in the subsequent section, is that I thought the language was pretty general and pretty vague, and there are a whole bunch of things that we're doing, I think, that should be identified very specifically. And the concern I had is that in the more detailed section 2, the two things that were identified that we could do would be to incorporate national modeling and doing further research, and all of that sounds kind of vague and general and fluffy, because I think we've actually are doing and can do a whole bunch of very significant actions. I find the fact that we need to extrapolate from a federal model to the local, is probably not a high priority in my opinion. For this particular subject.
Okay. Yep.
I'm fine with that. I just wanted to, is that at a level, do you need us to craft any language or further substance around that comment?
I feel clear on what that is.
Okay,
Yep.
great.
Great.
Okay, back to you.
My next one, and this is a wording thing, but since it's a title for a strategy, it's something that we've kind of, yeah.
Section 2.
And so I didn't even notice it until I read it, this last week. I would like to change the wording on RSE 5 to just sort of flip the wordings to say, manage passive recreation activities requiring an OSMP permit. That way there's no question about what the word permitted means. The way it reads now, it says we're going to manage permitted activities, which seems a little odd since they're allowed already.
Oh,
Read your preferred language.
Yeah.
Right here.
I would change it to read, manage passive recreation activities requiring an OSMP permit.
I don't think, I think, I think you just changed it. I think, well, I thought what this section was permitted in the broad sense of permissible, not activities requiring a, no, this is.
No, it's for
So just for clarity of process, if you don't mind, because I think we could end up spending our whole night on the executive summary, we wanted to talk about changes such as this in section 2.
Okay, that's
We go
fine.
through focus area by focus area.
And it allows the board then to compare as they move
Yeah,
through. as
great.
opposed to- yeah.
Okay, to my next one. And this gets to your theory of what an executive summary should be, but I was reading the main report, and all of a sudden, there's 3 tiers of priorities that had never been introduced. It's all introduced in the executive summary, and so I would recommend we move what's on page 23, or a significant part of it, because it's a lot of detail for the executive summary about establishing the 3 tiers of priority, and move that instead into the main report. And that would be moving it basically to page 31.
Kurt, just so I understand, this particular section is a summary of more detailed information that comes in section 3 in the main document. And so I just want to make sure I understand what you're proposing. Are you suggesting that page 23 through 26 in total moves?
I guess, let me just say what I see the problem is and leave you guys to figure out how to solve it. And that is that when you're reading the main report, you get to a table where it's got 3 tiers of priorities, but you've never heard about 3 tiers of priorities or how they were developed.
In section 2?
In section 2, because it's all in the executive summary. And again, it has to do with your theory of what an executive summary is, but I think the main report should stand alone. And that's kind of an important process we went through to get the 3 tiers.
So what I think I hear, perhaps the solution, if this is okay with the board, is that let me try, is that we may keep what's in the executive summary if we then also add some description of what that prioritization process means.
Yep.
And so I think maybe perhaps one of the best places for that is at the beginning of section 2.
Yeah.
Perhaps where we then get in, right before you would then come to that first table.
Yeah, right. I would agree.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I think,
So both places, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
I think that's all I've got in the executive summary. Thanks.
Dave?
Okay.
Okay, as am I.
One thing for the executive summary, I feel like we need a couple sentences of context right before table 0.1, so the dollar sign table, if you will. Looking through just the numbers, like I was surprised by a couple. I was like, really? It costs that much? So I think a couple sentences of introduction, such as, in layman's terms, infrastructure projects cost a lot. Programmatic items, it's already kind of sunken prepaid costs, if you will, in staff time. And just kind of to give an overview of why some end up having huge dollar signs and why some are pretty relatively cheap.
Is that something the rest of the board feels okay with adding?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I had in executive summary.
Karen?
I don't have any.
Okay. If we're okay keeping the same sequence, anything on section 1, Kurt? or frankly, anything on section 1 from, well, let's start with Kurt.
Yeah, and if you want to start the other end, that's fine too, I don't care. So on figure 211, and Dan, I appreciate your phone call on that. All I wanted to make sure.
Oh, wait.
Wait a minute.
Wait, this is just section 1.
Section 1.
I doubt there's anything on section 1, I just want to check. But,
So starting on page 29.
Right, yep.
And if you
Thank
can
you.
call out the page number when you,
Oh, no, I did have something on section one.
okay.
I am so sorry. And actually, someone else brought this to my attention, but on 34, we provide OSMP guidance. We give a summary of the charter purposes for open space, and now that I look at it again, I do think something that critical, we should just insert section 176 whole, and that way you avoid any arguments about, well, you left out something, I didn't like your summarizing this word and that word, and just because it's so critical, I would just put the whole thing in at 176.
Head nods.
that's fine.
Okay.
Just quoting 176 rather than the couple-word summaries.
Yeah. I know it takes a little more space, but then
That's okay.
nobody's offended that you left out something or you emphasized something, and et cetera.
Okay, no, Andrea? Nope, Karen?
My only concern is on page 31, the end of the paragraph entitled "Why a Master Plan," the last line. Providing new opportunities for enjoyment of our open space sort of struck me as wide open, and I'm not sure what you are referring to there, as opposed to providing many opportunities. Is the word "new" critically important from a staff perspective? Could it be many? Could it?
Yes, I'm nodding my head in case, I mean, that's my interpretation, yeah.
I think that would.
Okay, many's okay?
Well, do we need an adjective for opportunities? Why can't we just say provide opportunities?
I'm fine with,
That's fine.
I don't need an adjective.
Okay, all right.
Moving right on
All
to
right.
section 2.
Karen, do you want to reverse order?
Let's keep going the
Oh,
same
Kurt,
order. I'm in the
Kurt,
swing of
sorry.
things, yeah.
That's all right.
Lead off hitter.
35.
Let's just do section,
Tom?
2.1.
Sorry, could we just pause a minute, Darren? We'll summarize what she.
Oh,
Just for
okay.
clarity, it's going to be
Okay.
easy on this first one, probably harder as we get along, so just get in the habit.
Okay.
So on the executive summary, I heard clarity around wanting to describe what the global climate crisis means for OSMP and more specifically, what OSMP is doing and will do and what we do for the city in terms of sequestration, how invasive weed management plays into that story, including modeling and research, et cetera. And then adding context for the dollar signs, why particular things may cost more or less. On section 1, insert the exact language from section 176 on charter purposes, and then remove the new in front of opportunities. Head nods. Great. Okay, terrific.
Excellent. So now we move to section 2, and
So 2.1,
yes. And Tom, we have a little just intro on the slide here for ecosystem health and resilience. And in terms of comments we heard from the board, those were the 3 main strategies we heard content comments around.
okay.
Could you just start by saying what you heard about what's going to be put in here from the first part that you've already got?
Certainly. So that we would insert,
Because I'm not clear where you.
probably on just after page 35, we would insert a description of what the priority tiers mean.
So before you start reading 2.1?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So Kurt, changes to propose on 2.1.
Yeah, and again, it was just to sort of confirm, we're calling out that area as one of the largest habitat blocks. I just wanted to make sure that's our assessment of that and how we portray it.
Page number that you're on?
I'm sorry, it's on page 42.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just want to make sure this graph wouldn't change if we redid it after the North Sky Trail was built.
Brian, would you like to speak to that?
Hi, Kurt.
Hey, Brian.
Yes, the graph wouldn't change. In fact, we took that 300-acre block out, and that's what you're seeing here.
What 300-acre block?
Everything east of the North Sky Trail.
Got it. Okay, so that's the number of acres that you're using for 4.
Would be excluding that.
West of the, yeah.
Yep.
And first, I'm just looking at the graphic.
You just want to confirm that the North Foothills HCA would remain on this chart with or without the North Sky Trail?
In our analysis of...
The way it was done, it was already removed. So if we put it back in, it would be even larger.
Oh.
So it doesn't change, the chart is still good either way.
Okay, and that's all I wanted to make sure. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian.
And I don't think I mean, I suggest a lot of wording changes, but I assume you guys are looking at that, and we don't need to discuss that. So, I mean, I'll just give you an example. I think, I'm looking at page 76. I think it's good to explain a little bit about why most of our ag land is in grazing.
We're not going to agriculture yet.
We're still in section
2.1.
It's like riding a bike. We'll get going here.
We're going.
All right.
I don't think, we're only doing EHR, right?
Yes.
All right.
I'm not going to say that's why I'd rather go through the document.
All right.
Okay.
If you have more, we can,
That's all right.
don't forfeit your rights, Dave.
I'm just doing this to make it easy for everybody else. To look good.
Set a low bar.
Good work. You did it for me.
So I had a couple of things, as you know, on this, in EHR 2 on 47. You know, being a planner for all those years and then seeing that, you know, one of our top priorities is to plan and then do more plans, just strikes me as pretty bureaucratic. And I think, from my perspective, a better description of this particular strategy would be to say, okay, you know, here's what we know, here's what we've done, and here are some things that, you know, we've accomplished in the future, and, you know, here are some things we might want to consider, among them being the updating of, you know, the various resource plans. It just strikes me that, you know, the second thing that people encounter is more plans. And I think what this document ought to do is give guidance to, you know, kind of managing the grassland and forest ecosystems, what we've done, which would include updating the respective plans for them. So that
sounded like a more, that you're proposing to change the wording of the actual title of the strategy. Which is something I think we probably ought to discuss. Is that?
Yeah.
That would be my proposal.
Okay,
and I would welcome the discussion.
Sure, yeah, that's good. Is your proposed language in this document, or do you want to just read to us what you would propose to say, or?
No, I don't have anything to, let's see. All I'm thinking is that we've got 30 years of monitoring data. We ought to be able to say something about the status of the major ecosystems and springboard off of that into, okay, what is it that we need to, you know, keep our focus on in the future? And part of that focus would be updating the resource plans.
So if we strike the word plans from the title of EHR2, instead of just update system guiding ecosystem management, and then have the first, after the colon, something that's a little more general about updating and using, you know, available data, including updating the plans, does that, I don't know if that accomplishes what you're trying to do to broaden this beyond just, well, just updating the plans. Because I think at this point, it is specific to updating the plans themselves.
Is your sense, if I understand it, is that one of the problems with number 2 is it doesn't say do anything? And so a question I would have is, does EHR 1 cover the doing for grasslands and forests, or does it not say enough? I mean, it's focused on large habitat blocks.
Right.
So
I would rather retain that focus in EHR 1.
right, but your feeling is that that doesn't give you the impetus to manage grasslands and forest ecosystems.
Right.
And it's not in 2 either, because that says update your plans.
Yes, I would suggest that there be language that specifically speaks to grassland and forest ecosystems, the status of them. And then, because when you look at table 2.1.1, you know, basically the overall evaluation is that they're only in fair condition. So we ought to be doing something about that. And that's what I'm saying, is that among the doing would be updating the plans, but we ought to be saying something more specific on what it is that we think we need to do or continue doing.
Was this originally titled Take an Ecosystem?
Yeah, the original language in the initial draft in May,
Yeah.
and why this language changed after the study session with board and council. The May version was manage entire ecosystems using a holistic approach to planning. So that was the handle. And the comments we got from the mayor and some council members is that was one of those things, could you decode that? What are you trying to mean by that?
And now it's shifted into a planning statement, which I agree is not very active. It's just a planning statement. And I think what we want to say is some hybrid of what you just read out without a planning statement amended to it.
And the hybrid would be manage entire ecosystems. I think that would.
Instead of one species focus, to higher, then.
Yeah.
And so.
And then the plant, then in the explanation.
Can it say manage and improve the health of entire ecosystems?
Yeah. Maybe I don't know, ecological condition, but I don't want to
Okay.
sound too bureaucratic
Okay.
either.
So just to clarify, if it's worth looking at EHR 1 and the statement there, and then comparing that with EHR 2, because they complement each other. The EHR 1 gets more, perhaps, Dave, to what you're talking about, the action side of it, and then the EHR 2 was getting to more of the planning side of it.
And then just to
Yeah, but we
complete the
don't want
story.
to shift to a planning
Yeah,
side of it.
but one just talks about habitat blocks and corridors, which is not what I'm talking about.
So you're looking to
looking at
reinstate that,
ecosystem.
the policy component of managing entire ecosystems.
Right,
Okay.
of which updating or revising management plans are a component.
I am uncomfortable with this suggestion because of the study session that we had with council, that once we started talking about, what we actually meant with this language was, we need to update these plans. They're like, sold American, let's do that. And I see no shame in creating a plan that then gives us clear action after that. So, and I think we're going to see this theme throughout, so I should have brought this up during clarifying comments, but what is the intended update cycle of this plan? Because if we're trying to get everything, exact right wording, thinking that this is I'm gonna have to create these plans, update these plans, and then act upon them, and I'm not gonna revisit this language for 15 years, that's gonna say one thing to how we go through this deliberation process. If it's the next board, 5-year cycle, like with the transportation master plan, we're going to revisit it. We're going to mess with some language. We've made this kind of progress on these planning efforts, and now we're ready to move into doing something. Then we tweak the language on EHR2, for example.
Well, the experience in this department has been 20 years at least. So if one wants to base their projection on experience, that would be it.
Okay.
I think just as one staff answer to that, because this is a 10-year plan, that's the horizon of this guidance.
Right.
We know that other departments have been in the habit of updating their master plans on a 5-year cycle. We know, though, also that the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Planning process is looking at more now having minor updates and major updates, where those conversations may be more surgical at an interim checkpoint and more full at a 10-year checkpoint, say. We, as part of the next step, so we have a strategy under financial sustainability to update the planning framework. That would be where we confirm that approach with the board's input next year.
Okay, so no plan, what I'm hearing is no plan for a minor update cycle. It's 10 years before this document is revisited.
As we're describing it now.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe a compromise proposal would be to manage entire ecosystems and update system plans guiding ecosystem management or something like that.
Dave, I would love to stick in a couple words. You draw our attention to 2.1.1, the table, that would say something like, manage ecosystems to improve the areas identified in table.
How about improve the ecological conditions, improve their condition?
Yeah, based on monitoring and et cetera, so that there's some direction to it. But I think you're right. I think we kind of moved quite a ways from the previous wording of this, and I think we need to find some middle ground.
And the answer is walking up to Darren right now, and it is.
Yeah, still don't have it. Still don't have them.
Hopefully this will be useful. I checked in with the core team members who led the EHR effort, Brian and Heather, on this. If you look at the other EHR strategies, what I think you'll see is that those strategies, Dave, are a lot of the things that will improve the conditions of the forest and grassland. So those are the kind of high leverage strategies that will get us there to improve those fair conditions and make them better. And so totally understand your point about do more planning at the beginning of a plan, but I also wanted it to be clear that the EHR component of this plan took a careful look at what we needed to do in terms of master plan level high leverage strategies to improve the biodiversity health or ecological health of the primary systems on open space.
I appreciate your comments, Mark. However, I don't find the word ecosystem in any of the subsequent strategy titles, and I still believe that we ought to focus on that to highlight the importance of those elements. And if we need to include update resource plan or update forest and grassland plans in the title, I'm okay with that. But I do think we ought to say something about managing entire ecosystems to improve their health and update the plants or something.
To improve their condition.
Yeah.
But the reason this became a Tier 1 strategy is to update the plans. And so I feel like that statement needs to be the leading statement. It's you update the plans with the goal of guiding ecosystem management, and then act upon ecosystem management or something. You're trying to activate it, right? Take the plan and then do something.
Well, I see the plan as doing something. The unfortunate thing from my perception is that it's a secondary action for what the primary purpose of this strategy is.
Would it be helpful, Dave? This is just as to sort of reverse the handle, a little bit of the handle and what's descriptive, and kind of reverse it, where the handle is more of taking more holistic approach, and then the details of how that could be done would be move that more into the underneath the handle, or
what is the handle?
Well, the handle is update system plans, is what they see, and then you see what do we mean by that? And I guess the handle could be is more of that, taking that holistic ecosystem approach, could be the handle, and then what that could mean in detail.
Well, that's what I'm,
underneath it.
yes, exactly, that's what I'm proposing. I'm trying to include Andrea's suggestion as well, is that, you know, part of that approach would be to update the plans.
But it's not the overall goal.
Right, the key thing is managing the ecosystem, and that's the key thing, and there are various ways that happens, from my perspective.
Okay, so how about update grassland and forest ecosystem plans to guide, as Andrea said, management of those entire ecosystems?
And I guess, and I like that, and are there things that we need to do now that are not in the existing plans? In other words, obviously, once we've updated the plans, there's an issue of implementing those plans, but are you saying that there are particular actions that need to be taken now that aren't even in the existing planning documents? Because it'd be easy to say, continue implementing existing plans while, you know, pursuing updating those plans.
That is kind of my inclination, is that, yeah, continue doing what's working. And, you know, if we need to consider other options or not do some things, then, yeah, that would be part of the update of the plans. All I'm trying to get at is that I think the plans are a secondary component of the, you know, overall.
The policy approach.
Yes.
So it's something like continue implementing the existing grassland and forest ecosystems plans using a holistic approach while, you know, also pursuing updating those plans. Does that?
Yeah, that captures the sentiment. It sounds a little bureaucratic, and I would prefer it be simpler, but whatever.
You're talking to an attorney.
Yeah, I know.
Tom, when you look at under context, just below the strategy statement, it does say manage entire ecosystems and keep outdoor process. So I think staff could work in wording to combine what Dave's pointed out.
Okay.
I think that sounds
recognizing. Okay. Well, good. Are we at peace on this? I think we are. Okay.
I was always at peace. So, having done that and lost mine, I don't know if this is yours or mine.
That's yours.
Okay. Let's see, 1790. I think that's, you know, we talked about the climate stuff. So that would be the other thing, EHR 3, that I had some specific concerns about, but I think that we've generally talked about that.
May I add just a comment in EHR 3 on page 51? Can somebody tell me what adapting the land means?
And where are you on page 51?
51, just above the gray box. The bottom gray box, I'm sorry.
Oh, the bottom gray box, okay.
Adapting the land. I have no idea how you adapt the land.
I think that, and I might, Hadley or Juliet might call on you in terms of comment analysis because you supported this in particular, but I think that this feedback is in relation to the resiliency component of ecosystem management. So it might be, you know, certainly I see why that's confusing wording. I think maybe carbon sequestration is part of that, but fair point that it's confusing.
I have no idea what it means, but
I would agree with that, and have I yielded my?
No.
Okay. So on the next page, on the color gray section, it's there. In the second paragraph, it says explore future acquisition of water rights. You know, that's causing me a little heartburn because I think we ought to demonstrate the need for future water rights in this whole prairie dog ag management conundrum we find ourselves the use of water is one of the things that we're concerned about, and I'm particularly concerned about that Boulder is complicit in the dewatering of the west slope by Trans Mountain diversions, and so if we say we want future water, we ought to be darn sure that we know why we want that. Because if we're not applying it judiciously to property that we own, or we just want it because we can get it, that causes me some concern. Because a lot of the water that now is going to be west slope water.
I imagine in-stream flow might be part of why we would look to acquire water rights for ecosystem health and resilience.
Yeah.
South Boulder Creek has got issues for year-round flow.
So that's a good point, and I would suggest then language be put in here reflecting that.
Yeah, I think that's all.
Clarify.
Sure.
Good catch.
Okay.
Okay, I yield.
Okay. I had, I think, three.
Can we proceed through the pages instead of flipping around? Can we go to EHR 4 next? Does that make any sense to do it that way? Or
I would get less lost.
That would help Darren.
Okay, so you would rather go, I'm indifferent. If you're
if you
finding.
have comments on EHR 1, 2, 3, let's catch
Yes.
this up and then go to 4.
Okay, I'm fine with that. So on this is relatively minor, well, we'll see. On page 46, in the supporting guidance box, I would propose to put the following statement. I don't think this appears somewhere else, but I may have missed it. Further guidance comes from management area designations, which need to be made for many recently acquired properties. So there's two things. One is the obvious one, that you need to look at the area designation, which is in the VMP. And then I did want to call out, since this is a 10-year master plan, that we have a lot of properties that we've acquired, especially in about the last 5 or 6 years, that we haven't yet done management area designations. I couldn't figure out where to put that in this document, so I proposed it ought to be somewhere, that we ought to flag the fact that there's a lot of properties that we need to actually do this for.
And I agree, the management designations are missing in this document.
So, that's a rather innocuous place to stick it, at the, in a guidance thing. If someone wants to give more priority, that's fine with me, but that is my suggestion. So, further guidance comes from management area designations, which need to be made for many recently acquired properties. So there's kind of a past and a future to
And
that.
I know many places we emphasize taking care of what we have. I would even vote to include that more than one place, because I do think it is part of sort of catching up with the taking care of. And you're right, Tom, we don't mention that.
And it needs to be put in that place at the back where all the guidance documents are. The
That's terrific. And I've also,
management area designations back in Appendix B somewhere.
I would just flag, for the future, there's a fairly significant task here. There are a lot of these that we've acquired. It's
Yep.
going to be pretty obvious what to call it. There are some like Boulder Valley Farms, where there may be a pretty significant discussion of whether that's ag or HCA or natural, or there's a lot of possible boxes.
Or
now
more
that
than
could-
one.
Right. So far, we haven't gone with a hybrid, but we could.
The visitor master plan actually has those
Right,
definitions
right.
Yes.
in it, and so I don't know whether that's part of, I'm assuming the visitor master plan is one of the reference documents for this section?
it is,
Yes, it's in that footnote.
Right.
certainly, we could,
It's in the, okay. All right, so have we adequately, okay, so my second, this is slightly more than just wording. On page 51, in the box at the bottom, where it says acquisition of floodplains, I would propose to say acquisitions to prevent development that may encroach on floodplains. I'm happy to propose other language, but
Would that be a change or an addition to the list?
A revision of that bullet, right?
Okay. So it's a
Yeah.
further explication of why we.
right, and for, The reason is that there's a significant question here about what we mean by protecting floodplains, and I just thought this would be one place where we could make clear at least our view, that it's acquisitions, it's not just the floodplain, although it...
Read it one more time.
Acquisitions to prevent development that may encroach on floodplains. So we're making clear that, yes, we're acquiring floodplains, but it's a specific, the specific charter purpose is to prevent encroachment on the floodplain, that's why you're making the acquisition.
And to preserve the functionality of the floodplain, that's the second half, right?
So you could say acquisition of floodplains, including to prevent encroachment from development, or that way you can
also
make
to
it
preserve.
exclusive.
And to preserve the ecological functioning of the floodplain.
Good.
So acquisition of floodplains to preserve their ecological functioning and prevent encroachment?
By development.
Yeah, okay.
All I would suggest is that the word encroachment, can't we just say prevent development of floodplains?
Encroachment's a term of art that we have some interest in right
now. Well, let's abandon that as soon as possible.
Well, that's the charter purpose, is the word encroachment.
Okay.
But that does include development.
Yes, that's what's doing the encroachment. Then the last one on page 55 at the very top.
Now we're going into 4.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
No, actually, no, you're right.
Anything on 1, 2, 3?
Okay, anything more on, so in fact, my second comment was on 3. Anything else on EHR 1, 2, or 3?
I'm okay.
Nope, okay. Anything on EHR 4?
Yes.
Yes.
Go, okay, Dave?
On page 53, second paragraph, first sentence, when undesignated trails form, blah, 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 sometimes displacing wildlife or damaging rare plants. I suggest that we put in, native biological communities.
And native biological
Yes.
communities?
Right.
All good with that?
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Karen, you had something on 4?
Yeah, let me find out where it is. A lot of marks. Oh, this has to do with the last sentence on the paragraph under community voices on page 53. I found that sentence really, I don't know what the right adjective is, but on-the-ground projects may experience more or less support. I would rather have it say something like, this provides a basis on which to build a robust program to tackle this challenging problem, or something like that, so that it's a more optimistic, forward-looking statement about what we're going to do.
The purpose of the sentence on-the-ground projects, I'm assuming that what was intended there is that any specific undesignated trail may present its own distinctive issues.
Yep.
I think that's what.
That's right. We could just strike that sentence because that's not what we heard from this community voice. It's what we know from other voices, but so we're adding that sentence on through our other experiences, but it is a little bit disconnected from what we heard in this particular survey question. So that would be an option of just striking that sentence. But that is.
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah. I agree with striking it from community voices, but I think it, I don't know, based on experience from the Transportation Board, I think it is important to state, probably in a few places, that it's like, well, we may aspire to this, but once people see, like, oh, you're going to take my trail, for example, yeah, you may experience more or less support.
in the implementation section, don't we recognize the need to have process around.
Yes.
So I think we're probably, covered on
Yeah, we,
the fact that any individual trail may,
It's kind of covered in the last paragraph.
Okay,
Okay with Andrew.
that's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
All right, anything else on EHR 4?
And the survey number there?
where are you, Karen?
Right above where we just got rid of the sentence. For reducing undesignated trails and sensitive habitat. That's number 7, right? Okay, so that's the new survey number. Okay.
On EHR 5, page 55, I would propose at the top where it says currently visitors, to change that, hopefully this is right, to currently pedestrians and equestrians are required to stay on trail. And then the next sentence introduces the HCAs. And then, by the way, it's not conversation, it's conservation. Sorry, I just noticed that. And then at the end of that sentence about the habitat conservation areas, to add, cyclists are always limited to certain designated trails, just so we're distinguishing between people who currently whose on-trail requirement is specific to HCAs versus cyclists who are always under an on-trail requirement. Further, it has to be a trail that's designated for cycling.
Equestrians theoretically are as well.
Equestrians are limited to on-trail? I don't think
We're
so.
designated. Yeah, horseback riding, we're designated.
No, that's the charter.
Well, no.
I don't, no, but I don't, well, Steve, I thought equestrians could go off trail.
I have gone through with rangers the issue up on Goshawk and the horses being off trail, and the rangers have told me they can go off trail.
Yeah, it's the issue we kind of struggled with the West TSA to clarify. We just have to designate where horses are allowed. So
Right.
in be off trail, we just have to designate where those areas are. So
Right.
it's not restricted to trail activities. We just have to be clear about whether on and or off trail, where horses are allowed. I'm still.
Does that include bikes as well, Steve?
No, bikes are restricted to trail.
Always.
Always.
They can only be on trail and obviously those trails that are designated for bikes. Well, do you, I mean, I assume you can put your heads together, just make sure what we're saying is factually correct. I just wanted to distinguish, rather than just saying visitors, because that really doesn't accurately characterize the much more restrictive environment for cyclists.
We can do that, Tom.
Okay. That's all I had on EHR 5. Anyone else on EHR 5?
You know, the only thing I had, someone was asking, why is EHR 5 $3 signs? And, you know, I don't want to get into quibbling about numbers of dollar signs, but it did raise the question about, is it because we would go through a fairly elaborate planning process for that, and it's going to take a year or two? I mean, it just was surprising to somebody.
I would say I think the planning process around this is substantial. I don't know in terms
Here
of dollar
comes the
signs.
answer
Yes,
to
there
the
she
mic.
is.
Well, hopefully it's an answer. I'm looking at just some notes that I had on that. So I think what we tried to factor in was staff time it would take, coordination, some level of planning, creation of signage, like all of the different kind of operating inputs that it would take to then go and implement. And then that $3 sign, obviously it's supposed to be over the 10-year horizon, so how we would want to phase and scale all of that.
Okay.
So when you say staff time, do you include ranger time? Because for any of these trail changes, we've found a big slug of ranger service for some period of time.
It's a great question. We've mostly factored in staff time in terms of implementing the on-the-ground work, it gets to that capital operating distinguishing factor that we were talking about the last meeting, where it's hard to look at something purely CIP because you know there's some operating expense that goes with that. But Ranger specifically, no, I don't think we captured like their staff time in patrolling and
They're another piece that I think keeps being lost in this plan.
But I would think in terms of the dollars, if it's going to require additional hiring of rangers, then absolutely. If it's just going to add to the number of things that they do within their day, anytime we change the rules, it has implications for what the rangers are doing. But if it's not an incremental cost.
Yeah, and what Lauren was getting at was a general look at staffing. We didn't get into specifics if it's rangers, outreach staff, HD staff monitoring how it's going. So we sort of looked at it from a general perspective, but yes, it could get down to specific aspects. It could be seasonal ranger staff as opposed to a full FTE. But we haven't gotten to that level of detail at the master plan, so we just looked at it at a staff level. Is that?
Yeah, and I would say as we do the planning for on-the-ground projects, we've learned a lot from the floods. So different flood recovery projects, we would hire flaggers or, enforcement folks for a short period of time to be on the trail helping to do that. So we would look as we do specific project planning on what it's going to take and then factor in those costs.
But obviously that's a greater level of detail
Yeah,
that would
right.
come back
Then
to the
would be-
board later.
yeah, exactly.
I think part of it was that it's right next to, in the table, it's right next to reduce undesignated trails, which only has $2 signs and seems like a really big.
We can take a look at it.
We'll take a fresh look at
Yeah,
that.
okay. And sorry to quibble.
Not an
about
exact
all
Sounds
that.
great.
I just wanted to give Lauren a chance to get up and.
I needed to stretch my legs too, so thanks.
All right. Anything more on 5? Or we're ready
Page
for 6?
page 55, second paragraph. The last sentence says, "Future planning will determine whether," does this mean this off-trail permit system is appropriate for other parts of the open space system? It just wasn't clear to me what that sentence was supposed to be saying.
That's a fair point, Karen. Yes, I think what it's intended to say is future planning efforts would determine whether this off-trail permit system is appropriate elsewhere in the OSMP
Open
system.
space system.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
I'm ready for
Okay, 6. I guess now it's just a free-for-all. So if anyone have anything on 6, that's fine.
Jump in.
6? No? Going once?
Yes. I have a quick question on page 56, the second to the last line. I've always heard the foresters that I've been working with attribute fire suppression as the major driver of the ponderosa situation we're in. I've never heard them talk about climate change as a driver. Is that something that somebody knows something about?
I'm sorry. You're looking, you know where it is?
I'm looking at Brian.
Oh, in the box.
We're in the box in the bottom of page 56.
Yes.
The box.
I think that was there to connect to the beetle outbreaks, which can be linked to overwintering, and so it's not a
Yeah,
A to B connection there, so we could pull that out. Be fine with that.
Remove climate change.
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's one of the places where it just got stuck in.
Okay.
And then over on page 57, there are two things. The emphasis in this section is on grazing and spraying. Isn't OSMP using hand pulling and seed collecting?
And whipping.
And whipping and other strategies? Seems to me they ought to be in here. I mean, it's more than just grazing and spraying, right?
Yep.
We can add that, Karen. I think
And then in the paragraph under example implementation actions, I think what we've just been talking about, off-trail travel, is a huge spreader of weeds. And I would, besides the statement as well as RRSE 3, update guidelines and standards for quality design and construction, I would add as well as EHR 4 and EHR 5.
As possible tools.
And, yeah, implement significant actions that have bearing on this. Yes, no?
Yep, I'm okay.
Do I add that?
Yep,
Okay.
I was pondering, but no, it's fine.
Yep.
I'm ready for 7.
All right. Anything on 7? Nope.
I have one small thing on 7, and it's on page 58. Under example implementation actions, the bottom of that shaded paragraph. To understand this problem, staff needs to better understand how blah, 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 blah. That sentence makes me feel like staff is going to spend a few years researching and understanding the whole complex problem. And I said to myself, how about just saying staff is going to do a lit search and then proceed? Instead of do years of basic research to find out about this problem.
I saw a head nod from John in the back of the audience, but does the board have any other thoughts on that?
That's fine. Okay. Unless there's more on 7, then we go to 8. I'm good.
I have a concern on at the end of the EHR handle, EHR 8 handle. It says, and visitor travel. But the text is all about staff travel.
I assume staff travel was in departmental operations, part of that.
Well,
Are you saying this could tie into multimodal access to our trails? And
well,
like that?
yeah, I was going to, at the end, at least at the end, I was going to add, at the end of the thing above supporting guidance, I was going to add especially RRSE 4, which is the multimodal.
Right.
But this talks about staff travel, I think, staff vehicles, our fleet.
So if I just to understand, Karen, are you suggesting that we enhance the conversation, the policy direction around visitor travel, or would you prefer it to be more focused on departmental operations and travel?
If it's going to be about department operations and visitor travel, then it needs to say something about visitor travel.
Or we could strike visitor travel, and then it's
Or,
referred to in
yeah.
RRSE 4,
Yep.
which is probably easier at this point.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Me?
And the other, just clarifying phrase I would add at the end of context is say accelerate carbon storage on our lands. It's not accelerate carbon storage generally.
And I guess one question is whether we ought to be mentioning cattle in this section, which I thought were a major source of greenhouse gas emissions.
And getting into methane.
Well, I didn't.
What if you just said agriculture?
Well, it depends on whether you're talking about the plants or the cattle.
Well, one, right. I just assumed that by far the biggest source of ag-related greenhouse gas emissions was the cattle, and that there may, I don't know, I don't have a specific action point other than just I think it ought to be in the toolbox to consider, because I know different ways of raising cattle have very different greenhouse gas emissions consequences.
Yeah, especially
You know, what they're fed and all that. It does matter.
you aggregate all the waste together, and that's when the methane point sources can get especially egregious. I think when you think about a rangeland context, there's arguably less we could do other than just have a lower amount of grazing on the landscape, which would have other consequences.
Right.
So I think for that reason, we didn't really see emissions from livestock as being a major area we could move the needle on.
When CSU did that big analysis, was that included?
Yeah, they definitely identified places with intense livestock operations and those waste ponds as being those key sources of methane, but that doesn't have a lot of importance for us in terms of
On this
managing cattle on the
total,
landscape.
okay.
Yeah.
What would you like to propose, Tom?
Well, I guess I would still propose, something that says essentially examine whether there are opportunities to reduce livestock-related greenhouse gas emissions.
I'd even throw the net wider, though. I mean, I think it
If you want to say ag-related, that's fine. I don't,
It could be transport and mechanization and everything else that does more.
You
I don't
could
know.
say that and then the comment including.
I'm fine with ag, including livestock. So, all right.
Livestock and waste management?
You guys have some words?
Yes, I'm capturing it, and I'll summarize in the whole here in a minute when we wrap up EHR, but for this point, examining where there are opportunities to reduce GHGs from agricultural operations, including livestock.
Yeah.
Very good.
Good.
Anything else on 8? Okay, that is a no.
9.
9.
9, I don't think that handle talks about a learning laboratory approach, and the text does talk about community stewardship, but I think the handle needs to say at the end, long-term scientific research to inspire and engage the community in stewardship. It's missing the engagement part.
Good.
You don't have a learning lab approach in my mind until you engage the
Okay, I
community.
think that nods on that one.
Okay?
All right, anything else? That would then take us to the end of EHR. Do you want to do the wrap-up and then we'll break?
Are you okay? Need a minute?
Almost exactly on time.
I know.
We're doing great.
Tom, you're going to get a gold star. Again.
We're doing great. Okay, so just to recap, we're starting from the beginning where we said that before, just after page 35, before we get into the description, we'll add some context around the prioritization, what the tiers mean. We said that we would find ways here and elsewhere in the document to further reference the management area designations. We talked about updating the handle and description for EHR2 to make sure that we combine the concept of ecosystem management with updating ecosystem management plans. Within EHR3, I captured a comment that, Dave, you had made it in the executive summary in relation to making sure we incorporate national modeling research into this description. There were a couple of smaller edits in terms of, say, managing. That isn't what you know. I missed that.
In fact, I said the opposite. I'm okay with the references to modeling and research, but I did not think they should be the sole focus of that strategy.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Okay. Got it. Okay, so there's, thank you. So there were some smaller edits around, as I was just saying, perhaps in the community voices write-up around, we weren't sure what adapting the land meant, so perhaps it's something like more managing the land. as well as clarifying language around acquisitions of floodplains and what that means. So I think I captured both the intention there to prevent development as well as preserve the ecological function.
Encroachment, get encroachment.
Yes, yes. Prevent development that may encroach on floodplains, and preserve ecological function. Clarify that in this same strategy that water rights acquisition would be to support in-stream flows. There were some changes under EHR 4 around adding in a nod to native biological communities, a change to the community voices section where we're going to strike that last sentence in terms of on-the-ground projects may receive more or less support because that was covered below. Under EHR 5, we talked about clarifying the different requirements for different uses. So cyclists are always required to stay on trails, and clarifying the requirements for horseback riding. Adding in, I heard a reference
And
for
pedestrians.
and pedestrians, okay. Adding in a reference, and I just want to make sure this, around the importance of enforcement as part of the strategy. I heard a nod to rangers was important to include here. Is that a fair summary? Okay. And we made a note to review the cost estimates for this in relation to EHR 4. Under EHR 6, talk about other methods other than grazing and relate the implementation to EHR 4 and 5 because there are interrelationships in those strategies. EHR 8, I'm going quickly.
EHR 6 was removing the climate change.
Got it. Yep.
And adding weed whipping and hand pulling and seed.
I just said other methods, but
Okay,
absolutely,
okay.
yes, yep. Under EHR 8, we're going to strike visitor travel and more focus that discussion under RRSE 4.
Karen?
Yeah.
EHR 7, the lit search.
Oh, sorry, yep.
And under EHR 7, change the wording to get to Karen's point about looking at a lit search.
I'm working back and forth in that
Sorry.
actual document in the PowerPoint. So yes, we're capturing that, so thank you. Lit search. Okay, so back to EHR 8, that we talk about accelerating carbon storage on OSMP lands, and that we would examine the opportunities to reduce GHGs, as we just talked about, from ag operations, including livestock. And then EHR 9, we heard revisions that would talk about adding engagement to the end of the strategy description. Did I miss anything major? Can we move on?
Okay, well, thank you for
All
the
right.
summary, and you would ask for a break at 8:30. How much time do you need?
Is 15, 20 minutes at the most appropriate, or what works for the board?
Well, this sounds like you have some specific thing you're trying to accomplish during the break.
If it was 15,
I was just saying
that would be very.
I think we would like to keep it as short as possible.
It's your
but
call.
it's your-
When you get back, we'll start.
Yes. Thank you. No later than 20 to 9?
Okay.
Correct, correct.
Great.
Okay.
Good opportunity for restroom break? Yep.
So, Leah. All right, we're resuming, now moving on to the agriculture today and tomorrow section. Any changes on ATT 1? Okay, that's a no. ATT 2.
And things like typos you're already picking up, so we don't need to mention those.
Yes, thank you, Karen.
There was something somebody wanted to add to ATT 3.
Yeah, well, I wanted to add something. If we're done with 2 and good with that, then on ATT 3, I think, and again, I may have missed it, but somewhere, probably on page 74, after the box that summarizes community response, say something like, pursuant to council direction, comma, in 2019 to 2020, OSMP will evaluate possible lethal control on certain OSMP lands. I think that I just, in a relatively straightforward, neutral way, at least flag the fact that that's a process that we're going to be doing.
On certain OSMP irrigated lands, or not?
I think it did say irrigated.
Okay, yeah.
Could you read that again, Tom?
Pursuant to council direction, comma, in 2019-20, OSMP will evaluate possible lethal control of prairie dogs on certain irrigated OSMP lands.
Thanks.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, yeah. Anything else on 3?
I'll just mention, again, this is just a small wording thing, but at the very bottom, page 73, I'm suggesting to insert the phrase, "and where some of their natural predators may be absent." I think that is an important aspect of the dilemma that we have.
I'm sorry, Kurt, just one more time, if you don't mind.
Yeah, and it's in my comment, but
Okay.
right now it says, however, in highly fragmented areas where prairie dogs cannot move or migrate naturally, population densities increase. And I would just say, after that comma, insert, and where some of their natural predators may be excluded or absent, whichever word you want to use, because I think that is a key factor in growth.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have any knowledge about the predator populations up in the northern area?
Heather?
We have winter raptor surveys. That would be, we don't do coyote surveys, or bobcat surveys, or anything like that.
And we did get an email from someone who said their neighbor shot 11 coyotes.
Right.
I don't know
Yep.
what the overall
Just
count is.
wondering whether we had any
Yeah.
grounding for that.
Before we move on from ATT 3, I don't want to revisit this discussion entirely, but I would appreciate if everyone reminded me why we chose to put it in Tier 2 instead of Tier 1, when this is obviously such an important community, it's such an important thing to this board.
Yeah.
Can you?
It still feels Tier 1 to me, but I see it in 2.
Yeah.
I know we had this discussion about it.
I think it was at the council study session in which sort of the justification was there was already this elevated approach that was currently taking, and that because there was that elevated approach that's already in place, perhaps it didn't need to shine as a Tier 1. I mean, it was sort of Sam Weaver's explanation, I
I
believe.
remember somebody saying that.
Yeah.
but
Right.
I have a question about the whole distinction between Tier 1 and Tier 2 throughout the plan. Because in the plan, I kept reading about some things that I feel are Tier 2 and are being treated like Tier 1.
In what way?
They're highlighted in the discussion, even though they're
Tier 2.
They're Tier 2. But I think we should address your question
Okay.
first, because
Yeah,
I think it's
okay.
a really important question. And if someone asked me to retrace how we got to Tier 2, I don't remember what the board came up with. Do you remember? Did we have it in Tier 2?
Well, it was what we, if you remember, it was when the council member Aaron Brockett said we need to create an extra tier, and that was when we had the 3 tiers. And then that allowed us to then distinguish between the 2. And then that was then the council discussion that Dan's just described. It said it feels like it's more like tier 2.
And it also was because we're obviously all pulling our memories back together, but it was also in relation to the soil health and resilience strategy, which in some ways had a lot to do with prairie dog, controlling prairie dog
And
populations.
is that soil 1, tier 2 as well?
Yes, yeah.
No, soil health is tier 1.
Tier 1.
It's tier 1, yeah.
So, yeah, and back in the.
So why wouldn't prairie dogs be tier 1?
My concern remains that we will lose emphasis on this and focus on it if it's not in tier 1. That it'll be easy to let it recede into the background. And I think that would be a disservice.
Do you feel it's within our purview to bump it up?
We did, we at the joint study session, there was a sense coming out of it that the tiers were okay, but I think, yes, it's up to the board at this point to make any final recommendations. A similar way staff made one recommendation about the learning laboratory.
And they'll see it called out as a change from the draft staff plan, so when they'll then know it was the board's decision to move that up.
I would like to bump it back to tier 1.
I would agree.
Head nods, I'm seeing at least 4 to 5, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Andrea.
Are we done with 3 then? Prairie dogs, then 4, protecting water resources. Anyone?
I have something at the bottom of page 75, and I only bring it up because it looks like I didn't put it in my notes. The community voice sentence there says we should consider helpful agricultural practices like irrigation canals. Well, we have irrigation canals, so maybe there's another voice or quote that we could put in there that made more sense.
Okay, we can happily do that, yep.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay.
Under page 76, example implementation actions, portfolio of water rights program. Can we delete program, or is it program important?
The only reason, I think we're trying to distinguish sometimes between what's a plan, what's a project, what's a program. It helps, actually quite internally, that helps staff think about it, but it's not necessary to be there.
Yeah.
We can delete that.
Yeah, the portfolio isn't the program, the portfolio is the
It's
water
an
rights.
analysis of the portfolio of water rights, I think.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, then ATT 5.
I'd like to talk about 5.
All right.
I really like this graphic that you've put in here. And I'd love to see some revisions to the text before and after the graphic to pull all those numbers together and make them clear and transparent, as we keep saying. The easiest one is right after the diagram on page 77. It says, across all agricultural operations above, as of 2019, we have 470 acres of agricultural land dedicated to community farming and production of local food products. But no matter how hard I try, I can't come out with 470 acres from something. So after the 470 acres of agricultural land, could you put a parentheses and put i.e. 30 acres of vegetables plus X acres of something plus Y acres of something else equals 470.
Yes, absolutely.
Sure.
Yep, you got it.
Happy to do it.
Great. So you can come up with 470.
I'm looking at
We
John.
can tie those two together.
Thank you.
Right.
Because I can't,
Make it-
using my best
Well, 'cause it's-
algebraic skills.
Okay.
Okay, and then on the bottom of page 76, I just want some amplification around the two sentences that are there, plus another sentence or so. And I've drafted a couple of sentences, and I think somebody else for page 76 has drafted a couple of sentences. And the gist of it is that the first 90% of our grasslands, not just lands, but grasslands, support livestock grazing. And diversified vegetables on 30, and an additional 250 acres. Where are my words? Are suitable for growing more vegetables? Is that what that means?
Correct. That's from the ag plan analysis.
Okay, so that's additional wording. And then it needs to say something about the acreage allocated to each of these uses is limited by a soil type, native vegetation, available moisture, et cetera. We learned in the Dust Bowl era that the grasslands that support grazing cannot successfully support cultivation of vegetables and row crops due to these natural constraints, or some other version of that idea.
So I had a similar comment as well.
I was just going to ask to see if they align or,
Yeah,
Dave, Kurt, and Karen are all in that ballpark together.
And the concern, just to kind of augment what Karen said, is that if we're saying 90% of the agricultural operation, is livestock grazing, then, and the only really descriptive evaluation we give is to, diverse and innovative agriculture, it just strikes me that we ought to be saying something about the importance of, the traditional ranching, or that, that's a major part of the operation. There doesn't seem to be, a whole lot of reference to that. It's all about, vegetable growing and things like that.
And we can't decide that we're going to grow vegetables on another several thousand acres and then create another Dust Bowl.
That, and the fact that those several thousand acres are also supporting, a wildlife and plant population that is significant, that wouldn't otherwise be there under other agricultural operations.
Good point.
and so I saw head nods, I think, from the three of you. Is it Andrea and Tom?
I'm fine with that.
Yep, okay, terrific.
I have a small thing on 5 there. I was just surprised that in our master plan, we identify individual farmers. Obviously, you guys decided that was a good thing, and I'm not saying it isn't. I was just curious.
I think we were in places trying to bring the document to life and memorialize the relationships that have been built over generations. If the board doesn't feel that that's...
And do they know we're calling them out in the master plan?
It's generally public knowledge, at least. We could, frankly...
It could date the document pretty quickly, too,
That's
and
the
one of
other
the things
thing.
I'm hearing is beef up language more about why the symbiosis relationship between livestock grading and habitat. If we're going to add more there, maybe we could take away a little bit here and come up with that.
And I think you could keep almost all that information without naming individuals. You can say, well, we've got a farm of this many acres that's doing this, and a farm of this many acres doing that, and you wouldn't have to name the producer or the principals.
We can do.
Yeah, and now that Kurt raises that concern, I'd sort of relatedly, some people may view this as, well, is it almost like a privacy issue? Why are we publicizing these individuals? I actually view it also from the reverse perspective of, these are private businesses we're sort of calling out, oh, here's this private business that leases from us, and someone may feel that that's kind of free publicity, that we shouldn't be in the business of calling out, someone's business in that way.
Okay.
I don't know.
Especially if the leases are supposed to be open for bid over the next 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah, just it could date the document.
Yep.
One thing, in the note at the bottom of 76, we use the 90% figure. I'm assuming that that's livestock and hay? Figuring that the hay is for the livestock, in which case it's really,
Well, If
with
it's
the hay.
13,000, what's the total for ag?
All I just meant was, along those lines, is that
15.
if you're counting the hay as, well, it really supports livestock, then it's a lot more than 90%. It's, probably north about 95%. If you're not counting the hay and you really just mean their livestock on the land, then it's a lot less than that. And it sort of seems like it's somewhere in the middle, and I wasn't sure whether you were saying that part of the,
We'll clarify.
We'll clarify it.
Okay,
I think
no
the
biggie.
distinction, we need to be clear, there's some overlap between these livestock only, livestock and hay, so yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, don't want to. Are we done with 5? Okay,
The math lesson shall endeth.
yes.
Until next time.
Until the
6.
6. I want somebody to tell me why scholarships are the magic bullet. And if they're not, then we need to expand the implementation actions part.
To other forms like internships, is that what you were getting at, Karen?
Yeah, or other programs in collaboration with higher ed or farm bureaus, or more promotion or outreach for farmers and new farmers and ranchers, or advertising the lease availability more widely, or, there must be other potential actions than just scholarship program.
Sure, so I'm hearing add a little bit more detail. I don't hear issue with scholarships, but just that.
Well, I don't know if scholarships would work, but, they're one idea.
See, I have kind of an issue with scholarships. It seems a little weird to me. I think the really controlling factor of, next generation of farmers or ranchers is actually money. The fact is that young people can't afford to get into farming because it's so expensive, and so they either inherit the operation or they're not able to do it. And so it's not a matter of there aren't enough people that are educated or trained to do that. It's that many of them don't have the resources to actually be able to do it.
So I think what we're getting at here is I think the board's in agreement. We want to encourage the next generation of farm workers. It's the mechanism for doing it, and staff can look into that and come back with an additional recommendation.
And economic viability is mentioned in the actual strategy statement, so we could maybe back that up through some examples.
Yep.
All right. Okay, good with 6, 7?
In the handle under ATT 7, the term staff programs seemed awkward to me. And I don't know whether that means staff-led programs that involve ranchers and farmers, or programs that are totally run by staff and nobody else, or what is a staff program in the handle for ATT 7?
Feels like a phrase you don't need.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing John in the back of the room agree that that doesn't add value. So if that were to say agricultural lands through partnerships with ranchers and farmers?
Or yeah, that'd be fine.
Strike staff programs and.
Is there any implication? All right.
Okay, 8? Silence, I think. Okay, unless someone has something on that, then 9. Nothing on 9?
Wait, I think we got to back up to 7. Because
to
if you look at example implementation actions, I mean, we're talking about native plant propagation program and agricultural ecology program.
I'm sorry, what page now?
I'm sorry, so
79?
top of page 80, example implementation actions under ATT 7.
Yeah.
So when we start talking about implementations, the programs, the staff programs jump out. And so if we're striking programs from the handles, now granted, an argument could be made that these are programs done in conjunction with farmers, but there's still
Yeah, because they have
programs
to,
that we come up with.
but they need ag land on which to operate, right? I'm assuming.
Well, we have a new agroecology program within the department that's recently been established. So there's an example of some OSMP internal program and realignment of staff to look at the agroecology element
Where
of
do
it.
those people work?
Where do they work?
Where do the agroecology people do their thing?
They're under John's service area.
And they grow their plants in a greenhouse out on 55th Street, or?
They're not growing anything yet.
Too bad. We got to get to the action step here.
Right.
Beyond the
They
planning.
just formed. They're beginning to sprout.
Beyond the plans. Let's go.
I mean, we implement a lot of things through programs and projects and different things, so I didn't think it was significant to have it in here, but it would be an example of a program that we might do is the ag ecology program, which is really focused more on the degraded lands and getting them back into a condition that we can then lease them out to a partner who would manage it.
So it could be a staff-led program, or it could be a program in partnership with ranchers and farmers.
Correct.
Yes.
Both.
So in that case, we need to have staff-led programs
Leave it as is.
and partnerships.
It says staff programs, I'm fine.
Or
changing the
staff-led.
staff-led.
That makes more sense to me.
Okay.
Thanks.
I think we're on that. Thanks. 8 or 9, and if not,
I'll jump in on 9.
okay.
Under implementation actions, one more time. Seems to me, given what this is about, which is enhance enjoyment and protection of working landscapes by people, right? Not by the landscapes themselves. That the action needs to have a baseline inventory of opportunities for people to enjoy and protect agriculture landscapes, not an inventory, baseline inventory of the landscapes themselves. If the objective is to get more people.
So there's the enjoyment when you're actually out on the land, and then there's the aesthetic, scenic enjoyment of having these lands, which could happen by passing by on a nearby road. It could be the enjoyment of just the intrinsic value of knowing these landscapes exist. So it goes beyond your physical relationship with the land itself, and it goes a little bit more to the scenic quality as well.
So what do you see this inventory doing?
If we were conducting, for instance,
If you look at ATTG, the point of this outcome is community members experience and better understand working landscapes.
So I think you're raising a good point there, Karen. The current focus in this section gets to the physical landscape itself, a working landscape, the cultural landscape. How do we protect that? Which provides two things. One, it's historic, so we're meeting our historic requirements. Two, it's scenic, so if someone drives in or drives past, it captures a quality of the area. That's the physical assessment. I think if you read the implementation actions, perhaps here we could beef up or add a little bit more about how the community connects in the actions. That you're right, that part probably is being slightly omitted in the.
Because the outcome is about community members.
That's a fair point, Karen.
Yep. That's a great addition. I think it was implied in the second paragraph there as it relates to future area planning for that area, which would involve a similar evaluation that you're talking about, Karen, but it's not explicit.
We could make it more explicit.
So we're going to get a chance to plan some more.
Okay, are we, anything else on ag? And if not, Darren or Mark?
Take it away.
Yeah, we're up to page 85, so we're getting close to halfway. So,
I'll summarize.
Did you want her to summarize?
Darren, would you like to summarize?
Yes, happy to. Okay, so starting, didn't hear anything with ATT 1 or 2. So starting with ATT 3, adding a phrase pursuant to council direction in 19 and 20, OSMP will evaluate possible lethal control of prairie dogs on certain irrigated OSMP lands. We would also add a phrase around in relation to areas where natural predators may be absent, and that we would also elevate the strategy to tier 1. With ATT 4, we will find a more helpful quote under community voices. We will strike the word program after the water rights portfolio. On ATT 5, we will add more context on either side of the figure. We've got good language, it sounds like, from several board members, but the concept that we want to make sure we capture is around describing the importance of the traditional livestock operations, as well as the fact that soil types determine what is appropriate and where. We will reconcile the numbers. We will reduce specificity. We'll take out the operators' names, and we will clarify the acreage there as part of reconciling those numbers. ATT 6, we will expand the implementation actions regarding how we will support the next generation of ranchers and farmers. ATT 7 will revise the strategy description to say staff-led programs. And then ATT 9, implementation actions will be more explicit about the baseline evaluation of opportunities to enjoy these landscapes. Did I miss anything important there? Okay.
Okay, so on to recreation. Okay, so our SE1.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about that whole strategy and the verbiage.
As did I, and, okay. I have some edits that we
Go.
can throw up on the
Good.
screen. Is that cool?
Go.
Okay. The idea of done.
I'm ready for anything.
So for
As
our,
long as you don't use the word guidance or tool.
I will use it about 5 times. Is that all right?
No, 4. Okay. Max.
So implement immediate steps felt so strong to me at the beginning of the statement. And so I chose to change it to continue implementing measures from approved plans. Because I thought that that was the intention. That basically it's like, we're doing stuff.
Yeah.
We want to be proud of that. So continue implementing measures. Feels less heavy-handed to me. And then just changing after the comma, so it's a small wording change, while also updating system-wide visitor use management plan. So relatively minor, but starting point for other edits possibly.
I don't see guidance or tools in there at all.
I
and that's
lied. I'm
great.
sorry.
You did a great job.
So what are the tools, measures is the word we're using, what are the measures in approved plans to mitigate crowding in specific locations?
You had to ask.
So these are some of the.
Well, I'm aware of, like, we charge
Isn't
parking
there a-
fees in certain places.
Yeah, isn't there a list here somewhere?
On page 95.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
fair enough.
Yep. The whole page, 95.
And
Oh, these are, okay, see, to me, there's a difference between mitigating the effects of crowding
right.
versus mitigate crowding. To me, mitigating crowding means you're moving people to somewhere else.
Yeah.
A muddy trail closure, well, it doesn't really do, isn't about mitigating crowding.
Right.
We apply the muddy trail closures to unpopular trails as well. That's a whole other dimension. Likewise, things like dog regulations, have nothing to do with whether a particular trail is relatively crowded or uncrowded. It just feels like there's two very different things going on here. And when I first saw RSE 1, I thought we were sort of saying we've got some immediate steps to reduce crowding. And I thought, I don't think that's the case.
No.
I don't think we have things on the shelf that we're just waiting to implement. We do have things about mitigating the effects.
Right.
Is it addressed?
Sorry.
What if we substitute, instead of saying crowding, to mitigate the impacts of increasing visitation?
Right.
Yep.
Good.
But does that address all of your point, Tom?
Yeah, I was just making a very narrow point. I think Andrea may have.
No.
I don't.
Thank you for
I didn't
catching
wanna-
that, because I think I made that substitution in my head, but not on the screen, so thank you. Because, mitigating impacts steps directly into the whole limits of acceptable change framework.
Right.
Because you're talking about impacts, not about crowding specifically.
Right.
And is this still, just so I understand, in specific locations, we're leaving that component?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, well, some of these things are obviously more location-specific, and others really are not. I mean, commercial use permits, as an example, might be something that's not particularly geographically constrained, but it's all about the permit. Others of these are kind of by definition specific. Environmental education is not location-specific.
Right.
That's a good point. Generally, when you do this work, you do it specific locations, but you are looking across the system at the same time, because there's unintended consequences. So it's sort of a two-pronged approach you take to carrying capacity, limits of acceptable change, whatever phrase we want to use.
Okay.
And this is more philosophical than directly language related, but part of the problem here, I think, is that, open space and mountain parks has now become actually a national destination. And so the fact of the matter is that there are many people coming here because of a variety of information sources. We may be our own worst enemy in that regard because we are, popularizing the fact, and we're using the traditional measures that resource management or land management agencies use, and that is number of visits, amount of revenue, number of trail, more access, and that's part of the attraction is that people that are non-resident, they don't have to pay. It's easy access, it's convenient, and so we've provided a situation that now we're struggling with, okay, now what do we do? And so there are, I think, real consequences from our own actions that we're confronting, and they're very perplexing because, when you say, well, we want to limit use, or we may do that by charging fees or whatever, the natural reaction is, well, we've already paid for that, or, we don't want to do that, that's too restrictive. But the fact of the matter is that much of our visitation now is coming from, sources that don't really contribute directly. I mean, we assume that they get meals or buy stuff or things like that when they're in Boulder, but we don't really know that for a fact. And so it's a very perplexing situation that we're finding ourselves, but I think we've got to look very hard at our own actions as far as contributing to the fact that we're getting a whole lot of visitation. We have, what, almost double, probably 1.5 times the visitation that the Rocky Mountain National Park has on 46,000 acres. We have 310 miles, theoretically, or what we've reported, of trails on 46,000 acres. And it's like, the system can't handle that, and we've got to figure out a way to, to be able to deal with that. Anyway, that's the concern I have about this particular strategy, is that it doesn't address what I think are the real major issues.
And I'd like to take that preface to make my point, which is the graph shows a 55% increase in the first chunk of 9 years, a 33% increase in the next 12 years. And if you extend that growth rate out, by 2038, we're going to be looking not at 6 million visitations per year, but something like 12 million. And that's just not manageable. We don't have the money to keep the trails in good condition with that increasing visitation. And so I feel for this strategy, I feel the urgency of some of the climate change work that the city is doing. I feel like we've got to bend the curve. And we've got to say something in this strategy that starts bending the curve.
I mean, I think it's far more urgent for us than climate change at this point.
For OSMP.
Right.
Yep.
Right. I mean, we're doing some things with climate change that are good and are getting results, but we are in a quandary right now on how we're going to deal with increasing visitation levels. So anyway, I guess that's a rather inelegant way of saying, of not contributing very much, but expressing a concern that I've expressed before, that somehow we've got, this is the proverbial elephant in the room. Somehow we've got to figure out a way that makes some sense, that we still have people enjoy and are able to use the system, but that it's not something that, from my perspective, just becomes an urban park. I'm concerned that we're losing the wild element out of the whole system just because it's being so used. And there's some language in here about picnic tables and other amenities, and for me it's like that. That's part, that if people, if they want picnic opportunities and picnic tables, they can go to, Boulder has a great park system, and they can go there. The open space doesn't necessarily provide, in my opinion, those opportunities.
So while I understand where you're both coming from, I think that this is a extremely important community discussion that needs to be had. And the language, as it stands now in the plan, I think is a good entree into that discussion. And I think adding more language about, like, we're loving this system to death, I don't want Chautauqua to become an urban park, is kind of presupposing that visitors on the system truly are a problem. And I wish Kevin Bracey Knight were here. I feel like he had a little bit of command of the actual literature related to impacts related to visitation. But I would like to have a fully grounded in science discussion on this before we start saying, and therefore we're going to do this, because this is such a huge problem. Also, I mean, to play devil's advocate and put my big heart out there, like as I tried to indicate at our previous meeting, when I went on to Chautauqua on July 4th weekend with my family, and I saw people everywhere, everywhere. And we had to wait in line to go up to the first Flatiron. I could see that that would be like, oh my gosh, this is a lot of people. This is an urban park. But maybe that's how we impact and move the needle on climate change. Maybe that's, we concentrate use in this one area, and we get people to connect to the land, and we use it that way, and then we do all the conservation and preservation on the other parts of the system. But that's a discussion we need to have.
I don't disagree with that, and that's what I was looking for, is actually the catalyst in this document for that discussion. I mean, somehow it has to be addressed. I think the language in this strategy circumvents having that discussion. So we still aren't in a place where the community can decide. You know, if we want people in line at the first Flatiron, then, you know, then that's basically what happens. And somehow we've got to address that. And I guess what I'm advocating for is somewhat different language as far as acknowledging that we got to have the conversation. We got to figure something out.
I thought that the discussion on pages 97, 98, carrying over to 99 was frankly a rather aggressive approach to, you know, identifying visitor capacities, maximum amounts and types of visitor use, and recognizing that, I mean, this calls for a redo of the VMP, which, you know, frankly, I'm not thrilled with, I'm not thrilled with redoing the VMP. I'm fine with revisiting.
You're going to get off the board before that happens.
Well, I won't say too much about that. I would support redoing parts of the VMP. I think that is called for. I frankly think that with, you know, the amount of planning that's being called for with redoing the grasslands plan, the forest plan, having a culture resources plan, a water plan, a whole bunch of ISPs, the East, what used to be a TSA, but is now actually going to be something broader than that, then doing management plans for Boulder Valley Farms and a whole bunch of other properties. I think staff and the board and the public are going to get way, way, way burnt out. And we got to be a lot more selective about what broad scale plans we're talking about. I would think an example would be, you know, commercial use permits is an important discussion to have, but that could be had on its own terms.
Right.
It doesn't have to get buried in a 3-year, with all the adjectives we have to have, process to redo the VMP, a lot of which is stuff that frankly is in this document, and, you know, we haven't even done the East yet, which is called for in the original VMP. So, you know, I actually thought the point that Dave was raising is an important one, but I actually think that at a process level is what's envisioned on 97, 98, and going into 99 is here's this process to address the issue you're raising and suggesting that that be part of VMP 2.
And I would say on 91 also, there's stuff
I actually thought
relevant.
What this section was doing was both saying we ought to think about what are the impacts of these use levels, but also have a process around, well, what about the use levels themselves? And that it did, maybe the handle didn't completely, you know, distinguish those two things, but the substance of the plan captured those two different concepts.
And Tom,
I agree with that. And may I try out and ask Leah to type up just a revision of this, starting from System-Wide Visitor Use Management Plan 2, and then right there where you've got the cursor. Just consider this as an option. Generate and implement ideas for addressing visitation growth and I said throughout the system, but maybe that's too duplicative. and to nurture stewardship and positive visitor experiences. And the only reason why I'd like you to consider that is I think it's more the purpose of the planning rather than just collaboratively addressing the topics. What do you think?
And I would add a word where it says implement ideas for understanding and addressing. I don't think we really fully understand the sources of visitation growth. And to me, that's where this has to start.
We can then take that idea and put it in as a potential implementation step.
Yeah. Yeah.
To heighten, encourage more understanding.
Yeah. I mean, I like the reference to NOCO Places 2050. I think that could get to a lot of what you're talking about.
Say that again, Kurt.
Well, that's page 91,
Yeah.
and it's the latter part of the gray box there.
Yeah.
And it's one of many things that are called out, but I do think trying to have a regional understanding of the movement of visitors to different places and their demographics, what they're interested in, what's attracting them to different places. I'm sure that discussion has to happen.
Well, and some of that has happened in visitor surveys and previous data collection by OSMP. We know that 30% of the people in the southern part of the system come from Jeffco, and it's very attractive because it's dogs off leash.
Yeah. So I'm sure that would be part of the discussion on this NOCO 2050. Why do people go from your city to ours and our city to yours? And how do we cut down the total travel budget, the greenhouse gas budget of recreation in the area?
So are we looking at the strategy handle or the explanation under it?
We're looking at the less bold print under RRSE1, right?
Correct.
What about the bold print at RRSE1?
Right.
Well, what's your proposal?
And if that's going to be the template up there, let's make sure we get crowding out of there and that it's the impact of increasing visitation.
I thought the initial response is mitigate crowding didn't make sense, right?
To mitigate the impacts of crowding?
Is that, Leah, could you, just at the beginning of line 2, the word crowding, change to impacts for us?
Yeah, I think we talked
Thank you.
about.
Yeah, we did. Sure.
Right. And that was, I'm sorry, that's the impacts of increasing visitation.
Right.
Yeah.
So my suggestion would be to kind of pirate a couple of things. I think continue implementing measures to mitigate impacts of increasing visitation in specific locations. And
Instead of while?
well, no, this would be, well, yeah, this is for the title of the strategy.
You want to use the first phrase
Right.
as the title?
Right, with an and then get to the latter part of that, and better understand and address visitation growth throughout the system. So that you get at what Andrea's suggesting, but also then what Kurt's suggesting as well. I just had trouble with update and implement visitor use management guidance. I really don't know what that means, and I think this is more specific and clearer.
We've agreed we're getting rid of that word guidance.
So do we need to separate what's in the title from what's in the subordinate paragraph?
That would be helpful for us.
So the handle originally in May was manage increasing visitation.
Right.
The handle now is what you know.
Well, can we still use manage increasing visitation?
That would be fine.
Well, I would say, and that's what the council saw, isn't it, when we went to council that said manage increasing visitation.
It is, and then we got the follow-up clarification guidance from the board, again, to sort of help clarify or decode what we meant by that. So that's why we tried to get.
Well, this explains what we mean by that, right?
So a handle could just be mitigate impacts of increasing visitation.
Say it again?
Mitigate impacts of increasing visitation.
No.
We could go back to
Gotta
manage
do-
increasing
we gotta do
visitation.
more than just mitigate the impacts.
And, well,
Well, as-
it
as-
presupposes impacts from increased visitation.
Yeah,
We still need to understand this.
Yeah.
that's right.
So if I could just remind that it wasn't the council study session that changed the handle. It was the result of after the board, June board meeting is when we changed the handle. So the manage increasing visitation, the original handle was not something that council had an issue with. It was changed subsequently through more deliberations with this board. So the board, if you're happy with the original one, manage increasing visitation, and then go to this new, we could go back to that.
I think I prefer it. I think it's succinct.
Yeah, me too. I don't know what we were thinking before.
I lost my mind.
Does the board feel like they've given staff enough guidance on the strategy and the handle that Darren
Would
would be able to?
address rather than manage be better for you? This is all about increasing visitation. That's what
I
the
understand that
subject line
that's
is.
the driver here, but the word manage, to me, presupposes that it's like,
So how about,
we gotta do something about
so how about address?
Yeah.
We got to do something about, something to bend this curve. We got to, I mean, it's just like for climate change, we got to do something to bend that
I'm
curve.
okay with address. mean,
I
it's
just
pretty
think of a
neutral.
pile of envelopes when I hear the word
Address.
Well, we manage forests and we manage grasslands. Do we manage visitation?
Well, we certainly, at minimum, I would think we would agree, we manage the, obviously at a maintenance level, and there are other, it's indisputable that it has effects on the trail.
So you manage the impacts of visitation.
For sure we do that.
Yeah.
Whether we manage the numbers themselves, I think is very much an open question that we're not going to decide that tonight.
So address the impacts of increased
Yeah.
visitation?
Not just the impacts. We've said we want to deal with understanding and addressing visitation growth. If the word impacts, if it's only about impacts in the bold headline, then it's not about the whole description.
So do we want to assess as well as address?
People are only a problem if they impact the system. If the impact is, I want to have a solitary nature experience, and that is carried out by enough community input, and I say community in a very large sense, because I don't think we're serving only City of Boulder residents, we're serving a larger community. That is one thing that we assess under limits of acceptable change. If the impact is wear and tear on the trail by number of boots, that's something slightly different. And so it's about impacts to me. Impacts is such a crucial part of this discussion. Raw numbers of people is one measure of potential impact.
And Karen, if I understand, you're saying you want to address impacts, but you also think we need to think hard about, for example, Boulder advertises open space and mountain parks in a zillion ways. The Visitors Bureau brochures always had a picture of the Flatirons in Chautauqua, and even they said, maybe we shouldn't do that anymore. So that's,
I just got a pile of them in my newspaper.
Right, yep.
Isn't that to me, this basically works. I mean, that is the first phrase before the comma talks about existing plans, which is, and that's talking about, because we don't have existing plans on numbers. We have existing plans that would address impacts, and so that makes sense.
Right.
The second part after the comma says, I think what Dave is driving at, which is, well, we're going to look at the growth broadly. We're not judging what the outcome of that ought to be, but I think it's fair to flag that, you know, and recognizing that Andrea's concern would be part of that discussion, and I would say my concern is much more, until you tell me that there's a mechanism. I mean, it's easy to say stop advertising, but I mean, if you're going to actually limit numbers, unless you're willing to either go to a reservation system or have someone who stands there and says, sorry, folks, trail's closed until, you know, 50 people leave, and then we'll start letting more people in like a parking lot. Unless you're willing to do one of those things, I'm not sure what the point is of discussing managing numbers, but if some future board is open to saying, yeah, we're okay with a reservation system or some other way of actually stopping people from going on the trail, well, then it's meaningful to discuss, well, okay, what would be the numbers and which trails and all that stuff. But I feel like that's a whole incredibly unpleasant can of worms for some very other day, but I think this, at least in a general sense, creates the space in which to do that.
But what would your title be for this paragraph, I guess is what
I don't know.
I mean, we had it before, it was manage increasing visitation.
I'll change it to worry about me.
Well, you could say assess the effects of, I don't know, you could say increasing visitation or the growth of visitation or something like that.
I mean, frankly, I'm fine with just, you know, update and implement, or implement and update. I mean, it's kind of, yeah, it's pretty generic, but it, you know, rather than trying to wordsmith the part in bold, I'm fine with just saying, you know, leave that as is. I think it.
I mean, I would rather go back to what we had before, because it's what council saw, and it's succinct. But if there's a word or two we could add to it, Andrea,
Okay.
that would.
So it was, sorry,
was
what was
just-
the old word?
Manage increasing visitation.
And if I've heard address and understand.
Okay.
This is how it used to be.
Manage, address, and understand increasing
And
visitation.
address, understand, or,
But understand and manage.
Because you do understand first.
Yeah.
yes.
Or
Okay.
assess. How about
Yes.
assess?
Okay.
I can.
Assess and address?
I can.
Oh, little rhythm.
Ooh, it does. Yes, as long as there's a component of, we make sure that this is grounded in fact and not fear,
Yeah.
then, and state that up front, I'm comfortable.
Thank you. So I think we've reached agreement, comfort with this?
And what you've heard is? No, the big title.
Title.
Big
Right,
title.
Right.
Thanks for having me.
Understand and manage increasing visitation?
That's great with me.
Okay.
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 Would not assess, I thought we were going to do assess.
Assess and manage.
Understand, assess, and match. So
Oh, no, too many words.
they're very similar,
I
understand.
think they're the same thing.
Yeah.
If you want to put assess,
Assess and
Fine.
manage?
Assess and
Assess
manage,
and manage.
that's fine.
Because assess assumes some level of understanding at some point.
Well, that's the whole point of assessing, right?
Right.
I would hope so.
I think that's what that means.
Before we leave this, I just wanted to respond briefly, Tom, to something that you brought up earlier in reference to updating the visitor master
Well,
plan.
yeah, and it comes up in a whole bunch of places, and my suggestion was going to be, instead of saying a system-wide update to the VMP, a system-wide update to selected aspects of the VMP, not attempt to define what the aspects
I
are, but
totally agree.
And that's terrific guidance, and I wanted to.
that comes up a lot in that.
And that, so we, if you remember back several or more months when we came to the board wanting to talk about updating our planning framework, part of that involved something exactly like what you're talking about, Tom, where we are ourselves interested in more of this sort of module approach where we just take discrete conversations and update that. But knowing that the board wanted a fuller discussion about the planning framework, that's why we followed your guidance in waiting to have that discussion about what that approach will be. So that's why that became a strategy under financial sustainability. So there's a little bit of chicken and egg here, but if what I'm hearing from the board tonight is that we are more interested at this point in saying components of, then we can certainly do that if that's.
And it could be all components in certain situation, and it could be one component.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's great. Good. I had a couple changes within the very extensive RRSE1 section, and I'm trying to find it.
And I have something under community voices, if you're passing
Okay.
that up. Are you before that or after that?
I'm not sure, page 95 is what I'm looking at.
Okay, let me do 93 first.
Okay.
Okay.
I understood from my discussion with staff this afternoon that 93 was going to say figure 233 shows over 60% of respondents also support the following management approaches for high-use areas, and then 5 bullets.
Oh, I don't need this, Leah, thanks.
Sure, so let me just, in full transparency, update the board and audience on the conversation. So just for clarity, in terms of the representation of survey results that you see in the master plan, those do now, at the advice of our Human Dimensions team, include the don't know responses. So it gets a little technical in terms of how we explain this, but essentially what that means is we were following best practices and methodology that were used in the resident survey in 2016, where we had at that time one question that had an option of answering don't know. Now, because with our master plan survey, we ended up with many more questions with that option, our team recommended that we show the full suite of options. So that's why you would see a difference in numbers between the first and second drafts of the master plan. So what we have proposed to clarify that, we recognize that could have created confusion, is to if you have an update of the survey tool in front of you, and members of the public would have that also over there as well, where this is now the master in terms of the data and the results as we feel more comfortable reporting them. And we've added on the left-hand side the number of respondents to each question also to help tell the reader the sort of the level of interest and the related margins of error for each of those questions. So we will now, the proposal is that this is a draft. We just worked, we still need to proof this, but that this would become an appendix to the master plan, and so that it's in full transparency, making sure that you have the information to refer to.
So the numbers that we see here, they were basically 70% of all people responding in a positive way, excluding the people that said don't know.
Correct.
That's how these were calculated. And now you're bringing in the don't knows and adjusting the percentages. Is that what you're saying?
Almost. In the first draft, we excluded the don't knows, but in this final draft, we got everything right, so to speak, where we did include the don't knows.
Oh, I see. In this?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
gotcha.
Just wanting to explain why the numbers are different between the two drafts.
Gotcha.
Wanting to clarify that.
And because that decreases the percentages of support or oppose,
Yeah.
then the threshold for including bullets changes from 70% down to 60%.
Okay.
And that means there'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullets underneath the 60% of respondents.
What gets added? Do you have that already figured out, Karen?
Increasing education and outreach about trail etiquette, increasing enforcement and ranger patrols. These are not in order.
Oh,
Providing low or no-cost shuttles to trailheads.
okay.
Adding amenities to less frequented areas to disperse visitors across the system. And closing trails for a period of time to protect wildlife and habitats.
Thanks.
Does that make sense? We do just want to make sure that we're clarifying the situation. Okay.
Okay, and you were going to go to 95?
Yeah, page 95, so it's basically 2 bulleted lists, which feels like...
2 bulleted lists.
2 bulleted lists, but that the sticks come before the carrots. I'd like to invert the order, basically. Put the things that feel a little more fuzzy first, and then put the stuff that feels less so second.
Okay.
Can we live with that?
Okay by me?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm sorry, say that once again. We've got,
So
Put
basically.
the first, put the second list first and the first.
Page
list second.
95.
Yeah,
was looking at the wrong page.
Right?
first, second, first.
Okay, yep.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
Okay.
Thank you a bunch for including all this stuff with the don't knows. I feel it adds a really great dimension to the data, and it really does some interesting things with interpretation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
97 and 98. I have a personal problem with the lingo of guidance and tools. And if there's anybody else that has that problem, then my question is, can we substitute synonyms?
Are you just trying to jazz it up because you've just seen it too many times, or do you feel
No,
that
it's
it lacks?
just, it's just agency speak to me. It's planner speak. Guidance and tools.
Well, it is a plan.
Yeah, I know. But it's supposed to be understood by the general public.
And your substitute?
I'm sympathetic with plain language.
No. Yes, what,
So, I mean, do you have a direct proposal? or
I had suggested, what did I suggest?
This
Somewhere
is in your
here.
yellow stuff.
Strategies and options.
Strategies and options, or
Don't want to confuse strategies. That's okay.
things, or ways, or
Yeah.
Approaches.
approaches is good.
right. Okay, I'm sorry. This is in figure 2.3.4?
And the text below it, and the text on the next
Yeah.
page.
And so, like in step 2, where it says existing guidance data trends, what are you proposing to say instead of guidance?
If it's talking about existing plans, then it's existing plans, and data and trends.
Might be policies.
Policies, yeah.
Would you feel comfortable as staff worked on change of just
Yeah.
getting the wording right,
Yeah.
but making sure we strike? Yeah,
Either's fine with me.
okay,
So, if,
we can do that.
And while we're on the wheel,
The wheel.
I would like for it to be more clear when community input is actively solicited. So as I was thinking about this,
Good question.
you know, I haven't brought up transportation and the Folsom Rice Sizing project, so I might as well.
One last time.
Going out in a bang.
Yeah.
Here we go.
No, I felt like it was this amazing shining example of, we felt like we had really clear policy guidance from the Transportation Master Plan. We felt like we had guidance from council, but there was this crucial missing check-in with the community.
Yep.
And the community in surveys had informed all that planning, and we're like, well, this is what the community wants, let's do it. They want safe bicycling infrastructure. When they saw that it was like safe bicycling infrastructure may require sacrifices by cars, that people were like, that's not actually what I meant. So in this process, you know, it's like you go through the process, you get far enough through the pilots and implementation, either somewhere before or somewhere after, to make that thing concrete and real, and get that feedback before it goes off the rails. Like,
So I think what you're saying, similar to the project management plan for the master plan, we developed an associated community engagement plan that, you know,
Yeah.
hey, and that created the engagement windows, and they're like inform, share the knowledge, collaborate, all of that. So perhaps
I
it's
feel
almost
like-
like an insight circle.
And then that was, yeah.
Yeah, but
That's
Andrea's
great.
saying, so where on the wheel?
Well, you develop that as policy, depending upon the project.
Can we put asterisks around in the wheel where,
Well, what I'd suggest is it'd be perhaps more helpful to have an inner circle that points towards these, because as you develop your community engagement plan, you'll figure out exactly where you want to touch base. And then underneath, we can probably put a statement in related to the diagram explaining community engagement.
well, you've seen my concern, and I think the
Absolutely.
staff
And
did address.
absolutely, thank you, Andrea. And I think also this does bring up, while we're here, Kurt, your suggestion elsewhere in the plan to update the diagram for adaptive management. And I also want to say, too, that We have guidance from the engagement strategic framework where there's a wheel there around community engagement design. So I think we have several concepts we need to merge and improve. I think we have enough guidance here tonight to do so unless there's anything else you might want to offer.
Do you have the tools you need?
And the guidance.
And the guidance.
I didn't say it.
Moving on.
Good.
All right. Anything else on 1? Hopefully not.
No.
All right. 2?
I'm just going to put in a plug, and I put this in my edit notes. I think there's a great opportunity on page 99 to highlight what's already been done by the department in terms of surveying trail condition and developing a section-by-section quality assessment, georeference database, and everything else. And so I felt that was worth calling out. And I would also...
Is that not mentioned anywhere in this section?
Well,
I don't think it is, but I'm not going to swear to anything anymore.
Well, the 3 categories are the routine, preventive, and major.
That is an output from that assessment.
Right.
Yeah, but where does it say?
Isn't that 101, page 101 on an example of implementation actions?
Because we're moving to the asset management system, Kurt, what you're describing is the inventory we did.
Right.
And now the next stage, isn't it, is developing the asset management system, life cycle costs, everything else incorporated.
Can't you,
So
after,
we could emphasize.
yeah, after routine, preventative, major maintenance, can't you add a sentence there that says, all billion miles of OSMP trails have been assessed in terms of these 3 criteria, and we have found...
Yeah, I put it before the figure.
And see the graph,
Yeah.
which shows how many miles of trails fell out into each category.
Yep, we can include that.
So I think it's, well, one, everybody's concerned about trail maintenance, and I think this was a big lift.
It's a
for the
major
department.
effort,
Yeah,
yeah.
so we should,
And it has informed our thinking, but apparently the public doesn't know much about it.
and I have in the same vein, a little concern at the bottom of page 101, where we say, this is the last paragraph, an integrated asset management approach for trails will also enable la, la, la. And I think it does imply that we haven't started that process. Now, you guys know the difference between an inventory and an asset management thing, but I think the readers...
Okay.
It's
So
agency speak one more time.
Yeah, we know the current quality as of this epic, as of this date.
Right, we have
And now we
georeference
need to
database.
figure out how to manage it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
using that.
And get to work.
Okay, Dave?
I have one minor thing, but if you don't do anything but this, I will be forever grateful. And that is if you will universally replace preventative with preventive in this document, I would be ever grateful.
Just say that one more time.
Which one do you like?
He likes one less syllable.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no such word as preventative. It's preventive.
Like this one.
I think we've been inconsistent in the document.
Tom and Dave are in unison on this, apparently.
And I will say no more.
And your English teacher is very proud of you.
Moving on to RRSE.
Hey, Dave, you get nothing more. That's great.
All right, I think we're done with that, which takes us to 3.
Yep.
Not a,
And 3 is where the OSMP's ecological best management practices appears. And I'm sure at least 100,000 other Boulderites have no clue of what that is.
So can you put the reference to that in the appendix where
It's in the middle of page 104.
you reference everything in the back of the plan?
We can even link to that. Those are available on our website.
Right.
So we can do that in both places,
Right.
certainly.
I guess I'm looking at this first bullet list on RSE 3. These are the challenges. I just raised the idea of putting e-bikes on there as something we're going to have to plan for in terms of design standards and things like that.
I'm sorry, Kurt, I missed the reference. Where were you?
103.
103.
This is the bullet list on 103.
Got it.
And, I mean, the whole thing that's ahead of us about, I think, integrating the commuting system on bikes between us, the county, parks, whoever's managing the creek paths and things like that. I mean, I think that is something that we know is out there, but I don't know that we really mention it. I mean, this isn't just dirt trail design, but it's all the other trails too that have to, and it gets to the issue about regulations not changing, from this mile to the next mile and all of those issues.
Oh, wait, we don't.
Yeah, would that go under here, though?
We don't currently allow e-bikes, so you're
Well,
kind of
it's-
positing.
It's in the shaded paragraph after the bulleted list.
Yeah, but I thought that was just, if we're, the possibility that someone who has a mobility limitation could use an e-bike. Maybe that's what you meant. This is just not the general public, but
Your point is well taken, that we don't allow e-bikes right now.
I don't know.
We probably have a lot of e-bikes.
Well, there's two different issues. I thought there was, one question is the ADA question of, can somebody whose mobility limitation, they don't need a wheelchair, they're able to sit on a bicycle and ride an e-bike, but does the ADA require us to allow that use? I don't know what the answer to that question is.
Yes, it does. And
Okay, so that's not, there's nothing for us to decide there. That's already,
So, and I think too, just for clarity, what I think, Kurt, you're bringing up e-bikes here in relation to the design of trails. And then there's also, for clarity, another strategy where we talk about passive recreation experiences, where that might then nest in terms of the appropriateness of that use on OSMP land.
that was the second half of what I was going to say.
Oh, sorry,
is there's-
Tom.
No, that's fine. That there's an ADA question, which I think is really what is in the box.
Right.
Then there's a separate question of, should there be after appropriate process, et cetera, an evaluation of e-bikes generally, which is a very different question.
Yeah.
And,
But it also ties in with our greenhouse gas reduction efforts, to encourage more multimodal commuting and things like that. And that wouldn't go right here. That would probably go in our climate.
or in 6.
Right.
I mean, if you want to propose calling out, because obviously they're currently not allowed, you'd have to be calling out some kind of process in RSC, I think 6, but could be somewhere else.
I think it's worth mentioning the policy question of e-bikes somewhere in this plan, because it must be addressed somewhere in the next 10 years.
Yeah, and I'm happy to have staff figure out where it really lives. I don't know.
Yep.
yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Yeah.
For number 3, back in my very cobwebby brain, I kind of remember that one of these, and I think it's 3, part of the impetus for it was that because the department didn't have sufficient trail design and construction standards written down of our own, when we had the flood,
That's right.
we were at a disadvantage for FEMA projects, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so I think that that's important to call out here, because this is not the last time this will happen. And to me, it's like, this is a direct response to the flood, so that we are ready for the next, adds impetus to this item. Okay.
Are we good on 3?
Yep.
All right.
I will just add on e-bikes, I it's just a slippery slope. So when you do that, if you would take great strides not to give the impression that it's predetermined that e-bikes are, going to be approved, I think that would be very important.
Well, and I would add, on the e-bikes one, to probably say, if you're going to call out a process to, the first step is to evaluate whether e-bikes qualify as passive recreation under the charter.
Right.
So I would
Because if the answer to that is no, then you have to change the charter. If the answer to that's yes, then you can have the next step in the discussion. But I think there has been some very strong, the reason that we disposed of all those lands was because we believe that e-bikes are not allowed under the charter.
Right.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have disposed all those paved paths to utilities. That's the only reason we did that. But that could be re-examined.
Yeah.
But there's at least, yes, some significant history there already that.
So on page 111, since we're talking about it, I know you don't want to shift around too much, but in the last paragraph, and this is under the strategy support a range of passive recreational experiences. So in that last paragraph on page 111, we talk about implementing this particular strategy would also require updating visitor use management guidance in the 2005 VMP to determine the appropriateness of emerging activities such as e-bikes, hammocking, and slacklining on OSMP lands.
I think that's,
Thanks for finding it.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm happy with that.
Okay.
That's good.
Ignore the previous.
I want those 5 minutes back.
Okay.
Hurry.
All right. So I think that takes us to anything on 4?
Page 105, the second paragraph. In the middle of the second paragraph, transportation issues remain a barrier for, it's not just those, it's 9% of residents, I think. And I think it's important to say 9%, because it's not a very big number. It's not a huge problem. If I've got the new data versus the old data correct.
That is the correct number.
It is 9?
It is.
Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah, I would offer to strike even so, which, kind of gives the 9% more standing. So just say transportation issues remain for a few.
Capital T.
Right.
For 9% of residents. I just have to say, as I was reading this, RRSE 4, I said to myself, if we really wanted to encourage people to volunteer to steward the land, there ought to be more carrots. Like, after you build up, I don't know how many 100 hours of volunteering for stewardship of the land, you get a free permit for parking reservation or something. Just to give people some carrots.
Yeah, no, it's a good point, Karen. We can look at, there is incentives for volunteers, and obviously you'll be careful about volunteering versus the types of gifts or awards you give, but there is ways to look at things like that. So yeah, we could definitely include language around it.
Free trail pass.
Free trail pass.
I'm sorry.
Right. A real valuable commodity.
I apologize, but where does the 9%
I was looking for.
105, the dead
No, he's
center of the
looking on
second
He
paragraph.
wants to know in the survey.
It's question 3.
Yeah, you were getting it from not easy to get there by bus, bike, walking? Is
Yeah.
that where you're getting
Yeah.
your 9% from?
Right.
Okay.
Does that
Because
help,
the
Tom?
statement
Question 3?
says hard to reach by bus, bike, or foot.
Okay. So, I mean, it's past 10, so I'm sorry, I'm becoming a terrible listener. So we're still on 4, right? Okay, so because in EHR 4, we took out the visitor part, and said, oh, this one takes care of it. I think we need to better put that language actively into here. And so like on page,
This is EHR something we took out.
yeah, EHR 4, we took out GHG emissions related to visitor travel. And so
EHR.
here, we need to compensate for that. So on page 106, there's a paragraph in the middle that starts with, this strategy also supports strategies under EHR regarding reducing emissions related to visitor travel. You know, and so specifically call out EHR 4, but, you know, you guys take it from there. Just,
I don't think it's EHR 4.
is it not?
I think it's the last,
Got it. Yeah.
Okay.
EHR 8.
EHR 8.
8?
I was about ready to say you're more awake than
Yeah.
Right.
apparently not.
And apologies for going back, but I can believe that only 9% of the people find it hard to reach the OSMP trailhead nearest their house by bus, bike, or foot. There's zero possibility that only 9% of the population finds it hard to get to Joder by bus, bike, or foot. I mean, there's a lot of, that's very trailhead dependent. It's just, and I don't want to over-edit this, but I think we need to be a little bit careful here, because for a lot of trailheads, Flatirons, Vista on one end of the system, Joder on the other, 4th of July, whatever, or Teller on the other end, east and west. The figure is probably like, 90% of the people would have to drive there. They're just not getting there any other way. It's very much a function of which trailhead you're talking about. And some of them are, on the fringes of where people live. But
Yeah, and we're,
I don't,
yeah,
just,
we're not promising everybody
Nope.
access to every trailhead.
And I'm looking at
So-
the survey question, which is a little different. It says, what are the things that keep you
From visiting.
OSMP areas more often? Yeah, and so maybe staff can just try to
Or
make
just-
sure that we connect it to
A
the.
stronger linkage.
Yeah.
Or you could say something like, many trailheads are only accessible by car.
that would be a very good way of, Okay.
And on 4, just because this is a handle language change, I want to check it with the board. So actively sticking GHG emissions into the handle, so that would then read, explore and partner on a range of coordinated transportation and design solutions to reduce parking congestion and GHG emissions, and promote active living, ecosystem health, and public transportation. Is that
Sure.
okay?
Yep.
Sure.
All right.
And I don't think we want to imply that we're going to provide multimodal transportation to all trailheads anywhere in this item.
I didn't see that.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we can do a double check for that, certainly, but, the internal staff assessment that we've done didn't come close to that recommendation, so.
Good. And now we,
Okay, 5 then. And Kurt, long ago, I incorrectly, you were proposing to change this to manage passive recreation activities requiring a permit.
Yes,
Okay.
an OSMP permit.
I'm
That's fine.
Okay?
Thank you for
No, it's-
Okay, yes.
making the connection.
Good memory, Tom.
Anyone have any other changes to 5?
Maybe. There was somebody who contacted me and said we should mention the possibility of restricting nighttime voice and sight. And I'm looking for maybe a place where it would say,
Yeah, we're all looking for some staff member to jump up or something,
Yeah,
but I don't know who.
and maybe consider,
People take the bait.
there he goes. It's time to wake up.
You know, I don't want to move forward with voice and sight conversation.
Yeah, right, exactly. You've been there.
So I think the challenge there is that maybe the thought was is you can't see a dog at night.
Right.
Yeah.
So how
However,
can you
there's a
have
lot of
voice
other
and sight?
things. You put a lighted collar. There's other ways you make a dog
And how-
visible. So I know it's,
For
your
wildlife purposes, how many lights and,
suggestion is that's the type of things, again, we look at when we reevaluate the voice and sight tag program, understand what's working, what needs to be maybe modified to make sure the program's working, and I think that's best at that level of conversation and evaluation.
rather than.
Has the issue come up
Possibility here.
Did the issue come up before in our last revision? Was this something that people
Not
raised much?
Probably there was some attention to it, but it wasn't one that kind of elevated relative to other issues we thought were probably more pertinent to be addressed.
There was discussion about crepuscular wildlife, but
Sure, yeah. Yeah, but I think in terms of kind of where we saw the major lifts, it was getting participation in the program, enhancing the class requirement, fees for the program, and just overall compliance for the program.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have any real ranger presence at night on the system generally, right?
That's the other
another part of the
challenge. Yeah,
problem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
typically the rangers, and they may occasionally do some evening patrols. They normally work extended hours, but into the nighttime, it's probably not the best focus and opportunity to take advantage of the ranger staff when they can have a good, strong presence and make a lot of interactive contacts.
So the strategy already calls out evaluating and refining management practices for off-leash dog visits. Do we need to specify in the text?
Let's leave it.
Okay, thanks. I think that's, all right. So with that, I think we can move on to RSE 6. I had already communicated on page 111, the fourth bullet, just changing bolts to fixed hardware. Not all fixed hardware is bolt.
I think it said dolt before.
Bolt.
Yeah.
Dolt, well, anyhow.
And Darren, I was going to suggest that the similar reference to the ecological best practices, the recreation opportunity spectrum should be referenced also in that appendix, because it's called out here and no one knows what that is.
Or else delete it. I don't know that it's necessary.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll work on that.
So, yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Since it's referenced here, it should be referenced as a supporting document.
And in that same paragraph under context, the next to the last sentence, by applying this model to OSMP's specific landscape context and designated management areas, we aim to better understand and support a range of visitor experiences on OSMP land.
Any issues with that? Okay.
Okay, are we,
And at the bottom of page 110, I have a problem with the last paragraph there. Because I think that the survey responses show that people don't agree. I think it's not a mix of opportunities. I think it's a difference of opinion. And somewhere I think I put in some wording. Yep. On to say something like respondents to the 2019 OSMP Master Plan Survey demonstrated a difference of opinion regarding opportunities for dogs and bikes. For example, as shown under RRSE 5, resident opinion shows that some prefer on-leash versus off-leash dog walking, as well as trails where dogs are not allowed. And survey respondents don't all agree about biking. With some wanting some areas where biking opportunities are improved, and some wanting areas where bikes are not allowed on certain days.
So I think just for clarity, if everybody else hadn't found it, it's in the packet. Okay.
Thanks. So while, yes, a survey is a measure of opinion, that opinion can, in my view, then be translated into what types of opportunities we should be providing to serve our communities. So it's an interpretation of what you do with the survey, which is what we're trying to do throughout this entire document is, okay, people gave us their opinions and now we have to do something with it. Or not do something with it.
But what we're trying to do in this section is say what the community said. It's under the community voices section, not in the action section.
Okay.
Fair enough. Which survey question was that? Do you have it?
It's, well, it's a combination.
Yeah,
It's-
yeah.
13, 14?
It's the second one under 6, and it's, 13, 14.
Okay. Well, I agree, we didn't ask people if they'd want to mix.
Yeah.
They may want to mix, but we didn't ask them that question,
Yeah.
so.
Okay, fair enough.
I'd be okay with clarifying that.
And the other concern that I have on RRSE 6 is the next to the last paragraph about on 111. And we're now in Tier 3 strategies. And as I was reading Tier 3 strategies, I was really aware of the fact that we can't promise people a lot, given council's view that we're going to have plus 0.10 or 0.15 increase in the tax, maybe. And we're going to be basically in a decreased budget era. So in the Tier 3 strategies, we can't imply that there's going to be lots of movement on these things. So I am suggesting that we highlight FS 3, 4, and 10 to emphasize the budget constraints and the residents' preferences for improving existing trails versus building new trails.
We're not inserting those kind of caveats into everywhere else in the document?
I am hoping we do in strategy 3s, because
So that's your
otherwise,
recommendation for tier 3s?
for tier 3s, yeah. Because otherwise, we're promising the world in some of these tier 3s, and I just don't see it happening with all the budget cuts.
Well, I get that, but I feel like staff has been pretty careful in its language to not promise anything. I mean, this paragraph that kicks off with, options, blah, 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 would be considered among other options. I mean, options is there twice. It's so caveated.
If there's resources to do it.
There's another issue, I think, Karen, in this paragraph that I just mentioned, and that gets into this discussion we had several months ago about, are we going to create picnic facilities and other things that certain members of the community would really like? Or instead, are we looking for opportunities to partner with Parks and Rec, who that's really their mission, and we will find some way to sort of match up their facilities with our opportunities? And so that's just something else that I think is sort of implied in this paragraph that we have to be a little careful about.
Yeah, although when we get to RRSE 8, that's really the one that's on point, I think, to that concern. I think that may be the place, if someone feels that goes too far, to dial it back.
I see you're saying the same issue comes up in 8 on page 115 about picnic areas and things like that.
Yeah, and I think RRSE 6, 7, and 8 all need some kind of language about FS 3, 4, and in the case of RRSE 6, 10, to highlight matching the fiscal parameters and constraints with the hopes and dreams of everybody to have.
I think, if I might just offer one, when we talked earlier about the language in the executive summary where we describe what the tiers mean, and we talked that we would replicate that in front of section 2, there's a paragraph there that I think gets to that. We'll put incremental funding and effort towards other strategies in tier 2 or 3, but with respectively less emphasis and depending on opportunities as they arise over the next 10 years. So if
And I just think there needs to be reminders back on page 111, 113, for people who don't remember what was written up in page 10 or whatever it is.
Would that be for every focus area?
Yeah, would we?
I think it should be a dependent phrase, comma, in tier 3 strategies that in some cases have $5 signs on a strategy, on a tier 3 strategy. I just don't see how we're ever going to have $5 signs on a tier 3 strategy. And in my mind, that's really contradictory, isn't it?
So I'm with you, and I think that inserting all that language into every single tier 3 strategy is a lot of work for staff. Total bummer if that's an important strategy to you. And I think that basically, like, you are totally correct that basically tier 3 strategies are not going to get action in the next 10 years, right? But I think that we call that out up front and call it out up front, maybe strengthen the language about tier 3s, saying, it's just like we have to have a serious windfall of money to make anything more than incremental movement on this. And don't bulk up the rest of them.
Well, the other challenge in the master plan and writing them is that we are also needing to take a particular strategy and address it through 3 potential funding scenarios, one being full implementation funding, or so.
Yeah, but it's clear that's not going to happen.
I think I pulled this slide, sorry, Dan, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I pulled this slide back up just for context, and it might be that as part of the context setting, we could pull this graphic through to the beginning of section 2. It sits right now in section 3 where we get more into the prioritization, but I think the concept here being that, again, all the way to the right is full funding to implement the full vision, which is part of the task we have as a city department, is to describe what our vision is, to develop that vision plan, but then to ground it with fiscal constraints. So I think that's what this graphic starts to indicate.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the number of dollar signs on Tier 3 projects, but I think language that Andrea suggested or that you're talking about makes sense, where you describe, it's someplace, not in every section, but at least when you do the description of tiers, trail of tears, you basically say that, tier three projects, are less likely or unlikely to be funded or fully funded under most, financial scenarios.
I guess
But you can estimate that whatever it is, this is what it's going to cost if we were going to fund it completely.
Yeah, I think the document at a general level lays out the case for why lower priorities are going to get less money. I mean, I would just also want to be clear that we're not overstating things, that, acquisitions is a Tier 3 strategy. We're obviously going to be doing acquisitions. And we've got, millions of dollars in the budget to do that. And if someone read this and said, well, we're just not doing Tier 3, I think that would be a bad misreading. There may be some Tier 3 strategies where we say, well, we're just doing very little of that.
Right.
But there are some Tier 3 strategies, acquisition's an obvious one. We'll talk about our SE7 in a minute, where it's obvious that, no, we're actually spending millions of dollars on that, but it has a lower priority than it, would have 10, 15 years ago.
So I think the question, so what I'm hearing is that perhaps it would be helpful to just use this graphic in the context setting at the beginning of section 2. Head nods on that. And then, I think so, I saw head nods. Okay, and then the latter part of the question is, again, what we're doing in the master plan at this point in section 2 throughout, to be consistent with other focus areas, is describing what that vision is. And so that's where, those are the refinements that we need to make within section 2.
Tell me the second half of what you just said.
So this section 2 is where we really are defining what the vision
Section
is.
2, not Tier 2.
Correct, of the document. So where we are right now with RRSE and EHR, all of that, that's painting the full picture of what our vision for the next 10 years is, if we had the full funding to implement that vision. So that's what we're doing here right now.
Okay.
And I think if we heard from the board, it's in the upfront piece of section 2 that we clarified this, but then we're not repeating it throughout the document, which I think we did at the beginning with a few other examples where we used wording sometimes that got repeated throughout the document, and then we eventually summarized it up front.
Okay. So I'm uncertain exactly where we are. Are we done with RRSC 6? Have we reached a compromise? All right. All right, then moving on to 7. I think it's important, I thought this went without saying, but given some public reaction, and now that I reread this, it perhaps doesn't go without saying, that this plan is not intended to junk all of the previously approved plans. And, yes, there is going to be a lower priority to new trails, and I would think especially those that have not yet appeared in any plan. But, the West TSA contains the Anemone Trail, which I certainly assume we're intending to get that done. And there's a whole bunch of trails in the North TSA. It's not just North Sky, but, to an equestrian, the Mahogany Trail would be an important piece of that. Somebody else might point to something else that's important to them. And I would think if we said, well, for 10 years, we're not really going to do those trails, I think that would be a shocking, about face on a public process that not only was approved by council, but, involved a lot of other gives and takes. And if you told someone, well, you're not getting what you wanted, they'd say, well, okay, but that's basically completely redoing the whole plan, because I'm not giving my gives if I'm not getting my gets. Now, I don't know exactly whether that needs to be said, but there's a level of concern here that I think we ought to be careful about saying, honoring existing plans. Now, the issue of, particularly North Sky, we've already spent $350,000 to buy an easement to put the trail there.
And staff did add in that sentence about the North Study Area Plan on page 112. So I have to agree with you, Tom, that I didn't see anything in this master plan that would take those high priority trails that have already been planned and somehow set them to the side. But you're thinking maybe we need to state that?
I think it might be a bad idea to say, we intend to carry out existing, approved plans.
I guess partly it's a question for staff in terms of the planning and the budget and everything else. Do they see anything in this plan that would change the direction we have been going in, for example, for the North Sky and the other North TSA trails?
No, I think the intention, if staff had the intention of going back on pre-approved plans, then the language would be written that way. I mean, I'm not seeing how we've structured the language to imply some of the concerns. I think the concerns are coming out of where it ended up ranking in the tier format, but it wasn't the intention.
And the question would be on page 112, the second paragraph under context, just to add a sentence that says this does not negate staff's intention to carry out previously approved plans. Or, just to make.
Sorry, could you say that again?
And where would you put that?
Well, it doesn't.
Well, maybe under implementation actions, it could go in there too. I mean,
Well, to add a little bit of subtlety, what I was hearing from the public comment was that because this is living at tier 3, speaking to what Karen was just talking about, it amounts to shelving the plan because there's so many other financial priorities ahead of it in line.
Well, then that's the question for staff, because Darren put up that chart that shows you're still going to be spending some money, probably.
We did have a discussion with the board, if you remember, when we were doing the prioritization, and we did say all the strategies are important. We're providing emphasis in tier 1, and then as we went to council, they said, can we split tier 1 and tier 2? But we recognized as staff, as Dan pointed out earlier, sometimes it's CIP funding, sometimes it's staff resources, sometimes it's volunteer partnership efforts. All the strategies can be moved forward. We're saying there's more emphasis on tier 1. And over the years, as we look across the decade, we should be making sure that, as our metrics, that we've definitely accelerated tier 1, but we've tried to accomplish all 3 tiers.
Yeah, I mean, I think the important thing is if there's a strategy that's highlighted in the master plan, it is a priority for the department. Otherwise, it wouldn't show up in the plan. So having it in the plan is showing a priority for us. Of course, within that, we have to sort of tier those priorities, and that's what's been done. But we've been trying to emphasize, because we realize this could be a confusing part, that just because a strategy that you care for may be in a 2 or a 3, it does not mean it's being shelved. That is not the intention at all of how we're trying to display our, how we view a strategy.
Maybe what I would suggest is on page 112, the second paragraph under context, the first sentence says department funding levels over the next decade will determine the degree to which this can be achieved in the next decade, both in terms of construction and maintenance for new trails. Then just to add.
Is it just the degree, or isn't it also the timing?
Probably both.
Yeah, I think maybe that would be part of the definition of degree, would be part of that.
I think to make this graphic super cute, let's add animals. Tier 3 is a turtle. Tier 2 is, I don't know, tier 1's a rabbit.
It's getting late.
But
Okay, so why don't we, in the sentence I just read, say, pick up Karen's point, will determine the degree to which, comma, and when, comma, this can be achieved in the next decade, both in terms of construction and maintenance for new trails, period, and then say, this, however, does not negate staff's intention to carry out the trail activities called for in adopted TSA plans. Or you could fiddle with the language, but something that just answers, a concern that I didn't think was implied by the language, but apparently some feared.
And I think one of the problems with that paragraph and referring to the paragraph is that that paragraph describes things that have already been planned and approved and new things that haven't even been planned. And I think we need to separate those two concepts. I think what we're saying is things that have been planned and approved, the West TSA, the North TSA, those are the top priorities. And we are probably going to focus funds first on those. And we may not plan a whole bunch of new trails if we've only got money.
Knowing that we've got a backlog already.
Right, yeah. And so.
So perhaps, yeah.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at.
I think
by
so.
explicitly referencing prior.
Confuses the issue.
So I think we need to tease apart prior planned and future planned and reaffirm that the things that have already been planned are going to remain a priority.
So in the first sentence, get rid of the word new.
In the strategy statement itself, or in Tom's paragraph?
Funding levels paragraph.
Okay.
Yeah, the one that I've been.
Okay.
Get rid of the word new before trails. Insert Tom's sentence about the department's intention to follow through on trails that have been approved in.
I wonder if we can just tell staff to figure this out.
Yes.
Do you have the direction you need?
Distinguish between new and existing.
Yes.
We're going to keep giving priority to existing, blah, blah.
There is one, the only caveat I'd put is Tom mentioned earlier, we've got new properties sitting out there which we've purchased over time that we need to look at, and what's the management designation and what might be the action. So as staff, I'll make up a number. You could build 15-mile trail or 5-mile, the made-up number. The point is, where do you distribute that across the system? That's why
And we've already committed to another 15 or so miles.
Right, but obviously we'd have to be very judicious in how we think about it, but the point is where's the right place for that? So in some ways it'd be unfair to rule out a place.
No, I don't think this, by expressly affirming one, you're not saying we're not going to do anything on, Boulder Valley Farms or wherever, Lippincott or whatever you might have in mind.
That was sort of staff's in the way they wrote it.
I think we're clearly saying that's pretty far down the list, but not that it's inherently zero.
So that we would, just so I understand, we are hearing a priority in terms of, just in the way we write the language, following through on existing commitments before we follow through on new commitments that may come out as part of design, future design.
Well, which we can't say anything about, really.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have?
And to further obfuscate the conversation, I would suggest that we then delete the rest of that paragraph, because I think the sentence beginning with therefore additional funding mechanisms, because again, I don't think that really informs the conversation. Basically, I just think it confuses and raises expectations, and we can deal with that when the time comes.
Are you talking, sorry, about the sentence that starts with therefore?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I like the suggestions that Tom made and stuff, but I think that then we come back to the funding mechanism. We've already said that, department fund, we're going to, try and do whatever we can do. And, it just seems to me that implied in all of that is that, we'll be looking at, various funding mechanisms to accomplish that. I just think it raises expectations that somehow, we're going to do this.
Would you be okay with, well, changing necessary to sought? So we're not just saying, therefore, additional funding mechanisms will be sought? So we're calling out that,
Well, I would even be okay with might be necessary, or.
Or leveraged.
Yeah.
Or what?
yeah.
Leveraged?
Leveraged.
You know, I'm thinking about transportation again, is, like, projects happen when somebody else is bringing money to the table.
Yeah, right.
When the feds bring 90%, we're like, well, that's what we're going to do, because I only have to bring
Right.
10%. So, if we said, let's build a regional trail across the Lippincott, because Jeffco's bringing 60% to the table, that's going to rise higher.
Yeah, I think
the concept
reasonable to say, we're going to give a priority to the existing trails that are planned. For new trails, I think what we're saying is their priority may depend upon acquiring or attracting additional funding.
Yeah.
So Dave's suggestion, was to change will be necessary to may be necessary?
Yeah.
Can we,
Right.
okay, live with that downgrade? All right. Anything else on 7, or can we go on to inspiring facilities?
Inspiring facilities.
Discouraging.
Contradictory.
All right.
House and inspire. Yep.
Inspiring porta potty. So, any changes on this? I mean, Dave, this was your formerly amenities, now facilities and services.
And this is the one that has $5 signs, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the only thing is, I think, to come back to what Kurt and others have said is on page 115 about, picnic areas, gathering areas, benches, kind of all of those kinds of facilities. Are we really committing to, providing those?
Is there particular language that you fear raises such an expectation that we could look at toning down? Or is it just a general concept?
I think it's the examples. I'm okay with just ending the sentence at facilities and exclude the such as.
So on page 115, third paragraph.
Paragraph, right.
Sort of in the middle.
Right.
Yep.
Because it starts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Facilities, period.
Right.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Andrea, you,
Sorry, I'm.
bike racks is in there, so I want to be.
I need my bike racks.
How about picnic
Oh, right, I don't live here anymore.
We have bike racks, that's okay.
Yeah, I know. We have bike racks. They're empty.
I still see no problems with providing examples. It's not a promise, it's just an example.
It is consistent throughout the various focus areas, and the board said, can we provide examples? And, we used approved, like picnicking's, I think, the 6th most, or 7th most popular activity in open space, and we have existing picnic facilities, and some of those need upgraded. So we were just trying to get it similar to other areas, how we describe.
5% is picnicking.
Actually, I believe it's the 6th most popular activity on open space.
According to what?
I believe it's the visitor survey, is that correct?
This is survey question 2.
I'd have to go back to the system overview report to check.
It's 5% of people said that picnicking is in their top 2.
It's in their top 2, but in the system overview report, we talk about frequency of the activity itself, which may not be considered the primary reason.
And it's a little bit confused because we do have picnic areas. We built picnic areas at the top of Flagstaff a long time ago, and we probably should have standards for that. We just want to be careful about implying that we're going to build a lot of additional facilities that are like parks and rec facilities.
Right, and I've checked with Mark Gershman, but I think in the visit use management plan, it's picnicking is an approved activity. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're just sort of following existing plans.
But
yes,
it
you're right.
doesn't say we'll provide facilities for it. It just says you can eat something.
Right. You can bring a picnic blanket. and
The
a picnic.
discussion about fishing piers is too close.
I like having examples. I mean, if you end it at visitors' facilities, oh, okay, well, you know, like, the neighborhood kids might think that that you're going to build a hoverboard track, or I don't know. I mean, just, yeah, ground it in reality, give some examples.
How about bathrooms? Which is really far more necessary in a lot of places than anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing about picnic areas is that one of the groups that we are saying we're going to be a lot more inclusive of is very focused on picnicking.
Yep.
But I think we did have a discussion that the preferred strategy is to work with Parks and Rec to figure out how we can match our opportunities with theirs so that we're not duplicating what Parks and Rec is doing. And I know it's a fuzzy line, so.
And it's a primary function of Parks and Rec to provide parks with picnic facilities.
So again, because it feels late, is your problem with listing things that the list includes picnic areas, or is your problem with, it feels like scope creep for open space?
Feels like what?
Scope creep.
Scope creep.
Yeah.
Say that 5 times.
Mission creep.
Mission creep, fine.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then, both. Okay. I mean, I think it's fine to, example implementation action would be to throw in, looking into ways we can partner with other city departments such as Parks and Rec.
I have some language for CCEI 1 to try to do that. I would be okay with such as bathrooms, bike racks, and benches at trailheads or something like that.
If I could speak to the picnic areas thing, I think it is true that we have picnic areas on the system if we take Flagstaff.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, we have Flagstaff as an example of a picnic area on the system. And when we did our micro-engagement and equity outreach, something we heard from like the Latinx community was there's different types of ways we can arrange the picnicking to make it more amenable for that community. And I think that's what we're trying to emphasize here. It's not to create new picnic areas, it's how can we amend our existing ones to better serve the community as a whole, to be more inclusive. So that's generally where the approach is going. So perhaps staff could work on some wording to better reflect that.
And I also just wanted to, for clarity, prior to that phrase, the examples, we talk about improving design, sustainability, accessibility, and maintenance.
Mm-hmm. It's not planning new facilities. It's a very good point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just for the record, the Open Space Department inherited the picnic facilities on top of Flagstaff. So.
Well,
okay.
So we talked a lot. What's our resolution?
What you said.
Okay.
We'll investigate or look at, establishing partnerships with other agencies, including Parks and Recreation and stuff.
Okay.
But Mark said this is existing visitor facilities, right?
Yeah, I'm not.
If we insert the word existing before visitor facilities, I'm okay.
And the only thing I'd say is I'd look to like Steve and Mark Gershman to say is anything in the north, west, or south TSA that includes.
Can't hear you.
language. Is there, excuse me, it's late at night, perhaps my voice is getting a bit low.
We could be adding additional bike racks. We could be adding an additional bathroom if it's required or needed. And I wouldn't want to promise that throughout 10 years there might not be something added. I mean, we would want to be careful with that.
Yeah.
No, I think we're
memorial
talking about the
benches.
examples, though, I don't think we're saying that, things shouldn't be added.
Okay, should
Well,
we just
so we-
do a show of hands? I'm sorry. I
No, that's...
do it again.
No, that's fine. I guess we need to just decide whether we're listing the examples or not. Is that, that's the simple question. Kurt, were you about,
No, I'm fine with that, the way it is.
okay, I'm okay with the way it is.
Me too.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Does that take us to 9?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone have anything on 9?
No, this 9 is much better written than the 9 for EHR, I thought.
Anybody? Going once? All right, so do you want to do a quick summary? Then
A daunting task, but I can do this.
Dogs and cats, there you go.
All right, so I'm going to go all the way back to RRSE 1. Assess and manage increasing visitation. Continue implementing measures from approved plans to mitigate impacts from increasing visitation in specific locations while updating components of the system-wide visitor use management plan to collaboratively address visitation growth, stewardship, and positive visitor experiences. Here's the caveat. You also have the exact language, so in case there was any little tweak, we'll make sure to reconcile that. Okay. We talked about throughout, actually, this is something that we'll do throughout the document, is make sure that we revise the language around the survey results to make sure that that's clear, that we've been consistent. We talk about on page 95, starting the conversation with carrots rather than sticks, so we're going to reverse the order of those bulleted lists. We're going to try...
Did you skip 93?
Yeah. Adding, it's the percentage in the 5 bullets that Karen mentioned.
Okay.
I've got the wording for that.
Thank you. Okay, so specifically, we were talking about page 97 and 98 when we said we want to reduce the lingo around guidance tools, so we'll work on things like options, approaches. The adaptive management diagram will clarify where community input is a part of that and consider adjustments that Kurt recommended. Page 99, under RRSE 2, highlight what we've already done a little bit more in terms of the condition survey. Page 101, clarify the difference between asset management versus inventory. We'll use preventive versus preventative. We will, on 103, add relationship to connecting trails. I think that remained in the conversation is important. We will link to the ecological best management practices here as well as in the appendix, and we'll call out the importance of having these guidelines in place to support any future FEMA reimbursements or tell the story of how that looked in the past.
Good.
RRSE 4, page 105, clarify survey reporting. We'll need to work on the transportation issues, the way we talk about the barrier as it relates to the
For the 9%.
For the 9%. So we need to work on that.
Darren, could I just catch you there? And we did talk about e-bikes and then moving that to page 111 where it was covered.
And I think what that ended up resulting in is no change for e-bikes.
Right.
Okay.
Or did we ask you to just see if there's a place where we should mention the whole e-bike issue?
Which is currently on page 111. I think we were happy with how that landed.
Yep, thank you.
We also talked about considering incentives as it relates to volunteering and free parking passes or something to that effect. Making sure we talk about reducing the GHGs in the description, and then Andrea, related to that, adding that to the strategy description itself. And we also want to make sure, just do a double check to make sure we're not implying that we would at some point intend to provide transit to all trailheads. Don't think it does, but just to do that double check.
Sorry, could I just, and on page 104, we said we'd provide a link to ecological best management practices.
I think she just said that, yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. RRSE 5, we would revise the handle there to become managed passive recreation activities requiring an OSMP permit. RRSE 6, we would change bolts to hardware. Reference the recreation opportunity spectrum.
Fixed hardware.
Sorry, fixed, oh, sorry, I didn't,
That's
I
fine.
wrote it but didn't say it, thank you. Fixed hardware. Reference the recreation opportunity spectrum, and I also heard or delete it throughout, so we'll just look to make sure that we're clear there. Page 110, add the management area designations to that part about landscape context. And then we would revise the paragraph on the survey findings, leaning on, Karen, your suggestions that you had provided in written form. Okay, moving on to RRSE 7. We will describe that past planning commitments would be met so that the timing may be slower. Oh, sorry, hang on, let me. Okay, so what we'll do, we talked about revising the description of the tiers up front in section 2 and including that diagram that we pulled up a couple of times to show that we will still be putting incremental funding towards tier 3 strategies. And then as part of that, we may also make sure we've described that the timing of implementing those may be later. And then we would also add a sentence back to RR7 in particular that this, however, does not negate staff's intention, something to this effect, to carry out trail activities called for and adopted in past DSA plans. And that somehow will work in the concept that we would prioritize meeting existing outstanding commitments over those not yet designed. And then we'll change necessary to leverage as it relates to the funding component, where we're looking for leveraging other funding sources. I'm seeing furrows, but do you want me to go back to the specific reference?
Nope.
Okay. And then lastly, with RRSE 8, we will add a reference that we would work in partnership with Parks and Recreation.
All right, thank you.
And, sorry, Dave, you added that bit about adding bathrooms as an example.
Okay.
Okay, so community connections, anything on CCEI 1? Nope. 2.
I have something on page 125, that's CCEI 1. On the first paragraph under example implementation actions, for example, I'd like to suggest a revision that it says, for example, working with the Latinx community, demonstrate the use of Parks and Rec picnic and restroom facilities in combination with a walk on OSMP trails. For instance, at sites like Eben G. Fine Park and Red Rocks, or other locations, to better accommodate families and increase awareness that open space belongs to all, blah, blah, blah. All members of the community, I guess it says. It's the idea of partnering with Parks and Rec to use their facilities for picnicking and bathrooms and that already exist on Parks and Rec land. They're adjacent to OSMP lands. And it seems like programs that do that could do what's shown in the shaded paragraph at the top of that page, which is programs to slowly increase comfort in open space. We had a lengthy conversation about this at a previous board meeting.
So could you read your sentence and make sure we know just exactly which?
Yeah, it's in yellow at the bottom of the last page on this thingamabob. Page 125. The very bottom.
So what sentence does it, so it's the last full sentence that starts, for example.
Right.
Okay. And why don't you read what you're proposing?
For example, working with the Latinx community, demonstrate the use of parks and rec picnic and restroom facilities in combination with a walk on OSMP trails. And then in parentheses, at sites like Eben G. Fine Park and Red Rocks, or you could add other examples like Wonderland Lake or any other place in the system where there's a city park with those facilities already that the Latinx community is seeking. And then go from there to a trail to experience and slowly gain increased comfort in open space lands. And increase awareness that open space belongs to all members of the community.
I don't support it. I don't think it's helpful language. I understand where you're coming from, but I think that for the future of open space and for the betterment of our community, we need to strive to actively consider facilities that would draw people in. And like putting in a bunch of caveats around, we're only going to do it at places where Parks and Rec can support or things like that may not be in the best interest of the long-term health of our system.
I'm not saying this is the only thing. I'm saying it follows the suggestion of slowly increasing comfort in open space by starting with a facility that feels comfortable and has all the amenities that I'm looking for.
Yeah. So, I mean, like Boulder County, you go to Boulder County properties. So, Batasso, Hall Ranch, trying to think of where else I've seen picnic areas. But, there's a covered picnic facility with a couple of things right there at the trailhead, right? Okay. Well, I don't know anything about Boulder County government, honestly. I don't know if they have a separate Parks and Rec department, but it's my assumption that that's part of their system and they manage it. And I mean, I know when I go out with my kids and I take them to the Gear Canyon access on Hile Valley Ranch, it's like, okay, we can have a picnic right there, and then we can go out and take the little 1 mile hike, and then we can come back and eat more snack and stuff. And it seems like a seamless part of the experience, and you're siloing it. It's like it has to have a Parks and Rec component supported by the Parks and Rec department. And I don't know. I mean, I guess I leave it to figuring out if and how this can work for our department. And I don't see the need to put this language into the master plan. That's my opinion.
And I think there's probably different settings that, I mean, we're pretty urban. A lot of our trailheads are in the city, more or less, or adjacent to the city. And in those areas, we probably wouldn't build the sort of facilities they have at Hall Ranch or Hile that are really nice, but those are remote areas. And so, yeah, I don't know how to cut the baby on this. That I do think there are needs for additional facilities, But I also think we don't want to try to duplicate what Parks and Rec is doing, and so how do we balance that?
Can we just say both of those things? That is, keep the sentence, and then instead of the period, say comma, while also essentially, coordinating with Parks and Rec where their facilities are in close proximity to open space facilities or other things that would pick up the concept that Karen is getting at, so that we're not building our own facilities that are, within an easy walk of a comparable Parks and Rec facility.
Right.
Are people okay with? All right, well, okay. We're good, okay. Anything else on 1? Okay, 2? All right, I'm sensing no. 3?
Tom, could I just say we really appreciated the board input on this one? It made a big difference.
Okay.
Moving over.
Which one did we do good work on?
All of them. I just want to say.
All right. 3?
3 on page 129. In the very middle of the page, there's the first shaded paragraph. After reference to CCEI 6 says designed for and developed in partnership with youth, will, and I think this is an important place to highlight the role OSMP lands play in addressing the climate crisis, and encourage youth, blah, blah, blah.
I'm fine with that.
I agree, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Under this one, I was wondering if there was something from the survey data that we could bring in under community voices. Because I noticed that there, or at least I couldn't find a community voices under, oh, it was up higher. Okay, there it is.
On the previous page.
Yeah. Well, I was also wondering, I guess the community voices thing came up for me when we went into Youth Advisory Board, because I feel like we've seen survey data showing that there was this bubble of visitors that have been aging and moving through the system, and we're not getting a lot of youth visitation on the system, that our over time, our visitation is skewing a little older. And so maybe this is an active motivator for like, oh, okay, well, we need to engage youth actively to have them be part of the people participating in the system.
That's correct. So we could show you, we could add what we do know, and certainly it's an area where we want to know more, but we can add what we do know.
Okay.
I'd like to refer back to page 120, where you cite national trends for youth. But since this is part of what are those called, outcome, that will be used for assessing progress over a 10-year period. Outcome E says engage youth inspired by nature. OSMP is an emerging leader in promoting an increase in the time that youth spend outdoors and are caring for their open space. We're going to have no way to assess achievement of that outcome unless we insert at the beginning of implementation actions a sentence something like, this is a typical Karen run-on sentence. To determine the degree to which national trends regarding the amount of time youth spend exploring outdoors are similar to the time Boulder youth spend exploring outdoors, and to establish a baseline metric that can be used to track achievement of outcome CCEIC and trends over time, a survey will be designed and administered to Boulder youth. If we don't do that, we're never going to be able to assess this outcome.
Sorry,
It's brilliant. No, Karen, thank you so much. Our minds are right there with you, and so we so appreciate the support to add that into the plan itself, if that's.
This is, at the beginning of the implementation actions, is the place to insert that paragraph, or that
Perfect.
sentence.
I'm seeing head nods.
And you can rewrite the sentence to make it shorter.
But only if you include all the dependent clauses.
Right, and no tools of guidance. No, it is true, and it's interesting, Karen, because we all, we're looking to do a youth.
Because we can't cite national data and say it's true here in Boulder. We have no idea whether it's true. And none of our visitor surveys have assessed youth participation.
That's absolutely right. And we're looking at establishing a metric we can track over time. So
Exactly.
Thank you, Karen. Yeah.
Okay.
And then on 129, I've already read to you insert the climate.
Yep. Yep. Okay, then moving on to 4.
Nothing.
Sounds like nothing. 5.
There's something on 5. Oh, this is an example of what we've talked about a couple of times tonight. Why do we care about whether we're in 3280 or pack animal?
I'm sorry, Karen, can you, where are we?
Right above community voices.
Oh, on 131, okay.
I mean, I think it's really appropriate and important that we've been in Ignite Boulder, but we were talking earlier about not advertising open space lands nationally or in 5280 to attract the whole metro area.
I'm fine with not touting the recognition of our forest bathing program.
Just eliminating that
Or-
whole sentence.
Just local recognition of it.
Yeah.
I'd be fine with deleting that sentence, the forest bathing sentence.
Okay.
Thanks, Tom.
It's a big give on my part, but all right, 6.
6. I have another climate change addition. On page 133, right above community voices. What this means for the earth, humanity, and open space, and the importance of a healthy open space and mountain parks system in contributing offsets to our global greenhouse gases, or something like that.
One more time, if you don't mind, Karen, maybe it's.
It's on the yellow page, 133.
All right.
And another thing that would help achieve healthier ecosystems is to engage people in volunteering to work to help control invasive species, which is also on the yellow sheet. In creating resilient biological communities by controlling invasives. In the shaded paragraph at the bottom.
Any heartburn over that? Okay.
Nope. Okay, then 7. Good, all right, 8. Okay, good there, then 9.
I'm sorry, I just wanted, sorry to backtrack. We had just made a note up here. I think, Tom, you had a comment about CCCI 4 before we leave all these in a minute.
Oh, it was just to...
About the title, just wanted to be transparent. We did the research and we are going to replace the term with American Indian tribes and we'll be consistent throughout.
I was just observing that in one place it says Native American nations, one's American Indian tribes, and one's tribal nations, and
Exactly.
you've resolved that.
Yep.
Great.
And you're going to keep indigenous peoples?
Correct.
Yep.
Great.
Yes.
All right, I think we were on 9. All right, then are you ready for your quick wrap-up?
I can do this. Okay, so under CCCI 1, we will add some language talking about, we want to make sure that we're not duplicating parks and recreation facilities. We'll need to massage that language, but that's the kernel of that.
And coordinating with those facilities. I think it's more than just not duplicate.
Yeah, I do think we want to actively partner with Parks and Rec. I think that was something we were all in agreement on.
Yeah.
Okay, terrific. CCCI 3, we will add mention under community voices to talk about youth participation in open space in OSMP as we know it. We'll highlight the role OSMP lands play in addressing the climate crisis. We will add an implementation action about a youth survey to compare national trends to a Boulder baseline of time spent outdoors. CCCI 5 will delete the sentence around forest bathing, the recognition our forest bathing program has received. CCCI 6 on page 133 will add something to the effect of Karen with your language that will add mention of the importance of OSMP system in reducing GHGs and opportunities for community stewardship to control invasives. And we'll look to the language that you provided. And then, as we mentioned with CCCI 4, we'll trade out this term to use American Indian tribes.
And I think there was a comment about 120, using the baseline data, I think, as well as in the paragraph.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So we're on to section 2.5?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna hope, anything on the overview before FS1?
Oh, yes. Page 146. The shaded sentence on that 146 has been added to try to explain why the 2018 bar is so high. But it doesn't really explain how much of that bar is the one-time expenditure, and which would tell us why that bar is so exceptionally high.
Sure, we can give some examples of the properties.
Well, I've suggested sort of a format for a sentence and say, annual savings or carryover supported planned one-time expenditure, and the graph shows that X tens of thousands of dollars of the total 2018 spending went to a one-time payment for the acquisition of the X property or to something else, just to give a sense of how much of that is excess high. Like if we take the one-time excess off of it, where does the bar end up?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, anything else, or are we on to FS1? Well, frankly, these FSs are all so short, maybe people should just say, do you have any edits on the financial sustainability?
FS10. So let me try and get it. I've made notes outside of the document, so sorry. Hold on. Let me see if I can get you guys a. Okay, so FS10 is update the planning framework. That's on page 158. Because we talk about it so extensively in section 4, shouldn't it be elevated to a tier 1? I mean, it's living at tier 3 right now.
It is?
believe so.
The FSs aren't tiered.
The FSs
Except for the acquisitions, FS are not tiered.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Why did I think it was tier
Okay.
3? Okay.
Nope.
Thank you.
I have one on 151. We're talking about things that we need more data on to estimate costs. It's right, this first full sentence on page 151 says, for example, we hope to better understand the full costs of addressing invasive weeds. I would add prairie dogs too. So I would say invasive weeds, comma.
Good call.
And
Yep.
prairie dog conflicts, because I just don't think we have a real good handle on that.
Good.
Okay. Anything else, Kurt, on FS?
I'm just curious, figure 2.5.4, are those both degraded lands? I couldn't decide if one was the good and one was the bad, and
No, they're both degraded.
is that right?
The second one is all teasel and
Yeah.
something else. It looks non-native totally.
Well, to your practiced eye, it does.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just think we may need to say a little bit more. People are going to think, wow, that's beautiful, that stuff down below. I really like that.
Okay.
Which one?
Yeah.
Which one only slipped off the page?
Oh, they slipped, okay.
Okay. Dave, anything in the FS section? I don't have anything. Here, okay, we have a head shake.
Nope, just the one.
Okay. I don't know if you want to recap that, or the only,
I just want to, one clarification. We had made a note, Andrea, I think you had provided some comments around how the construction of FS5 and 6 are not parallel with each other because of the way we talk about it, we say in the strategy handle.
Oh, thanks for catching that for me. Yeah. Sorry, I'm happy to explain that in a second, but if you look on page 22 of the report, I'm trying to justify why
Like
I was
back on 22?
crazy earlier, is it's clearly a typo. The page 22, the FS 5, 6, and 7 have a little 3 in a circle next to them, indicating that they're
Oh,
tier
right.
threes.
I knew I had seen that somewhere.
Yeah, and so you're telling me
Oh.
that they're not actually supposed to be
Right,
tiered.
yeah.
Okay, so that needs to go away.
Wow.
No.
No?
It's
Okay.
the opposite. And this, so here's the story, right? So
Okay,
we've talked about, if you remember the Venn diagram, the financial sustainability circle's in the very middle because it supports every other focus area.
Right.
And so things like stable funding, budgeting for certain future uncertainty, those are things that are ubiquitous across all of those and in support of all of those. And so the decision was made to not prioritize those. But in the prioritization exercise with board, we talked about, for example, under EHR 1, that the acquisition component of that ought to be in tier 3, and that we ought to focus more on the sort of take care of what we have, which is why we ended up with these, it's sort of apples and oranges here, but where we've said that the acquisitions have been put in tier 3.
Gotcha.
The others have not.
Thank you. Okay.
And tell me in function, how you see that working.
So it'll inform our work planning, it'll inform budgeting. You know, the conversation, Tom, I think you brought up earlier, that even though acquisitions are in tier 3, we'll still be putting money towards those. That conversation will become part of the annual process with board and council through budget approval, as well as through approving individual acquisitions. So it's really in relation, it helps distinguish the conversation, as I just mentioned, between sort of taking care of what we have, as well, emphasizing that over new acquisitions, recognizing we'll still acquire them. I don't know if that quite.
And you mentioned that it has something to do with EHR 1?
That's where it emerged with the conversation with the board in April, where we previously, the version of
You mean
EHR
in
1
that discussion?
Correct.
Not in content? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Previously, that strategy used to incorporate acquisitions.
Yeah, it's my fault. If we did this all over again, I think we would make acquisitions a focus area, because it got sort of tangled up with financial sustainability, and we never could figure out. I'm still a little concerned that if someone went to this report, wanted to know about acquisitions, could they find it quickly? I don't know what your table of contents is going to look like. I know right now it's very high level. Do you expect to go deeper than that in your final table of contents?
I will admit, we have not had that conversation.
That's for fall and winter, Kurt.
Well, I know it's the last thing you do, but.
Number them at the end of the call out. So we technically could, imagine we renumbered them, so at the beginning or the end, and they get their own little call out in that section, and then we put some wording in just to explain that, what you're describing.
Yeah.
That might just make it pop out a little bit.
That's exactly the sort of thing I'm thinking might be a good idea, so good on you.
And then to speak to part of, or maybe all of the reason of why FS5 and FS6 are up here. So FS5, we were talking about where we're going to put our money next, and then FS6 is when we can leverage other people's funding. Where do we go? And I thought I wanted to make the language between the two a little more parallel. So 5 is prioritize acquisitions. It indicates that's priority area. And so FS6, I think, should read partner to protect lands beyond the priority area. So target doesn't carry, isn't
Instead
a
of
significant
target.
word anymore. Yeah.
That's a great improvement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because it was confusing, I agree.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't know if you wanted to summarize the few changes.
May I ask a quick acquisition question? Is there an intention of having a 2020 to 2030 acquisition plan or not? Are we ending acquisition plans, I guess is the short question.
Our feeling in working with the real estate staff who was very involved in crafting these acquisition strategies is that this would be adequate guidance for them over the next few years, that we felt for the next few years that we had the guidance we needed to make.
From the old plan?
That we wouldn't need an update at this time.
Yeah,
It may be that as we work with this, under this paradigm, that in a few years, we come to the conclusion that more guidance is needed, but we felt comfortable at this point.
Okay, I'll be brief summarizing the changes. Page 146, we would explain better what the one-time expenses were in 2018. In FS4, we would add understanding the total cost of managing prairie dogs. We'll improve the layout or explanation of the pictures of degraded landscapes. And then I think, Andrea, just to confirm, the change you recommended really would only result in a change to FS6, where we would change that to partner to protect lands beyond the priority area.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the call out for the.
And cost, thank you. Okay. And call out for the acquisition strategies. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So that takes us to section 3.
And there was a staff recommendation here. Basically, EHR 9 was, did we cover this in the prioritization?
Yeah.
So,
also in the memo. Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, it's getting late. So we had put in the memo and introduced this earlier on in the conversation that just in the final stages of analyzing feedback that we'd gotten truly throughout the whole process, as well as more recently, that it might be worth the board considering elevating this particular strategy to tier 2, just to help us understand the relative priority that we might place on it as it relates to funding and time and effort. So right now it's in tier 3, and we're proposing that perhaps you might consider moving it to tier 2.
and if you look on page 164, that would be a reference point.
And my question is, what's the page number again, Mark?
164 and 165.
My question is, why would you do that with EHR 9 and not RRSE 9? I mean, what's special about EHR 9?
I think it's a good point, Karen. You could look at both. There was some staff discussion about, from the community feedback, it definitely came back to the EHR focus area. has the highest level of priority, and that was the reason to think about it that way. But frankly, you could look at both.
So it wasn't so much about the Learning Lab approach, it was more about the EHR part.
Yeah.
Correct, and especially even in terms of the conversation that we've heard tonight, it sort of emphasized what we were previously hearing around, say, trying to ground truth the climate modeling and understanding what that may look like for us, and supporting future research efforts to understand that better. So it would just give staff a little bit more understanding where the board's priorities are.
Can I speak to what Mark brought up, which is that and I see this carried out throughout the plan, is that we feel like the survey data says EHR is more important than everything else. But once you start including the ends here on the side of question 4, it makes me wonder if this is possibly overinterpreted. Because if the survey respondents is, the total N is 1,331 people, but we have, a good proportion of them not answering this question to start with. And there's a little bit of a fall off between of EHR and RRSE compared to the bottom 3. It makes me wonder about that next to no context was given to explain each of these focus areas, and that this is a little bit linguey. And I wonder if we had included the explanations, or if we had used some level of plain language, for example, like calling RRSE simply using trails, and EHR taking care of the environment. What kinds of, or ATT, ranching and scenic views, like something that's a little more accessible to people, how that would have been carried out here. But I guess because to me, there was no explanation provided for what these focus areas actually mean to people, I would hate for us to overinterpret the significance of this particular question. Now, there are definitely places where we in the survey where we talk about EHR actual values and outcomes and things like that, and those are carrying some weight. But I mean, this question 4 gets called out at least 1 or 2 places in the report as like, look, EHR is super important, and I don't want us to hang our hats on that too strongly.
Certainly appreciate that, and I think we would recognize, that does increase the margin of error, the fewer ends that we have. Certainly, we also complemented our interpretation of this finding with the engagement that we did.
Right.
Where we were asking similar questions in different formats around the $100 question, for example.
Yeah.
And we did that in a number of different formats and got the same results.
Now, both 9 and 10 provide other snapshots of that.
Yeah, they do.
But and to get back to the question, we can put both learning laboratories for both focus areas in the second tier if the board felt like that was the best way to do it. It will, staff will be working in tandem, and there'll be crossover in the teams.
And so could you just say again, what was the impetus for this? Was it coming primarily from staff wanting more guidance?
Yeah, just, what's the sense, if it's in tier 2, it does get a little bit more emphasis over the next decade.
So can either John or Brian talk to whoever?
Happily.
Oh, no, Brian.
Which ones?
There he is.
Whoever's perkier at this hour.
He's smiling.
Well, part of your conversation earlier reflected, I think, that whole idea about understanding, but using that also as a tool to engage the community in the learning about the system and understanding it and just caring for it and loving it. That was sort of we just felt that maybe rose to a little bit more importance to the emphasis in this plan.
Actually, John, and to complement that, in the engagement windows 2 and 3, there was when we displayed a lot of the information, there was a lot of community feedback on how do we better get this information out and provide the research to the community.
Yeah. I'm cool with that.
Fine with me.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay.
Okay, terrific.
All right. I have a question and topic for discussion that starts on page 162 and continues throughout. And it's it's something that's worded differently in different parts of the plan. If you'll take a look at the 1, 2, 3, fourth bullet on page 162.
Engaging.
Yep. The first couple times this is presented, it says engaging underserved communities, comma, including the Latinx community, those experiencing disabilities, and youth. And in this particular section, it's shifted to engaging youth and underserved communities. I don't understand why. Whether there's something behind it or whether it was just a typo and it should be the same as every other place in the plan.
There's no intention of there being a different meaning.
So it's still, this is still, what the heck's the number? It's still, is it
I'm not sure.
EECI 1? Where is the...
What is the question, Sir Karen? I'm sorry, what number?
Where is engaging underserved communities, including the Latinx community, those experiencing disabilities, and youth? Where is that one? Is that EECI 1?
So CCEI 1 is welcoming diverse backgrounds and abilities. And so that's in tier 1. And then engaging youth is number 3 in tier 2.
Right. And those are two very different topics. So what I'm confused about in this section is whether this bullet, the fourth bullet, is supposed to be referring to CCEI 1, which is where over and over again we get engaging underserved communities, including the Latinx community, those experiencing disabilities, and youth. But later on, it's referred to, I think, the way the Tier 2 CCEI 3 is connect youth to the outdoors. And throughout this section, whatever it's called, I've lost my place again. What page are we on?
You back on page 162?
Thank you.
Sorry.
I think it's, if I may jump in, I think so in this particular setting, what we're doing is we're trying to summarize in a very summary way what we heard as important throughout the engagement process.
Right, and those weren't necessarily strategies yet.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, and that distinction, it took me a minute to figure that out.
Yeah, here we're calling them management actions and the actions as opposed to trying to align them word for word with strategy statements.
So you're going from sort of general descriptions of what you heard to then the tier 1.
Exactly.
So under the heading priority strategies, we probably should have a subheading that says engagement findings. And then we move into.
Something like that, yeah, I think that would do it.
That would help. Because if you remember in the $100 question, those were two separate ones, to your point, Karen, where one of the options was to put your dollars to engaging underserved communities, and another option was developing youth opportunities to spend more time in nature. So you're absolutely right. I think maybe that would be a structural change. Great.
We can do that.
I had a small wording on 163, but I think it is important. So this is under funding needs by strategy, and it's the last full sentence, and it says, for example, depending upon available funding, Tier 1 strategies would generally be prioritized above other efforts, and I don't think you mean that. I think you mean, for example, at all funding levels, Tier 1 strategies would be prioritized above blah, 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 blah.
Yes, the nuance is that in the full funding scenario,
everything gets funded.
we got it all.
Yeah.
Yep. But yes, I see your point where it's kind of confusing the issue.
I still think if you said at all funding levels, Tier 1 strategies generally prioritize above others. I think that's true. And I think the priority, we don't want to imply the priority in the tiers is going to change depending upon the available funding.
Should we just delete that phrase?
You could, yeah, you probably could.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay,
Yes.
done.
Thank you.
All right, so I think it's just open season on any other suggestions on section 3.
Well, on 167, I just wasn't crazy about this, the fall funding being transform the system. So I offered some bad options, and I don't know what you guys think. You probably tried 25 different versions of this, and I mean, in some ways, I like to manage for the past, manage for the present, manage for the future. It's kind of catchy, but I won't belabor this. It's up to you guys.
All right. Is there any other board thoughts or comments that would?
You could try rabbits and turtles again. Right.
This came up with, I think it was our last conversation last month of trying to, well, constrain funding, what's that mean for the system, you know, so you can link funding levels with what you might see.
Right.
And so we're connotating that with a maintaining sort of thing as what you'll probably see as our goal here, where you get enhanced, maybe we can start throughout the system, we're improving things, and then, I mean, you get what we were after here.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Frankly, I'd be totally fine with just getting rid of those 3 phrases.
And just have
Just have constrained, restored, and full, and not,
I agree.
I'm okay
I don't know
with
that
that.
those phrases add anything.
But that was my idea. I came in the office that morning very excited. Oh, well.
Oh, no. And it's 11:41.
Dan, can you live with?
I can live with it.
All right.
I'm going to keep one in my back pocket, though, someday.
You may need to pull it out.
Not get too punchy. Come on.
Thank you, that's a good solution.
Okay. Anything? I'm good.
I'd like to hear the rationale for having examples from Tier 1 and Tier 2 in these funding tables.
Are you table
There-
3.2, is that what you're looking at?
Well, yeah, 3.2 and then 3.3, 4, 5. You've selected 3 Tier 1 things that are clearly Tier 1, and then for CCEI, you've selected a Tier 2 one. Was that intentional, and if so, why not a Tier 1 CCEI?
It's a good point. These are simply just examples. We looked around at ones we thought might provide the best way to communicate it. There wasn't like a huge scientific process in selecting them. We know these are just examples. You know, as we get to work planning and come to the board next year, that's when we'll be making the real decisions. These were just scenarios. And I know as a board, you'd ask for a little bit more detail, so this is our attempt to provide that.
Well, I also, this is my personal feeling, is I also think it's another way to illustrate that just because you're in a Tier 2 or Tier 3 doesn't mean it's not going to get any attention. It's another way. And we have also said that the tiering is something that can be revisited over time. After 3 or 4 years, there may be emerging things in our system that demands that a Tier 3,
Or a huge
that we may want to bring that up to a Tier 1, and that's when we use, like, these are the tierings at this time. And so, you know, this is a living document, and based on current situations that might be different in 5 years, there might be a different tiering, so.
And the 2 Tier 1s for CCEI may be harder to lend themselves to readily quantifiable metrics, whereas at least the example you've picked, a junior ranger program is by its nature numerical, or it can be reduced to numbers.
Yeah, we picked ones that we thought could explain the concept too. Yeah, you're right.
So is there a way that the Tier 2-1 can be shown as receiving less instead of more funding than all the Tier 1s? Because if it's for exemplary purposes, I think it needs to reflect the text in the master plan. This is a counterexample to the text.
Yeah.
Because the Tier 2 receives more funding than any of the Tier 1s.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I think that, and we talked about this perception, the distinction, it's a little hard to, the distinction is that the vision for the Junior Ranger program is perhaps in some ways more restrained than some of the others. So it's, that's why that percentage looks that way. But if there's a discussion that staff needs to have to refine that, I think we see your point.
I think it needs to illustrate what's in the master plan.
And so you're referring, I think, Karen, right, to the percent of master plan vision met over 10 years, that row?
Yeah.
Okay.
I apologize for not catching this. On page 173, the lower right-hand box needs another zero and a comma.
Where are we?
What page, Tom, sorry?
Page 173, lower right-hand corner.
Oh, right, yes.
Back to page 169, this is again things we're not going to be able to do. So we're in the middle of the bottom paragraph, and as usual, where we say we may not be able to fully address increasing visitation, weeds, we probably should say invasive weeds. But after weeds, I would like to insert prairie dog conflicts.
Where are you?
I'm in the middle of the last paragraph on page 169.
169.
And the sentence is, in addition.
Wait a minute, 169, 169. Middle of the last paragraph.
Yeah, the sentence is, in addition, OSMP will not be able to fully address emerging needs in this scenario, including increasing visitation, weeds. I would add prairie dog conflicts there.
Okay, no objection?
Okay.
Yep.
I have a concern actually on page 168, under the transform the system, return on investment. I just found the language in that to be really unhelpful. Aggressive steps are taken to tackle the climate crisis that, we manage increasing visitation to the best of our ability. I don't really think that says anything, actually. And so I would suggest that another run be taken at that and be a little clearer on what exactly, is meant.
Would you rather see a sub-element of climate like carbon sequestration in irrigated lands or something? Something that's a little more concrete?
Right.
Okay.
Great. And to the best of our ability, it's like, nah, you probably want to say something.
I think we heard some wording earlier in the evening when we discussed that strategy that we can use.
And then the other question I had, starting on 171, when we're talking about full funding and yet we're showing, and I'm going back to the trail maintenance number of $40 million, and yet we're under full funding on page 173 at, what, 25 million? It's like we're really not meeting the need.
But I don't understand that heading that says by full funding when this page is about constrained funding. Why is that heading there in the brown?
Sorry?
On 171.
I think, Dave, you were
Yeah, I was
on 173.
I was on 173.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, it just strikes me that we're saying one thing and then showing another, so it might require some further explanation.
Because it's only half of the
Right.
40 to 50 million we've been talking about.
Right. And yet we say that we've met the need and, it's fully funded, and it's like, that's not exactly what we've heard.
Right.
Okay. Anyone have anything else in section 3?
Yes. But I lost where it is.
There's another preventative in there.
There's a lot of them.
Search and destroy. Oh, I guess it's... Let me go back to the headings on page 171, 2, and 3. In brown. Example implementation actions. It's not, by funding level.
It's a little awkward because you have to look at the left-hand column
Yeah.
to see the 3 pages. If
Are
you
diff-
brought what's on the far left-hand column and put it up in the title.
You got it.
It would be
Thank you.
clearer
That would be a
what the
lot
difference is
clearer.
between the
Yeah,
three
good
pages.
idea.
In Word, it's one table, which is why it shows up like this,
Okay.
but you're right, the layout makes it confusing. Yep.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so do you want to summarize what you've heard on section 3?
I have a-
No, you're about to do more.
Yes, sorry. Table 3.4, and I just noted this in my comments, I think we need to make clear what these percentages are of.
Table
3.4 on page 175.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And clearly, that's the percentage of the
40%
total budget.
Of total budget?
For implementing the master plan.
See, what do those last words mean to you?
So I think we've talked about this, and Lauren, feel free to.
This isn't things like overhead.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's your discretionary budget. It's not just CIP, but that's most of it?
As Lauren said earlier, you can't entirely separate them.
Yeah.
We know the master plans are designed to help us inform the CIP, hence the planning board's, weighing in tomorrow. So it's a focus on CIP, but it's not exclusive. There are always there's a staff time, there are the additional operating expenses that can support the master plan implementation. It's the budget that we can reasonably assign to implementing the master plan.
Do you have in your own mind some rough number for what that is on today's budget or this year's budget? I mean, are we talking 20 million? Are we talking 10 million?
I think Lauren's going to help us out.
Uh-oh.
Lauren is wide awake and running up to the microphone.
They're looking at me and I don't know if I have the best answer. Kurt, just to clarify, the question
Is
is.
that mic on, Lauren, just to make sure? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it looks like it is, but can you hear me?
Yeah.
Are you asking, in addition to capital, how much of our non-personnel budget we're talking, or how much of our operating budget we're talking about?
Well, I just think the reader's going to probably want to know.
What this is a percent of.
10% of what are we talking about here? I mean, it's possible, this is for implementing the master plan, it's possible that we're setting aside $1 million a year for implementing the master plan. It happens to be a whole lot more than that. I mean, this includes an awful lot of our ongoing programs, so
Right.
I don't know how to.
Yeah, and I'm having a hard time thinking of what the right answer is, knowing that this ballot conversation is looming too, because I think that impacts
Right.
What that number is. I think we've talked about it in terms of dedicating the majority of our CIP to implementing the plan.
So one way to think about it is, here's your total budget today or next year or whatever, that's 100%, and then some percent of that is going to be master plan implementation.
Right.
And then you take that and you break it down by these. So
We can come back with something that's more quantitative. We speak about it in generalities around like how we would accelerate in under a 0.1 or a 0.15 or whatever.
Yeah.
Should those things pass, what does that mean in terms of added annual dollars to our capital program? And then what percentage of that is the master plan, right? So I think it's a little narrative in my head and I can work on that.
my recommendation would be to not think about this or try to describe it in terms of an absolute number of dollars, but as a proportion of
yeah.
the total budget
Yep, I think
is
that makes
master
sense.
plan implementation.
Yep.
And then once you've got that chunk, 25 to 40% goes to ecosystem health and resilience.
Yeah. Yeah, point taken, and I think that's great. And we're about to go through, we went through our work planning process for the CIP. We're doing the same thing on the operating side now, and we've started to weave into our annual work planning how, as you put forward your draft projects, you're tagging to a primary strategy or secondary strategy or whatever.
Yeah.
And so even after we go through that, I'll have a better sense of that in terms of how those proportions kind of shake out. But in the meantime, we could think about targets.
And I think it can be a very approximate number.
Yeah.
But a naive reader wouldn't know if 10% of our budget's going to master plan or 90%.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, fair. Thank
Thanks.
you.
I had one more thing that, now that I'm thinking about the tax measure. Our constrained funding is giving up everything that we have in terms of the taxes that are going to go away, right? Our restorative funding, and I think maybe that's the word we got to be careful about. This scenario describes what may happen if a new sales tax were to restore some funding. Well, we may get half, and so we don't want to call it restored funding if it's a lot less than that. That's my only concern here.
I think,
Yeah, we would be in between those then. And that's why we've approached this as a scaling up and down throughout a spectrum rather than being in one or the other category, but.
And you guys do it the way you think works. This is something I just realized, that we may not be getting restored funding.
But are we looking at like over 10 years? I think that's what we're trying to talk about, rather than just a single thing on the ballot next year.
Yeah, exactly.
potentially. So it could be different funding streams, et cetera.
Right. Yeah, and the financial sustainability strategies around how you diversify, how you manage your expenditures, what's the economy going to do, at what rate is sales tax growing annually, right? So you start to weave in all these different narratives, but I would agree with what you just said.
Yeah, well, it's just we don't want to communicate to readers that we will deliver everything we describe under restored funding if we only got
only
about
have half.
half
Yeah.
restored. So again, whatever you guys think is fine.
Great.
And the final document doesn't come out until after the November election anyhow.
So you can do another
No,
report.
I don't mean that, I just meant, you can, if there's a tweaking of the language, you can,
Right, you could.
I'm not proposing to redo the document, but just, you can reflect what
Cancel
actually
your
happened.
Thanksgiving vacation, it'll be right about then.
Yeah, I think we just canceled our vacation.
No, I just meant add a footnote or something, just saying what actually happened.
Yeah, and 175, that heading, doesn't make any sense to me. Target funding, it's percent of total master plan implementation funding, right?
The title of the table, 3.4, 10-year outlook of master plan implementation spending, I think that's what that table is, right?
And the right-hand column is the percent
Of that, of the master plan.
of master plan implementation funding.
Yeah.
So repeat it?
Yeah, do we just repeat the title for the table in the right
How
hand?
about just
Sure.
to proportion of or proportion of master plan funding or something?
That'll address Karen and Kurt's concerns.
So staff can clarify that.
And I'm not even sure 10-year outlook really means anything here.
Yeah.
This is saying, at any point in time, we're going to be
Right.
doing this percentage to ecosystem health and resilience, whether it's a 1-year budget or a 10-year budget.
Well, that may or may not hold in a given year.
No, you're right.
And that's why we wanted to say that if you look back over 10 years, this is how it would play out. But
Okay, get your point.
in year 6, we all may agree that there's this huge acquisition that we need to do, and we spend $5 million that year on an acquisition, and suddenly financial sustainability is 40% of our budget for that year. But then that would even out over a 10-year period. It should.
These are the long-term.
It's a 10-year average,
Right.
not a 10-year average.
Right.
10-year average.
Gesundheit.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else on 3?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Did you want to summarize that, or?
You asked me like you don't want me, no.
Let's summarize.
Let's do it.
Already.
All right.
That's all right, Darren.
All right, we're going to move EHR 9 to Tier 2. Page 162, we're going to add a subheading for community findings to clarify that. We're going to strike the phrase "depending on available funding." I believe it was on that similar page.
163.
163. Okay. We will strike the titles, the initial part of the titles for the scenarios, the maintain the system, transform, et cetera. We may need to clarify the restored funding message or make sure that's clear. We'll revisit the percentage allocated to junior rangers in the example tables to make sure we reflect the philosophy of Tier 1 and Tier 2. Page 168, we will clarify language explaining the return on investment for the full funding scenario to make that more concrete. Page 169, we'll add invasive weeds and prairie dog conflicts. Page 173, we will correct the typo in the table to make that 7.5 million, or yes. Clarify the trail maintenance number, also in that same table. We'll clarify the table headings also. We'll change those to make that more understandable. And then on page 175, we just talked about a couple of changes whereby we would acknowledge the % of the overall budget. I think this might need to happen in the text, if I'm correct, that we would talk about the percentage of the overall budget that master plan implementation spending may be. And then this table itself will work on the title and the right-hand column to clarify what we just spoke about. Yes. Is that okay for 11? Oh, it's 12 midnight today. Yes.
The only thing I would suggest is, I'm looking at the tables on 180 kind of through 187.
We're not there yet.
We're not?
No.
That's next.
Oh.
You're ahead.
You're first.
Okay,
Great. Well,
so are we
are
we done with section? Okay. So make sure that's a wrap on 3. So now we turn to section 4.
Oh, right.
No worries. Dave, want to lead us off?
Well, I was just going to suggest that you review the items in those tables to reflect what we previously agreed upon, so that there'll be some changes to the text
Examples
in all of
in
those.
those. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is going to be covered by what Dave just said, but at the top of page 180, the top pink cell, or whatever color that is, flesh cell, protecting the ecological resources of and carbon sequestration in the system.
I'm sorry, where are you in that table?
Well, there are two colors. There's a pink and there's a flesh color.
Coral, we call it.
Coral, okay.
10, you're in the 10 box, right?
I'm going to go with right column and left column.
All right.
Go on it.
This is a sign.
Well, while you're on page 184, I think on page 184, the figure, I think the comments that Andrea made on the figure 2.3.4 on page 97 also apply to this chart.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
with the guidance and the process.
Did you get that?
Right.
Darren?
I'm sorry, no, I didn't.
Page 97.
Page 97.
Page 97, the edits you're making there, the same concept applies on 184.
Right.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, but that might keep me up past 1.
Correct, yes.
So also on page 184, as long as we're there,
Thanks.
why is EHR 2 up in the text and 1, 2, 3, and the rest are down below? I didn't understand that one.
What page are you on, Karen?
184, where the big circle is.
Well, EHR 2 is the updating the grassland plan.
Guidance in the following strategies and indicators would inform the update process. So the ones that are listed below are somewhat lesser? Is that the point?
No, so what we're describing here, the paragraph at the top of page 184, is introducing the adaptive management cycle that we would go through as a part of updating our visitor use management approach, as well as other plans. We then, the paragraph below, we talk about how we would use that same model for the grassland plan, updating the grassland plan. And the strategies that fall below that are those that would be integral to that update process. So we're trying to tie the package together in a different way here, just to talk about the integration.
And that was, I think, if the board remembers, like, how do these strategies integrate over time? Because they don't exist on their own. This was an attempt to show how that might work.
Okay, I'm ready to go back to page 180, please, on the right-hand column. The bottom of the top right-hand box. Staff will also increase advocacy for and education around protecting the ecological resources of the system and carbon sequestration by the system in the face of global heating.
Okay, I'm seeing head nods.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I have no idea why I put these page numbers in here, but there's a, on 183, there's something that I think is a typo. The right-hand column, the second bullet in the top cell. EHR 3 is not about improve the sustainability and resilience of trails. EHR 3 is a different sentence, and I don't know.
That should be, I think that's RSE. I think you're right, Karen, let me double check that.
It is.
Yep.
But it's listed under EHR, so there's something wacky there.
We can fix that.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. And my only other comment is at the bottom of page 187. When you're talking about tracking progress, which is near and dear to my heart, and it says, to honor the importance of these goals and policy directions, staff will report annually on progress, showing the degree to which staff have advanced each strategy. And my reaction was, what happened to the outcomes? The outcomes were the goals that we were going to measure against. So if we're going to measure something to track progress, we got to talk about outcomes. Achievement of outcomes.
Yeah.
You're right, Karen.
Yep.
Correct?
So really what you're tracking is the extent to which you've implemented strategies and achieved
outcomes.
Thank you.
And you explained that very well up on page something or other near the front.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyone have anything else on section 4?
Yeah, bottom of page 183, last line, so financial sustainability, right-hand column. I think this is the only usage of visitor use management plan as a proper noun. No such thing exists.
I wanted to put updated visitor use management plan. I think that's what you've called it.
Actually, that's correct, because now it would still be, it's like the VMP, but we'd be calling it VUMP, but technically we're just updating the VMP.
And it needs a different word here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And that's that idea of modules, components.
Right. Okay.
And again, I didn't like the heading on the chart, but take it for what it's worth.
And then kind of a question, page 185. Oh darn, just did some weird split screening. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Want a hard copy?
I might need it in a second.
Andrea, was that related to the East TSA?
Yeah. That was my confusion. So that parenthetical thing, the EG for the eastern quadrant of the OSMP system. So
What page are you on?
I'm sorry, page 185, I believe? Yes.
Oh, I see.
Beginning of the gray paragraph starting after OSMP's planning framework has been updated, future area plans, e.g. for the eastern quadrant of the OSMP system. So it's our intention to not embark on an East TSA, but to replace TSA processes with whatever this new process is, correct?
And the sort of complicating factor was when we spoke with the board and, you gave us the good advice, hold off on the master plan, on the future planning framework till
Right.
spring of 2020. So perhaps we are getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here and should make that, talk more about bringing it back to the board, the planning process,
Okay,
rather than giving a specific example.
okay, thanks. That would address my concern. Oh my gosh, where does this go?
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. Sorry, just because I'm back on page 185, the paragraph, the first full paragraph talks about that. It references the FS strategy to update the planning framework. And then it says pending that, future area plans would provide specific guidance. So is it just that we might not include the parenthetical?
Yeah, I would just eliminate the parenthetical.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we'll always do some kind of area plan and some kind of system.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't even know why I put some of these edits in here. Okay.
Do you need more time to review them?
Oh, in the, I'm sorry, I'm so confused by this split screen thing that I put here accidentally. So continuing on page 185, so there's a bulleted list of strategies we would include. I felt like this list, an argument could be made to include RRSE 1. I recognize the area plans will carry out some of the decisions made in an updated visitor master plan, but the area planning framework I don't know, relative timing of the two,
No, it's good.
right?
Yeah.
But I feel like an argument could be made for inclusion of RRSE 1 here.
Right, because typical, system plans provide certain level of detail. An area plan, gets into what exact action. And if you're talking about RSS or RRSE 1, we did earlier on talk about specific locations and system-wide.
Okay. I believe that was all my comments in section 4.
Before we leave that, then just the first bullet here, we had heard, again, I just want to reiterate, make sure we did this correctly, that emphasizing what integrating climate crisis action towards the climate crisis looks like. We talked about putting it up in the executive summary, and this might be another opportunity here to integrate it together. Is that an appropriate assumption?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
In the same way where we've given examples here where we say, for example, the VMP or the update to the VMP may address these other strategies and help us integrate and apply those on the ground. This might be just another opportunity to talk about how across, here are all the various strategies across all focus areas that are helping us address the global climate crisis.
Oh, okay. As another example, in
Right.
section 4.
Yes.
But you'd also have it up front.
Correct. So, yep. Okay.
All right.
Did you want to recap where we are on 4?
You bet. Okay, so page 180 and 181 will update the tables to reflect previous discussions, so that might mean revisions to the examples that are in there. Karen, you had a particular edit to add carbon sequestration by the system in one of those first cells. Will reflect the adaptive management diagram as we discussed earlier in the RRSU section. We'll fix the typo on page 183 as it relates to RRSE3. And we will add the word updated in front of the visitor use management plan. Page 185 will delete the parenthetical about the eastern quadrant of the system. Page 186, we will add RRSE1 to the list. Page 180, am I going too fast? Okay. Page 187, extent to which we've achieved so we'll clarify that it'll be that we're looking to communicate the extent to which we've achieved outcomes and implemented strategies. We will integrate the climate crisis as we just spoke about, and that's the last one I had. Is that correct?
Gives me great pleasure to press the next slide and pass it over to Darren.
Well, I think this might need to be revised now that it's midnight.
And can Andrea vote?
Hey, I didn't resign until tomorrow, the 2nd.
Oh,
Yes.
smart move.
Smart woman.
I know how you guys roll.
So, as we spoke about in the beginning, these changes that we've summarized along the way, what we'll do, just for clarity, is we will eliminate all the gray that you've previously seen and only highlight in gray the discussion, the refinements we've talked about tonight. We will also summarize those at a high level with the planning board tomorrow night and make any recommendations that they may need to see in the plan and highlight those.
You're going to summarize these changes for the planning board?
High level, yes. High level.
Are they really
Very high
interested in all those management and policy things?
Not in detail, but they just need to understand where the board is as a whole with the plan. So hopefully, we'll be able to say that you've recommended city council acceptance of that with the following amendments, and we'll summarize in total what those are, how we can characterize those.
And there are a lot of just edits in here that you guys are going to decide what you're going to use, right?
So if they are truly editorial and we know that there is no change to the content or the intent or the policy direction in there, then yes, we will incorporate those. But otherwise, we're closing engagement with the board in terms of any other changes that, in other words, additional emails can't come in at this point, and we're only making the changes we talked about tonight and editorial ones we didn't.
But you have all those lists, even if we didn't talk about them.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. So then we'll release the revised version of this to support council consideration, and we will go from there. This is our proposed motion language. I think, Tom, this is the opportunity for you to pull us together and get to a motion language that you feel comfortable with, if it's something different than this.
I don't think there's, well, my 2 cents, I don't think there's any reason to say anything more detailed than this. I think.
As amended, yeah.
Right. So it's your
Can I make
last
a
day.
motion?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Let's see.
I think you just
I
moved it.
move that the Open Space Board of Trustees recommend that City Council accept the Open Space and Mountain Parks Master Plan as amended on August 1st, 2019.
July 31st and August 1st, right?
Correct.
I'll second.
Wait a minute, you changed the language, I think, just ought to be clear. If you really do want to put both days in, I'm totally fine with that, but did you actually mean to put both days in?
Well, we're making the motion today, right?
Yes.
Okay. August 31st.
No.
August 1st.
Leah, do you have the exact language that Andrea used? Yes. Okay.
I love that I botched my motion.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? All right.
Did it, team?
All right. I hope we have no matters from the board, but this is the time, all right?
I did have a question. Are we still having a process committee meeting on the August 28th? We are.
No, 12th.
Oh, my goodness.
Right, that's right. We changed it. Thank you.
Okay.
I knew that.
And do we know when, I saw the planning board agenda, but do we know in terms of time when they expect to take this up?
Unfortunately, we don't.
Okay.
No.
I know it's for like the third item.
Yeah.
I had a quick question about the statement about the Boulder Valley Comp Plan that was added to the agenda. It seems to me the plan describes and prioritizes 5 focus areas.
I'm sorry, are you talking about the master plan summary that would go in the comp plan? Okay, yes, So you would like to see,
It says the plan describes 5 focus areas. It describes and prioritizes, right? 5 focus areas.
It doesn't really prioritize the focus areas. Within the focus areas, it
Oh, the
prioritizes strategies.
Okay.
But
It actually does both. Remember at the very end there, we have the allocation.
But by the dollars, but not.
Right. Right.
Are we, just want to make sure are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Good on that end? We're adjourned.
Live from Paris of Pot 24.